Pirates I Can Reject Everything Chapter 401 to 420. 401. Great Alabasta Development. Elbaf warriors arrive. Apu arrives in Pudora Kingdom tomorrow. Of pirates has always been what the Revolutionary Army wanted to win. But few pirates are willing to cooperate with the Revolutionary Army. Most of the pirates who go out to sea now are just for money and status. There was no one like Chris who wanted to overthrow Tenryubito's rule. But with Chris' presence, everything might change a little bit. Chris's appeal has now reached a very strong point. As long as the Chris pirates can achieve the final victory this time, their position will be more consolidated. Haku murmured, the Chris pirates are already a top-level existence after this war. There will be a lot of pirates who worship and follow Chris. I'm afraid this is also in Chris's plan. He continues to expand his influence in order to improve his appeal in the pirate world. The dragon glanced at Bartholomew Kuma and exhorted, Bear, after you arrive in the kingdom of Puduola, try to help them as much as possible. Chris is our ally, we all win and we all lose. Wherever you can contribute, don't be stingy with your own strength. The dragon's face looked a little dignified, and he said in a deep voice, I have a bad feeling. I can't say what's going on at the moment, but I always feel that it has nothing to do with Chris. For the past few days, Long has always had such a hunch. That's why, he was very worried about what was wrong with Chris. Sabo Vivi frowned and murmured, what can happen to Pudora Kingdom? They did find some helpers, but it's not enough to threaten Chris. There shouldn't be anything missing from the information we received. Saying that, Sabo looked directly at Tai Richie Erdio. The latter also nodded, and said firmly with his eyes, there won't be anything missing. On the Pudola Kingdom side, the strongest helpers they have found are Middle Camino and Luis Caccio. The strength of these two is indeed very. But to say it can be a threat to Chris, that's a scary thing. Everyone pouted, unable to feel the long breath of Long, and said lightly, anyway, just be careful. No matter what happens, it's always right to help Chris and the others. Even if there is a real crisis, I believe that Chris can save it. Bartholomew Kuma also nodded and said, Don't worry, I will do my best. Helping Chris take the kingdom of Pudora is also beneficial to our great affairs. Bartholomew Kuma Vivi paused, then said, I'm going to leave tomorrow for the kingdom of Pudora. At my speed, at this time the day after tomorrow, I can definitely reach the kingdom of Pudora. Although the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Baldigo, is far from the kingdom of Puduola. But Bartholomew Kuma, as a meatball fruit person, can rely on its unique elasticity to burst into an amazing speed. Although it was not as fast as Chris' repulsive force, it was definitely not slow either. Bartholomew Kuma is now starting to look forward to his new identity, Shichibukai Alliance. Kingdom of Alabasta. Kingdom of Alabasta today is nothing compared to a few years ago. Used to be a desert and desolate place has now gradually emerged many oases. Of the Alabasta Kingdom don't need to worry about water sources anymore. And with the help of the Chris Pirates branch, the economy here has also recovered a lot. Walking on the streets of Alabasta Kingdom, you can hear bursts of laughter everywhere. Chris Pirates branch, officer's office. The office, Robin and others sat scattered. Beside Robin, two new faces are sorting out some information. These are the two newest clerks hired by Robin, one is called Halisha and the other is called Luluan. For recruiting clerks must first be women. Because Robin feels that women are easier to control and more convenient. Halisha is tall, but her appearance is of the ordinary kind. And Luluan is not only a graceful figure, but also a rare beauty in appearance. Robin suddenly raised his head and asked, Halicia, is there any news during this time in Elbaf, the kingdom of giants? They're going to send some people over there, are they there yet? Halisha nodded quickly and replied, yes, the giant warrior of Elbaf, arrived here yesterday. This time Elbaf sent a total of 13 giant warriors, and the leader is called Helding. I have arranged for them to rest in a special place, and they can come to the official report tomorrow. Gentlemen, this book has broken through 400 chapters. It is really not easy. For the sake of the author's hard work, I ask you to subscribe again. It is now 234. I hope I can break through 235 tonight, and I'll have another one. I beg you all. 402. Robin's management experience is very rich, and the branch is well organized. While sorting out the documents in her hand, Halisha continued, Helding and the others seem to be very excited. And it is said that this Helding is a very powerful giant in Elbaf, the kingdom of giants. Luluan nodded and said with a sweet smile, I've heard of Hyrding before. He once had the experience of going to sea. This person's combat power is very powerful. In one hand and said lightly, with the two seniors, Blue Ogre and Red Ghost, Elbaf dare not neglect. The people they sent this time will naturally not have any problems. Nikita gently shook the wine glass in her hand and murmured, with these 13 giant warriors, the strength of our branch will be improved to a higher level. Looking at the first half of the entire Great Route, there should be no one who can threaten us. For the strength of the giant warriors, Marion and others are still very relieved. Don't look at the fact that there are only 13 giant warriors. Their combat effectiveness and deterrence are no less than an army of several thousand people. Alabasta Kingdom branch of the Chris Pirates is getting better now. Vivi sat gracefully on the sofa, holding a coffee cup in one hand, and smiled. Isho, their joining is just too timely. We Alabasta Division, now is a good time to take a big step, with these. After the giant warriors. No matter what we do in the future, we will not be too constrained. In the first half of the Great Route, if you want to make a difference, one's own strength still has to be taken out. Although this is the branch of the Chris Pirates, it bears the name of Chris. But if something really happens, the thirst cannot be quenched from afar. Robin and the others don't want to ask Chris to come back in person if anything happens. And now with the warriors of the giant clan, the overall strength of the branch will also reach a peak. Sarah's red lips were extremely gorgeous, and she said casually, in this period of time, things in the branch are on the right track. Whether it is an organization or a war, we no longer need to worry too much. Princess Vivi's head of blue hair fell over her shoulders. She blinked her big pure eyes and said, time flies so fast, before you know it, half a year has passed. It's not just the branch that is on track, Alabasta is back to normal. Now the citizens live and work in peace and contentment, and the whole country has radiated new vitality. All this, thanks to Chris. Saying that, Princess Vivi's eyes radiated a deep sense of longing. Was very grateful to Chris in her heart. If Chris hadn't come here, perhaps the kingdom of Alabasta would have disappeared completely before long. Completely replaced by the crocodile pirates. Robin's expression was very indifferent, and he turned to look at Nikita and the others. She opened her mouth and asked, how is the work of recruiting new people these days? I noticed that there are a lot of newcomers here. Robin glanced at the information that Luluan had just sorted out, which were all members of the branch who had recently joined the branch. Sarah crossed Erlang's legs and lit a cigarette in her hand. She took a light puff of her cigarette and said casually, I've recently recruited a lot of new people here. There are about 500 people in total. However, the overall strength is average, and they can do some basic defense and other tasks. Sarah herself is in charge of the basic operations of the branch, so most of the ones she selects are down-to-earth and hard-working types. Although his own strength is not very powerful, but the task explained can be completed very well. Nikita took a sip of the red wine in the glass, and said generously, the situation here is also very good. With the signboard of the Chris Pirates, there are a lot of people who come here. They are all newcomers who have just entered the Great Route, with good strength and good potential. It's just that there are not as many as Sarah's side, there are only about 100 people. Hearing this, Robin also nodded in satisfaction. She was indifferent to Isho and said, "The two of you have different divisions of labor, so there will naturally be differences in the new recruits you recruit. Sarah is in charge of basic operations, so it's more important to work on numbers. You are in charge of external business, and naturally you should pay more attention to strength. As long as these people are strong, it doesn't matter if the number is small. Better lack than abuse." Robin has worked under Crocodile all the year round, so he is quite experienced in management. It comes to recruiting new people, she also has a lot of ideas. She understands more that people make the best use of their talents. "Marian, how is your situation?" Automatic subscription dropped another one. Now it is 233, and the author is crying. Not only not much, anyway. Keep dropping, alas. This is the last one today. Tomorrow morning, there are 2 more updates. The author should try his best to code words. 403. Apu is very powerful. Devil Fruit is very special. The branch is recruiting newbies again. Marian, among the newly recruited newcomers, is there anything special? Robin suddenly set his eyes on Marianne, who was painting. Sarah is more organized, so Robin arranged for her to be in charge of the basic operations of the branch. On the other hand, is bolder and has a great passion for new things. So Robin placed her in an external development position. As for Marianne, Robin made her responsible for recruiting core newcomers. Because Marianne itself is a very special existence. Although she is not a devil fruit person, she can control the emotions of others through different paints. This is a rare special skill. And Marianne's character is relatively cold, so she won't be emotional when it comes to important things. It is precisely because of this that Marianne's eyesight is often more precise. Has her own precise grasp of each person's character. While smearing color on the drawing paper, everything is normal on my side. Similarly, because the Chris Pirates brand name is too attractive, there are many people who want to join. But the quality is still uneven. I have recommended a large number of people to Sarah and Nikita. During this period of time, there are indeed some good newcomers. Marianne gently put down the paintbrush in her hand, and said lightly, "I remember there was a guy named Rams, who was very good. Shortly after going to sea, the bounty has reached 60 million Bailey, and the potential is very large. And there's a newcomer, called Pascal, who's recently made a name for himself on the Great Line. The bounty has reached 98 million Baileys, and it will break through 100 million Baileys soon." Sarah raised her eyebrows unconsciously, and said in surprise, "I've heard of this Pascal, and his strength is still very strong. It is said that he wiped out an entire pirate group by himself. I think this person can be recommended to them." Nikita also echoed and said with a smile, it is said that she is just 18 years old. He's still so young and has a huge potential for development. I think at least he can grow into a guy like Apu." And others were very satisfied with this Pascal. After listening to everyone's opinions, Robin said calmly, "Let him exercise at the branch first. After observing for a while, I will recommend it to Chris." Robin is still very cautious when recommending candidates to Chris. Last time Apu and those people were all after Chris nods himself before they set off on the road. Robin didn't want that the ones he sent to the headquarters of the Chris Pirates were mediocre. Just a few days ago, she just sent a team, to the New World to join the Chris Pirates. After Nikita mentioned Apu's name, Robin also suddenly thought of something. She glanced at Luluan and asked, "Apu, where are they now? After walking for so long, why haven't you reunited with the main force?" Robin calculated the time. Apu and the others entered the New World, and it was less than a month away. But the latest news has not been received, which makes Robin a little puzzled. Luluan quickly replied, "The newcomers who entered the New World yesterday sent back news that they had contacted Apu. Apu and the others said that they will be able to reach the kingdom of Kudora tomorrow and officially join with Captain Chris and the others." Robin's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he suddenly lowered his voice and asked seriously, why did they arrive now? At their speed, it shouldn't take so long. Robin will personally review the new recruits who were recruited. So she knows everyone very well. Of EPUB's team are quite good. In Robin's expectation, EPUB and the others should have been able to join Chris and the others as early as 10 days ago. Luluan frowned slightly, shrugged and said, EPUB said that they encountered some minor troubles along the way. So it took some time. In addition, Captain Chris and the others are fast, so it took a little more time. Princess Vivi folded her blue hair and said with a smile, anyway, just get there before the war starts. Chris and the others have never sent back the latest news. I don't know how they are doing. Princess Vivi said suspiciously, the war with Kudora Kingdom should not have started yet. With a small smile on Vivi's face, Robin said, since there is no news, and there is no report in the newspaper. This shows that Chris and the others have not officially started a war yet. What should Chris wait for? Everyone, the automatic subscription has dropped another one. It was originally 235, and it dropped to 234. Then it dropped to 233, and today it dropped to 232, drunk. If things go on like this, where is the motivation to code words? Let's get another automatic subscription. The author has written many books. This one takes the most time. Don't let me down. 404. Robin wants to expand the business of the branch and fully demonstrate her management skills and wisdom. During this time, Robin did not take the initiative to contact Chris and the others, so he did not understand the situation ahead. But big news like the Chris pirates and the battle with the Kingdom of Kudora will definitely be reported immediately. So Robin can also quickly judge that the war has not yet begun. Vivi held her delicate face gently and murmured, I don't know when they will officially start the war. I'm really looking forward to this war. I also want to know what kind of progress the squad leader and the others have made after such a long time. Last time in the Kingdom of Alabasta, the squad leaders worked together to deal with Crocodile, but they were still not opponents. It's been such a long time, and Princess Vivi is very curious about their strength. Nikita shook the glass gently, and said with a smile, they have encountered many battles, and their strength must have improved greatly. I believe that this time the battle with Kudora Kingdom will be brilliant. We should be able to see their news in the newspapers soon. Sarah snuffed out the cigarette in her hand, and said lightly, compared to the squad leaders, I look forward to Chris' battle more. So far, I've only seen Chris shoot once. That was before, when he beat Crocodile with one move. Just once. It's very unsatisfactory. Sarah knows that Chris is very powerful, but unfortunately, she has not seen Chris' real fight. So she is very much looking forward to Chris being able to show more of his means in this battle. Thinking of that scene, Sarah's heart skipped a beat. Blinked her big eyes and said, don't forget Nami and the others. Nami and the others will definitely take action in such an important battle this time. I heard that they basically have the ability of Devil Fruit now, and their strength has skyrocketed. I'm really looking forward to their fight. Mary Ann picked up the paintbrush and muttered, I just don't know if there will be a newspaper office, dare to come to the scene, live broadcast. In this way, we can see the scene of their battle. Robin leaned on the chair and smiled lightly, this is not very clear. I want to do a live broadcast. It still takes a lot of courage. Few institutions have such power other than the world government. Over the world has never happened before in history. Mary Ann and the others couldn't help but have some expectations at this time, and of course they wanted to see Chris and the others fighting with their own eyes. Robin spread his hands casually and said with a smile, these things are no longer something we need to consider. No matter what. Whether we can see this battle with our own eyes, I believe that the final result will not change. Chris and the others must be able to successfully capture the Kingdom of Kudora and establish a country belonging to our Chris pirates in the New World. Vivi's azure blue eyes flashed with waves, and Vivi said with a smile, this day is finally coming. Looks like we have to keep trying. Otherwise, it will be impossible to keep up with Chris and the others. For everyone on the branch side, they are feeling some pressure at this moment. The Chris pirates are getting better and better, there is no reason for the Alabasta Kingdom branch to hold back. Robin nodded and said lightly, the Kingdom of Alabasta is only in the recovery stage, and I want to really get on the right track. And really become. If you become rich and strong, you still need to do a lot of things. Not only to constantly recruit new people, but more importantly to expand our business. So if our branch wants to develop further, we need to do more things. For the development of the Alabasta Kingdom branch, Robin has already had his own plans in mind. Robin has been grateful to Chris since Chris appointed her as the branch agent. And Chris not only took her in, but also sheltered Robin all the time. Let Robin not have to worry, the world government's hunt for her. And more importantly, Chris was able to give Robin what he wanted to do, translate history. All of this is something that Robin never dared to imagine before. It is precisely for these reasons that Robin now fully recognizes Chris. She really hopes to help Chris run and manage the Alabasta branch. She is also ready to give everything for Chris. Robin said calmly, there are some things that I have been thinking about for a long time. Now that we've got everything sorted out here, it's time to expand some business. There should be another chapter in the evening, and the author does his best to code. More automatic subscription. Now it is 233. Can it be restored to 235? Everyone, raise your hands, and another automatic subscription. 405. Robin proposes to monopolize the medical industry and gather a lot of money for the branch. For the idea proposed by Robin, Nikita and others immediately became interested. Their eyes lit up one by one, and their expressions were full of curiosity. Vivi lifted her delicate chin lightly, and asked curiously, Robin, you already have a detailed plan, right? Might as well say it and listen, let's discuss it together. Nikita also let out a silver bell-like laughter, and said sweetly, Robin never says anything uncertain. I think her plan must be very mature. We just need to follow her plan and go ahead and execute it. Mary Ann's drawing hand stopped and murmured, even so, we still have to listen. Everyone can work together to formulate the most perfect development plan. Robin nodded, and Vivi smiled. My plan is actually not complicated, just find a way to develop the business of our branch. Right now, we have only succeeded in force, but we don't have much financial resources. So I thought about it carefully and could open up some new markets. Sarah lit another cigarette and said casually, money is indeed a good thing. With sufficient funds, you can recruit more members. However, what business can we develop now? Sarah has always been a killer, and doesn't know anything about other things. It's okay to let her manage the management staff, but as for other ways to make money, she's out of luck. Robin whispered Isho and said confidently, I recently researched these countries near us. I found that these places have one thing in common, the medical industry is very backward. Like Whiskey Peak and Drum Kingdom, and Prehistoric Island. These all belong to a large population, but the natural environment is relatively harsh, and there are no decent medical institutions. So the mortality rate in these countries is still quite high. Princess Vivi is naturally more familiar with these things. She went on to add, not just these 3 countries, but further afield, there are many more of them. It can be said that the sea area where we are located is very lacking. Robin nodded with a smile, and said, it's the best choice for us to enter the medical field. I have already investigated, and the economic development of these countries above this sea area is okay. They can totally afford the cost of treatment. It's a good piece of fat for us. The medical industry can be regarded as an industry with huge profits. And it is impossible for people to lose the existence of medical institutions. This is why Robin is so confident about entering the medical field. Said with a blank face while smearing the color, If it is a huge profit, why is it blank? Why has no one done this kind of money-making field? And it's impossible for those in power in these countries not to find out about this problem. Since these countries have all the economic strength, why haven't they developed the medical business all the time? Marianne has always been very calm and can always see the problems at a glance. 4. Marianne's question. Others also agree very much. They all nodded in surprise. In this regard, Robin is also indifferent to Isho, and instructs Luluin to circulate a document. She said lightly, "These questions, of course, I have also considered them. So I did a very detailed investigation of these countries. The information you see is the final result of my investigation." Hearing this, Princess Vivi and the others all looked surprised. Their hearts, Vivi sighed. Robin did everything neatly and clearly. Robin continued, "Everyone knows that Whiskey Peak is a gathering place for bounty hunters. This place is frequented by pirates and bounty hunters, and battles often break out. This has also led to the fact that many people are afraid to set up their own medical institutions without authorization. They are all afraid that that day, they will be completely destroyed by the pirates. Whiskey Peak was once Crocodile's sphere of influence, and it was a mess. Although the economic development is very good, it is mixed and difficult to manage." Robin paused, then said again, "The Drum Kingdom is completely the behavior of the rulers. The ruler of the Drum Kingdom believes that ordinary people do not deserve a doctor. There, doctors are all serving the nobles, and only a few doctors dare to treat ordinary people. Robin's place by place, such as a few treasures, will generally be introduced to everyone. Has done a very detailed investigation of every place here. This kind of workability is admired by everyone. Guys, this is the last update today, and it's already 3 updates today. The new book, Marco, has not been updated yet, and the author has written a new book. Tomorrow morning, there will be 2 updates, everyone will automatically subscribe to another one, Cry. 406. Robin's heart is blackened, he wants to help Chris and control the underground world. Everyone can see from the information in your hands why the medical industry in this sea area is so backward. What we're going to do now is fill the void. In his hand and looked at Princess Vivi and others with a smile. Nikita took a sip of the red wine in her glass and laughed softly. As expected of Robin, he actually investigated in such detail. In so many countries and regions, you have investigated all the reasons. However, the reasons for these places are different, and I am afraid it is a bit complicated to do. Robin shook his head disapprovingly, and said lightly, "What you see is just a problem that appears on the surface. The problems are different in these places, but the reasons. The reason no one can build a complete medical system, it's all because they're not tough enough on their own. They are either worried about the invasion of pirates or the oppression of those in power. But we don't worry at all." Smile appeared on Princess Vivi's face, and she said, "In this sea area, anyone who dares to hit the attention of our Chris pirates doesn't exist yet. Even the rulers of those countries would never dare to attack us. The most important problem, for us, is not a problem at all." Vivi's face was flat, and she didn't pay attention to these things at all. Of the Alabasta Kingdom branch can already be achieved to the point where it dwarfs the crowd. So Princess Vivi believes that there will be no problems in entering the medical field. Marianne drew a landscape and said, "Just listen to you and enter the medical field. Anyway, Robin can handle specific things. As for me, I'll be responsible for recruiting new people. As long as anyone dares to stop our footsteps, I will directly let them see how powerful the Chris Pirates branch is." Marianne looked indifferent and smiled disdainfully. Her current subordinates have gathered a lot of newcomers from the pirate world. These guys get together and fight. It is not to be underestimated. Robin stroked his hair and muttered, "Besides entering the domain, I have some ideas. Everyone should also be able to feel that the situation in the sea is changing. Between the various countries, secret military stockpile work has begun. This may also be an excellent opportunity for us. Sarah raised her eyebrows in surprise and said, Robin, what do you mean? Do arms business. This is the most profitable way in the underground world. Robin was noncommittal, saying, the arms business is very profitable and helps us get a lot of money very quickly. With the current strength of our Chris Pirates branch, we are fully capable of controlling the underground world in this sea area. As long as we grasp the lifeline of arms trading, we are also equivalent to indirectly grasping the entire sea area. On Robin's face unconsciously. What she pursues is not just money interests. Medical business and arms business are the two lifelines of today's world. Robin continued, Chris and the others have turned the world upside down and created a dynasty belonging to the Chris Pirates. Although we are not in the new world, we can also contribute. Controlling this sea area is of great significance to the Chris Pirates. Vivi's face was full of shock, and she was speechless for a while. That everything Robin thought was so bold. Vivi never thought that Robin would actually want the Chris Pirates branch to be the king in this sea area, completely king. Marianne, with a lollipop in his mouth, he said, I agree with Robin on this idea. It is very important to us that we can make money and take the opportunity to control other countries or regions. Of course, if possible, I suggest including the nearby waters as well. Really bigger and stronger. Isho at Marianne and said, I've thought about that too. But if you can't get fat in one bite, don't worry so much. It will be easier for us to fully grasp this sea area first, and then we want to reach out to the nearby sea area. Sarah let out a few smoke rings and muttered, I don't have any opinion either. We, the Chris Pirates branch, have no reason to be too low-key. It's also time to let these people nearby know that our branch should not be underestimated. Seeing this, Nikita naturally nodded and said, I don't have any more opinions. With such a good way of arms business, there is no reason not to do it. Robin nodded, then set his eyes on Princess Vivi. There are 2 changes in the morning and 1 more in the evening. We guarantee 3 changes today. The clone book is also updated 3 times a day. Marco's book is about 1 update a day. At least 7 chapters should be updated every day. The author is really too tired. Encourage you, and give the author another automatic subscription. 407. Princess Vivi is no longer kind, and her heart is blackened for Chris. Vivi is, after all, the princess of the kingdom of Alabasta. She came from a noble family, so many times, her thoughts will be different. Arms trading is an illegal business. Vivi may not be able to agree. But unexpectedly, Princess Vivi smiled directly and said, I support Robin's plan. As long as I can help Chris, I don't have any opinion. Making Alabasta Kingdom branch better, that's my job too, isn't it? Robin was also a little surprised by Princess Vivi's attitude. She didn't expect Princess Vivi to agree so easily. In Robin's original plan, how to convince Princess Vivi, she was already ready. But who would have thought that all of this would be useless? A ray of light flashed in Princess Vivi's beautiful eyes, and then she said, it's not just the arms business. I think the original Baroque Works operation was very successful. Casinos are also a lucrative industry. Words came out. Robin, Marianne and others were stunned for a moment. They are all very aware of the harm that the Baroque Works room has brought to the Kingdom of Alabasta. If it weren't for the appearance of Chris, the Kingdom of Alabasta would still be living in dire straits. Therefore, Princess Vivi should hate the Baroque Works room very much. Words like that just now should never come out of Princess Vivi's mouth. Seeing the blank expressions of Robin and the others, Princess Vivi couldn't help but laugh. She smiled faintly. Now the Baroque Works room has been wiped out by Chris. Alabasta Kingdom has also officially embarked on the road of revival under our leadership. I'm very satisfied. Vivi's eyes were full of sincere emotion. She continued, To be honest, opening a casino is indeed a very profitable way. The casino in the Kingdom of Alabasta, many people have come here over the years. With such a foundation, there is no reason why we should not use it. Robin's expression returned to indifference, nodded and said, I did think about the casino. However, casinos only make money. If you only rely on casinos, you will not benefit much. Vivi smiled oddly and said directly, build an entertainment center. Based on the casino, on this sea area, an entertainment center belonging to our Chris Pirates branch is established. I've read about Dressrosa's operations, and they're just attracting a lot of people with the entertainment center. We can do it too. The current Princess Vivi is no longer the previous Princess Vivi. What she is thinking about now is more about Chris. As long as it can benefit the development of the Chris Pirates, it will benefit Chris' career. Princess Vivi is very attentive now, no matter what. Whether these things are illegal or not, she is willing to do them. Her changes were seen by Robin and others. Halisha held the folder in her arms and said, it takes a long time to build an entertainment center. I think we can start with the medical field and arms business, and gradually expand the influence of our branch. When we have sufficient funds and human resources, we can open an entertainment center in the best place in this sea area. Luluan also nodded and said, now that the Alabasta Kingdom is in the revival stage, it is not suitable to reopen the casino. It should be better to have a casino, etc. somewhere else. Robin is quite satisfied with the opinions of these two people. She also glanced at Princess Vivi and said, Alabasta Kingdom is the center of our base, and it must not be an entertainment center. We're going to build the Kingdom of Alabasta into a strong nation, both economically and militarily. Let this place become our greatest reliance at any time. Robin is also very considerate of Princess Vivi's feelings. Let these illegal activities not appear in the territory of Alabasta Kingdom. This is the one principle that Robin came up with. All the plans, the most fundamental principle. Mary Ann looked at the orderly scene outside the window and said with a smile, I think Whiskey Peak is a good choice. There is still a borderless land, we can directly occupy it. I believe that with our strength, no one dares to disagree. Whiskey Peak is a place where pirates often gather. The flow of people is large enough, and its own infrastructure is also perfect. It fits all the criteria for opening an entertainment center. Hearing this, Robin and the others all brightened up. Nikita said with a smile, this is indeed a good place. And with our strength, even if a pirate makes trouble, we can easily settle it. This is the second update, it will not be updated in the morning, and it will be updated in the evening. Automatic subscription is still 233. Everyone will come again, thank you. The author has gone to the copy, and the 3 openings are tiring. 408. Robin is still so wise, worthy of being a survivor of O'Hara, a proper scholar. And others all agreed with Marian's proposal. Of Whiskey Peak are now the most suitable location. Of the Alabasta Kingdom branch of the Chris Pirates is something that never needs to be considered. There were 2 seniors, Blue Ogre and Red Ghost, sitting here before. Now there are giant warriors headed by Helding, as well as all the tyrants recruited since this time. Of the Alabasta Kingdom branch of the Chris Pirates is no less than that of a large pirate group. Even said that it is stronger than many pirate groups. Robin sat on the stool elegantly, and said lightly, that's the decision, the location of the entertainment center. It's set at Whiskey Peak. That way, we can move forward now. Robin glanced at the well-organized information on the table, and said casually, my plan now is to occupy the Whiskey Peak first. We can send 6 giant warriors and 200 guards, led by Sarah, to Whiskey Peak. Once the Whiskey Peak is completely captured, all the existing casinos in the Alabasta Kingdom can be transferred there. After that, we can build an entertainment center system bit by bit according to the plan. Robin's plans for the future are well organized and analytical. Vivi and the others are all nodding, and there is no need to question Robin's plan at all. Robin looked around and continued, then let's make sure we're doing the medical, munitions, and entertainment center business at the same time. Three-pronged approach, and strive to establish our business empire on this sea area in the shortest possible time. When speaking, Robin's always calm face is now exuding confidence and high spirits. Princess Vivi smiled Isho, and said softly, I will report to the father and let the whole kingdom support our plan. I believe that with the help of the entire Alabasta kingdom, we will save a lot of time and energy. Mary Ann watched her paintings intently, and said casually, I will contact these elites and make them ready. Once our plan encounters any numbness in the process of advancing, we can easily solve it. Mary Ann is still very confident in the talents she has recruited. She believes that in the current sea area, there is no existence that can match them. With a smile on her face, Nikita rejoiced, it won't be long before we can completely surpass the former Baroque Works room. The branch of the Alabasta Kingdom of the Chris Pirates will also become the strongest force in this sea area. Sarah took a hard puff of her cigarette and said, just replacing the Baroque Works room, I'm afraid it's not enough. We are a branch of the Chris Pirates, and the goal can be appropriately seen in the longer term. For example, to dominate the first half of the entire Great Route. In Sarah's eyes, there is a desire full of ambition. For the idea of Sarah, everyone felt bold. After all, dominating the first half of the Great Route has never been done before. For Emperor Pirates, or the Cavalry Pirates, etc. Their eyes are on the New World. And most of the remaining in the first half of the Great Route are some existences with poor strength. They want to dominate here, and the difficulty is comparable to the sky. Robin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he smiled faintly. I really haven't thought about dominating the first half of the Great Route. However, with our strength and background, it is not entirely impossible to realize this wish. In terms of combat strength, we don't need to worry at all. Now our Chris Pirates branch is full of talents and powerful. Even if we encounter problems that cannot be solved, there is still Chris to back us up. Robin has never had a headache when it comes to competing for hard power. Chris' existence is the most powerful guarantee. Chris has the speed against the sky and can support at any time. Princess Vivi frowned and said softly, I think at this stage, we should still seek stability. To dominate the first half of the Great Route, this is a huge project, and the layout is quite large. But in the short term, we can still do it by reaching out to several nearby sea areas. With our human and material resources, it should be no problem to cover 3 or 4 34 sea areas. Newcomer, Luluan smiled and said, the most important thing is that we have Chris as our support. In addition to Chris's great strength, the identity of his King Shichibukai is also very important to us. Such an identity is exactly a passport. Everyone, this is the third update, today's update, that's it. Least 3 changes a day, this is the situation of this book. As for more, I'm afraid I can't do it, I cry with laughter. Gentlemen, it's not easy for the author to bacteria, let's subscribe again, and beg. 409. Shichibukai's identity is a gold medal to avoid death, and he can do a lot of business. Luluan finished her work and sat gracefully on the seat next to her. She said with bright eyes, the reason why Crocodile dares to occupy the kingdom of Alabasta for a long time is because of the identity of the King Shichibukai. As long as you become King Shichibukai, you have a lot of privileges. The world's governments turn a blind eye to any arms business or casino business we do. Even if we reach out to other countries, as long as it's not too much, they won't care. The various benefits that can be brought about by the identity of the king, Shichibukai. Even if you do something illegal, you will not be prosecuted, but it is a reasonable thing. Halisha also sat quietly by the side, and said indifferently, the identity of the king, Shichibukai, is indeed very useful. In the first half of the Great Route, Shichibukai under the king still has a considerable deterrent effect. We don't care. want to do, whatever forces they encounter, they all have to be afraid of us. This is a huge guarantee for our arms trade and casino business. Mary Ann took out a new canvas and said with a smile, "This is where Chris is the smartest." Becoming King Shichibukai was definitely his most correct decision. You can guarantee that you will not be hunted down by the world government, and you can enjoy a lot of privileges. And with the name of Shichibukai under the king, it can also deter other pirates. Such a multi-purpose thing, it is impossible to find a second one. Vivi's delicate face, a small smile appeared. Chris has always been so wise. He may be the smartest and most transparent person in this sea. It seems that nothing has escaped Chris's control. Robin chuckled and said casually, "It's natural. Otherwise, Chris wouldn't have achieved what he is now. Before the age of 20, you will attract the world's attention and become the top man in the world. And having Marine cooperate to attack a country has never been done before Chris. Chris's wisdom and strength are things that Luo has never questioned. It is precisely because of these that they worship Chris more and more. That everything I do now is consciously thinking of Chris. Chris has completely become a godlike existence in his heart. Robin and others can do their best for Chris at all costs and die." Sarah lightly snuffed out the cigarette butts, and said lightly, "The matter of dominating the first half of the Great Route can be slowed down. But to radiate our business to the world, I think it is imperative. Compared to the Great Route, the strength in the Four Seas is weaker. Just the name Shichibukai, the king, is enough to intimidate a lot of people. The oil and water in the Four Seas are richer than imagined." Hearing this, a familiar smile appeared on Robin's face. She said confidently, "I have already prepared for this matter. I have already sent some people to explore the way in the Four Seas first. When our business spreads out, we can enter at any time there." After hearing Robin's words, Princess Vivi and others were amazed. In their hearts, they admire Robin more and more. Possessing extraordinary wisdom and means, dealing with things is always meticulous and never sloppy. The Chris Pirates branch is led by Robin, and Princess Vivi and others feel very at ease. Robin glanced at the crowd and said lightly, "If we want to complete our plan, we must continue to recruit new people. As the coverage of our business expands, we will need more manpower and material resources. In terms of manpower, we must not fail to keep up with the pace of branch development." Sarah nodded confidently immediately, patted her chest and assured, "You can rest assured about this. I am recruiting new people here, but I have never let up for a moment. Even at this time, my people are still constantly screening. At our branch, we don't need to worry about manpower at all." Nikita also had a smile on her face, and she spread her hands and said, "There is a golden signboard of the Chris Pirates. Are we worried that no one will come over? Now Chris's reputation is getting bigger and bigger, and more people come here. In the first half of the Great Route, some people are rushing to join our branch." Seeing the confident and helpless appearances of Sarah, Nikita and the others, Robin also calmly issued. She just felt at this moment, what is the trouble of happiness? Robin packed up his expression and continued, "It's time to report the situation to the headquarters. Today is still 3 updates, and all the updates will be completed on the conference, and will not be delayed until the afternoon and evening. Avatar is also 3 shifts, which will be completed in the morning, and Marco's 1 shift, which will be written in the evening. Auto-subscribe for another one. Now it is 23. Strive to break through 235, beg. 410. Robin calls Chris to report on the branch. Apu is sure to arrive in Pudora Kingdom tomorrow. Whether it's entering the medical field or arms business, or opening a casino-centric entertainment world. These are the ideas and plans of Robin et al. Although Robin has done a lot of work for these things. But whether it can be put into practice or not, it still needs Chris's personal nod. Anyway, this is the branch of the Chris Pirates. Their every move may have a certain impact on Chris. So no matter what kind of development plan there is, Robin will ask Chris for instructions in advance. After making sure that it is correct, Robin can also let go of his hands and feet to do it. Robin picked up the phone bug on the desk and directly dialed the general phone bug that contacted Chris. Kudora Kingdom C, Chris. There is an aura of iron blood everywhere on the Chris. On the Chris, there are people who are practicing cultivation everywhere. Everyone is making last-minute preparations for the upcoming war. In the training room, Chris is still practicing day after day. And with Chris practicing together, there are Makino and Kaya and others. Bumble, 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 bumble. Just then, a phone bug in front of Baccarat suddenly rang. Baccarat took a closer look, raised his eyebrows and said, "It's the call from the Alabasta branch. Robin hasn't called in a long time. I suddenly called at this time. Could it be that something happened at the branch?" Reju's slender legs rested on the ground lightly, and his red lips slightly lifted. Some time ago, Robin sent a team of newcomers. For so long, the new team led by EPUB has not contacted us. I think Robin called to report this. As expected, EPUB and the others should join us soon. On Nami's delicate face, Vivi showed a slight smile. It's definitely not just about this. Robin knows that we are on the side of Kudora Kingdom, and she won't bother us because of these little things. I think there must be a situation in the branch. Betty lit a cigarette at will, and said indifferently, "Now we all know that our Chris pirates are at war with the kingdom of Kudora. So at this very sensitive time, it is inevitable that some people will have some crooked thoughts. Is probably some trouble with the Alabasta Kingdom branch." Thinking of this, Baccarat quickly answered the phone. She asked directly, "Robin, it's me, Baccarat. You called, is there something wrong with the branch?" Hearing a trace of anxiety in Baccarat's tone, Robin also smiled and shook his head. She smiled and replied, "Baccarat, you don't have to worry. 13 giant warriors have just arrived at the branch, and our overall strength has been improved again. In the first half of the Great Route, basically no one can threaten us. And I have a special emergency phone bug for talking to Chris. If there is an emergency, I will contact Chris immediately. The branch has always been guaranteed to the greatest extent. Directly contacting Chris's emergency number is Chris's greatest guarantee for Robin and others." Hearing this, Baccarat also felt relieved. She could hear that Robin's tone was quite relaxed. Baccarat said with a smile, "You called at this time, we all thought something happened to the branch. But we're relieved to hear you say it's fine. You're calling this time, you should have other things to say." Robin said, "You should still remember EPUB and the others. In the original plan, he should have reunited with the main force 10 days ago. But there were some troubles in the middle, and some time was delayed. We have already made contact, and tomorrow they will be able to arrive at Kudora Kingdom smoothly. Finally, I didn't miss the business." Hearing this, Baccarat, Reju and the others also looked at each other. They guessed it. That's right. Perona flew to Baccarat's side at this moment, and said with a smile, "EPUB, these guys are finally here. Chris has already decided that the official war with the Kingdom of Kudora will take place the day after tomorrow. EPUB, they won't miss this battle." Nami also had 2 small dimples on her face, and said with a smile, "We are looking forward to EPUB and the others. This war with Kudora Kingdom is the best test of the strength of EPUB and others. Hope EPUB they won't let us down." Other side of the phone, Marianne stopped the brush in her hand and said, "Don't worry. I like people, and I will not disappoint you." Robin shook his head with a smile, and then said, "Besides EPUB's news, I have one more thing to report. Gentlemen, this is the second update, and there will be another update later. Not much to say, the author continues to code words. Remember to subscribe to another one automatically, everyone." 411. Robin's business model, to monopolize the first half of the Great Waterway. All the women were shocked and admired. Robin has always been outspoken and said directly, "Actually, the main purpose of my contact with the headquarters this time is for this matter. I've been planning this privately for a long time, and I think it's time to put it into action." Baccarat gathered his hair and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" "Now that Chris is cultivating, you tell us first, and I will report it to Chris in person." Robin nodded lightly, and said word by word, "Our branch has just been discussed internally. Now all kinds of things in the branch are on the right track. So it is also time to appropriately expand the business of the branch. The result of our discussions is that we want to center on the Kingdom of Alabasta. Around the surrounding waters, we will thoroughly enter the medical field and arms trading. In addition to this, we also intend to pick up the main business of Baroque Works, a casino-based entertainment center. The expansion of these businesses can bring huge benefits to our Chris pirates." Hearing this, Betty flicked the ash and asked, "These businesses can indeed bring huge profits. But opportunities like this shouldn't be the only ones you can think of. Hasn't anyone done these things before?" Robin shook his head and replied indifferently, "Before us, whether it was medical treatment or arms business, people here were all petty. They have almost no such ability and absolute strength, and become bigger and stronger. Now that the fighting force on the branch is well stocked, we don't need to worry about anyone's obstruction." It was after a detailed investigation that we made our final decision. Reju's beautiful eyes and Vivi circulated, and he said with a chuckle, "Robin, do you have any plans for the expansion of these businesses? I have been exposed to these things when I was at Germa 66. They look very simple, but in practice, they are very complicated. We haven't entered the local industry before, so it's not easy to get involved in these businesses. In this world, every industry has its size. Especially when they are outside the law, all they do are illegal activities. Of this industry that the access rules for the underground world are quite harsh. If there is no internal senior to lead the way, it is difficult to do these things. Because, for his own safety, no one will buy it." Robin took the cup of coffee that Luluan handed over and took a sip. There was a touch of disdain in her eyes, and she said casually, "Don't worry, it's just an underground world, it can't help me. Aside from Chris's deterrent power, I still have the contacts left by Crocodile in my hands. I know every rule of the underground world very thoroughly. I also know some people in the underground world, so our business will not be excluded by them." Before working under Crocodile, Robin was not idle for a moment. She was already familiar with these things. Robin put down the coffee cup gently, and continued, "I have already prepared everything here. In several nearby sea areas, our people have already been placed. They are already paving the way for us to start our business in advance, and as long as the headquarters agrees, the work can be started immediately. I am confident that within 3 months, we will completely establish our own underground network of the Chris pirates. Correspondingly, our medical business will also be carried out simultaneously in every area of this sea area." Robin suddenly paused, with a slightly cold smile on his face. "In less than half a year, our business will be able to cover the first half of the entire Great Route. At that time, you can build a business empire belonging to the Chris pirates." Hearing this, Baccarat and others were all taken aback. They all stared wide-eyed, making no secret of their surprise. Nami couldn't help but murmured, "Robin, is your plan so detailed? Not only have the routes to be expanded have been clearly considered, but also a deeper level has been thought of." Perona also opened a small mouth in surprise, and couldn't help sighing, covering the first half of the entire Great Route. What a huge business empire this must be. Robin, you are too smart. Baccarat opened his mouth and said softly, "It seems that you have already made all the preliminary preparations. I have to say, Robin, your work ability is simply outstanding. I finally understand why Chris is so relieved. Leave the branch to you alone. Guys, this is the third update, no surprise, that's it for today's update. Avatar is also 3 shifts, and the next step is to write Marco's book. See you tomorrow, everyone. You don't have to wait today. Don't forget to subscribe automatically. 412. Hancock is God's choice and also admires Robin's management skills. To be honest, at the beginning, Baccarat had some concerns about the management of the branch. One hand, Robin was recruited from Crocodile after all. She couldn't completely believe Robin's loyalty to Chris. Other hand, Robin is a female class after all, and his combat strength is not very good. So Baccarat is also worried, will she be able to control the thorns of her subordinates? But now, Baccarat has great admiration for Robin's management skills. She had to admit that, in her own words, she would definitely not be able to do as well as Robin. Baccarat's expression was full of amazement, and said, "Robin, you are not only smart and capable, but also full of wisdom. More importantly, you are more courageous and dare to think. Building a business empire in the first half of the Great Route is something we can't even imagine." But that must be in Chris's mind. Hancock has been sitting quietly, with a smile on his face, listening to the conversation between Robin and Baccarat. This is the first time Hancock has heard of Robin's existence. She didn't even know that before, there is such a branch of the Chris Pirates. But today, Hancock took the name Robin deeply in his heart. She had never seen a woman with such excellent management skills as Robin. At this moment, Hancock couldn't help feeling a little pressure. Her beautiful eyes rolled, and she said generously, "This is the first time I have heard of Robin, and the first time I have heard her voice. I have to say, the first time we met, it made people feel so amazing. Robin, I'm looking forward to meeting you." Robin was also surprised when he heard this. She smiled a little excitedly. "Is it Hancock? I have admired you for a long time. You are both beautiful and powerful. You are the woman we want to be." Hearing that Robin and Hancock started to praise each other, Bonnie shook his head with a tut. Bonnie looked at it oddly, then said to the phone, "Don't be so polite, the two of you. Hancock is the chosen daughter. She has both strength and beauty. This is known in the world. But Robin, you are just as good. One person can support a branch. And there is a clear plan for the development of the branch. We all admire you very much." Betty also spit out a few breaths of smoke at will, and said lightly, "So, Chris is more discerning than us. I just met Robin in Alabasta Kingdom at first. He dared to leave the Alabasta Kingdom branch of the Chris Pirates to Robin alone. This shows that Chris has seen Robin's management skills since then. Alvita just finished practicing today and was sitting on the sofa beside him. Legs crossed, she casually praised, 'With wisdom and courage, this is an excellent manager. The Kingdom of Alabasta and our branch of the Chris Pirates can get on the right track in such a short period of time. Most of the credit goes to Robin.' Queen Sweetheart took a sip of the red wine and smiled sweetly. Since Robin took the helm of the Operation Branch, there has been constant good news. Not only has the Kingdom of Alabasta been completely revitalized, but it has also absorbed a lot of talents for our Chris Pirates. The complexity of this, I'm afraid I'd already back down. But Robin not only persevered, but also took the branch to a higher level. Few of us can match this ability. That Queen Sweetheart admires the most. One is, like Hancock, who is beautiful and powerful. The other is, a strong woman like Robin. She believes that a strong woman like Robin is more able to control her own destiny." The phone, Princess Vivi smiled gracefully and said softly, "Robin is the first woman I admire. You all don't know, Robin looks quite charming at work. She has amazing control over everything." Luluan also nodded, and smiled in agreement. "That's right. Robin is decisive and never sloppy when it comes to handling his work. And she has her own ideas and a strong drive for action. We all feel very relaxed working under Robin." Sarah lit a cigarette again and said lightly, "If it wasn't for Robin's proposal this time, we would never have thought of expanding our business. With Robin in charge of the branch, the influence of our Chris Pirates in the first half of the Great Route will grow. Hearing everyone's praise for him, Robin couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. She could do was scold Isho. Gentlemen, this is the first update, and there is another one in the morning. Time for the next shift is to be determined, anyway. There will be 3 shifts today, and the clone is also 3 shifts. Marco's book will strive for 2 shifts. Let's subscribe to another one automatically, or 233, please everyone. 413. All Shichibukai arrives in the kingdom of Kudora, which amazes Robin and admires Chris. Robin smiled embarrassedly and said, everyone thinks of me too much. I've only been with Crocodile for a while, so I have some management experience. I can't bear you touting me so much. With a smile on her face, Nikita curled her lips and said, we've all stayed in the Baroque Works room. Although your position is relatively high, the things you have learned are not so different. Robin, don't be humble, your talent in management is indeed top-notch. In this regard, Robin can only helplessly spread his hands. Shivivi sighed and turned to Smile and said, Baccarat, you should report this matter to Chris as soon as possible. As long as Chris nods, our branch can immediately put it into action. The current situation in the sea is turbulent, and it is a good opportunity for us to take action. By the way, while laying out the first half of the Great Route, we also plan to cover the 4 seas. After all, this matter is very involved, and we still have to listen to Chris's opinion. Hearing this, Baccarat Vivi pondered and replied generously, Don't worry, I will report to Chris soon. I'll be able to give you an answer soon. But I don't think Chris will object to your proposal. On the contrary, Chris will definitely appreciate your decision. Reju's clear eyes Vivi waved, and Isho said with a smile, Chris naturally wants to see the Chris Pirates can get better and better. And Chris himself really likes the feeling of being in control. If you can really build the business empire of the Chris Pirates in the first half of the Great Route, the various plans used on the New World side will be easier to implement. A bright smile appeared on Nami's face, and she said, it's only a matter of time before we win the Kingdom of Kudora. Chris wants to build our own country based on the Kingdom of Kudora. But after this war, the economy of Kudora Kingdom will definitely be greatly affected. If the branch can successfully expand the business enough to help here. Nami tutted twice and said with a smile, I have to say, Robin, this is so timely. This will make our plan run more smoothly. Vivi was a little curious, the battle is coming, everyone should be ready. Corona floated in the air and said with a smile, now there are cultivators everywhere on the Chris. Everyone is practicing hard and preparing for the war. Chris said that this war with Kudora Kingdom is an excellent opportunity to train troops. So everyone doesn't want to miss this opportunity. Actual combat is very important to the members of the Chris Pirates. Since the Chris Pirates went to sea, they have not experienced many battles. And every time, everyone's shot is very limited. This also leads to a lot of people who basically have not experienced too much actual combat and lack actual combat experience. And this time the big war, everyone can get a good fighting chance. Up to the squad leaders headed by Enel, down to the ordinary crew such as Crib, they all hope to seize this opportunity. The little giant Lily also said casually, not only that, we have many helpers. Apart from Hakai Mahak and Hancock who are already on board, other helpers are on their way. Now, the Shichibukai Alliance has been officially established. And this time, they will also fit together and appear in front of the world. Hearing this, Robin and the others all looked at each other, and they could see the slightest surprise in each other's eyes. The Shichibukai Alliance was officially established, and they didn't know it before. Heard the news at this moment, Robin and others were both surprised and excited. Robin chuckled and sighed, I didn't expect Chris to move so fast. It's only been so long, and the Shichibukai Alliance has already been established. I haven't seen any of them except the former King Shichibukai crocodile. Chris has brought them together in such a short period of time. Mary Ann looked at the drawing board intentionally or unintentionally, and smiled. Chris has never let us down. And with his strength and ability, it's not surprising to do all this. Of the Shichibukai alliance will surely shock the whole world. Princess Vivi looked shocked at the moment, and murmured, King Shichibukai gathered in Kudora Kingdom. It must be shocking news. You know, since the establishment of the Shichibukai system under the king. 7 of them, they almost never make public appearances together. This is the first time ever. Guys, this is the second shift, and the next shift should be at night. There are 2 shifts in the morning, and the next shift should be at night. Automatic subscription is still 233. Change, let's get another one. 414. When the branch is on the right track, Princess Vivi and Robin will go to the new world. Newcomer, Luluan, has also heard about the Shichibukai alliance. She always thought that this was just a false rumor. It was not until today that Luluan discovered that the Shichibukai alliance was actually a real existence. And what's even more surprising is that the Shichibukai alliance has been completely established. Luluan shook her head with an expression of disbelief and said, "This matter is too shocking to me. Just the official establishment of the Shichibukai alliance is enough to drive a lot of people in this world into a frenzy. Now they actually have to gather in the kingdom of Kudora to help the Chris pirates attack the kingdom of Kudola together. Chris really changed the world today by himself." Halisha also shrugged her shoulders and smiled faintly. Anyway, this is indeed a good thing for our Chris pirates. Of all members of the Shichibukai alliance will definitely boost our morale. And these 7 people have joined forces, and the kingdom of Kudora has almost become the possession of our Chris pirates. Robin nodded, and then added, it's not just beneficial to the war in the kingdom of Kudora. The gathering of the Shichibukai alliance in the kingdom of Kudora is also good news for our branch. Hearing this, Princess Vivi and the others looked at Robin with a slightly puzzled look. Robin said indifferently, at that time, the entire world's attention will be placed there. This time, the kingdom of Kudora has truly become the focus of the world. I believe that there will not be a force that does not pay attention to this war. Having said this, Robin suddenly paused. A faint smile suddenly appeared on her face, and then she said, this time is our good opportunity. While these people are not paying attention, our branch's plan can be carried out like lightning. Suddenly, in most of the seas in the first half of the Great Route, a blitz was fought. Almost no one can react. Princess Vivi suddenly realized and nodded. Chris and the others were fighting. It's a good time for us to expand our business abroad. When the various forces react, it's too late. Our hand has already reached into their territory. Marian casually sketched on the canvas. When the various forces react, the war in the kingdom of Kudora should be over. And when the time comes, facing the Chris pirates who defeated the kingdom of Kudora. If they want to do something with us, they have to take a good look at themselves. The phone, Bakura raised his eyebrows slightly and exclaimed, your ability to seize opportunities is really extraordinary. I never thought that the war with Kudora Kingdom would actually help the development of the branch indirectly. That's fine, let's take a two-pronged approach and let the Chris pirates take off completely. Hancock was also deeply moved in her heart, and she fully felt the keenness of Robin and others. Robin's strong insight and leadership skills can't help but make Hancock feel more stressed. She believes that under the leadership of Robin, the development of the Chris Pirates branch will one day amaze the whole world. Perona floated freely in the air and said with a smile, the day after tomorrow we will launch a general attack. I think in a week at most, we can successfully win the kingdom of Kudora. At that time, our Chris Pirates will also have our own country. She said to the other end of the phone, when the base in the new world is built, you can come over anytime, Robin. I miss you so much. Robin and the others all showed joy on their faces, and their expressions and eyes did not hide their longing. Nikita also said with a smile, I've always wanted to go to the headquarters. I know that I have joined a lot of new partners during this time. I heard that they are very interesting. I also want to get to know them. Sarah gently exhaled a few smoke rings, and said indifferently, after the things at hand on both sides of us are over, we can meet. Anyway, by then, everything should be on track. Even these new businesses on the branch side should not require us to keep an eye on them all the time. Robin told Baccarat, Baccarat, you must report this to Chris. If there is no problem, we will start working here. Baccarat smiled and nodded. You don't have to worry about this, I'll go right away. But I have to warn you, now we are cooperating with the Revolutionary Army. If you encounter the Revolutionary Army in the process of expanding your business, try not to have a conflict. Just tell them who the Chris Pirates are and they'll know what to do. Gentlemen, this is the last update today, and there will be 3 updates today. Clone is also 3 shifts, and Marco is a shift. Automatic subscription is still 233. Come on, everyone. 415. Robin's analysis is eloquent and ready to build a business empire for Chris. The relationship with the Revolutionary Army, Baccarat believes, must be maintained. Even small fights between each other, try not to happen. And Baccarat believes that if the two sides meet, the Revolutionary Army will not intervene. Although there are many illegal activities in these businesses, in the end, they are all working hard for the ultimate goal. At this moment, the Alabasta Kingdom branch of the Chris Pirates has fallen into silence. Of Robin and Princess Vivi were quite wonderful. Their eyes were filled with surprise and joy, as well as doubt and emotion. Halcyon swallowed a mouthful of saliva unconsciously and said softly, we actually cooperated with the Revolutionary Army. This matter, I am afraid it is the news that really makes the world crazy. Everyone couldn't believe that Chris would choose to cooperate with the Revolutionary Army. Robin tried his best to calm down, took a deep breath and said, this news is really surprising. But I can understand it. Cooperating with the Revolutionary Army is indeed of great help to what Chris wants to do. I just didn't expect Chris to move so fast. Before the war with the Kingdom of Puduola, the Revolutionary Army has already settled. Robin expected Chris's choice. She just didn't expect that things would develop so fast. Princess Vivi smacked her lips and said softly, but this way, it's not a bad thing. At least, we won't be obstructed by the Revolutionary Army when we expand our business here. And the Revolutionary Army is very powerful in the 4 seas. Maybe it will help us in the future. In the beginning, everyone wanted to expand their business in the 4 seas, and the Revolutionary Army was one of the worries. But with the cooperation of the 2 sides, this worry and anxiety have also turned into joy at this moment. With the help of the Revolutionary Army, whether it is medical business or arms and other transactions, it can be laid out faster in the 4 seas. Sarah casually flicked the cigarette ash and chuckled, it seems that everything is developing in our favor. If the Revolutionary Army is willing to help us, it may not take that long to build the business empire of the Chris Pirates. I think we should discuss the next step as soon as possible now. Otherwise, if you miss such a good opportunity, it will be very difficult to meet again. Hearing this, Robin also nodded in agreement. She said, Baccarat, let's do this first. If there is anything in the future, I will contact you at any time. Our top priority now is to finally decide on the most detailed plan. Baccarat smiled gently and said generously, Chris' opinion, I will tell you as soon as possible. You just let it go, and the New World side won't have to worry about it. With Chris in charge, all problems will be solved. After speaking, both parties hung up the phone. Alabasta Kingdom Chris Pirates branch, in Robin's conference room. After Robin hung up the phone, he said bluntly, in the next period of time, everyone needs to be alert. Although our branch has absolute force, expanding business is not as simple as imagined. No matter which link goes wrong, our efforts may be in vain. Do you understand? Robin's eyes suddenly became sharp. She looked around and met everyone in the office. Vivi's expression also became serious, and she said, "We will listen to you, Robin. You can arrange a task for us directly." Marianne and others also nodded solemnly, and everyone was fully prepared. Robin looked at Sarah and said, "Sarah, you are in charge of the basic preparations. You have a lot of people under your command. Although they are not particularly powerful, they are a very important force when they gather together. You have to make reasonable use of the members of our division and divide them into three teams, which are responsible for the business of medical care, arms and casinos. Their main task is to participate in the construction of these three projects." Sarah snuffed out the cigarette butt in her hand, nodded and said, "No problem. I will select a few reliable persons in charge to ensure that there will be no mistakes." Robin looked at Nikita again, and said lightly, "Nikita is in charge of the tough task. The people under you are the mainstay of our branch, with a large number and good strength. You will cooperate with Sarah and the others, and if you encounter the obstruction of the local forces, take action directly without showing mercy." A hint of hockey in Robin's tone. This is the foundation of the Chris Pirates. Nikita still maintained a smile, nodded and said, "Just leave it to us. If there really are these ignorant guys, I will let them know that the Chris Pirates are not easy to mess with. Gentlemen, there are still 2 shifts in the morning, and 1 shift in the evening. Today is still 3 shifts. Clone is also 3 shifts, and Marco is a shift. Automatic subscription is 234. Come on again, everyone, please break through 235. 416. Princess Vivi takes over the task and uses her identity as a princess to help Chris expand his power. Robin's eyes turned to Marianne, who had put down her brush. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Marianne, your task may seem simple, but it is quite important. You are in charge of solving problems that neither Sarah nor Nikita can solve. The trouble the two of them can't solve must be some hard stubble. You have to continue recruiting strong newcomers during this time, to make sure there are no surprises." With a dull look on her face, Marianne said casually, "The new recruits under my command are all first-class masters. In the first half of this great route, there are very few people who can defeat them. And recently I've seen some other newcomers, and I am trying to win over. It shouldn't be a problem." Robin nodded very reassuringly, without raising any questions or comments. Robin is still very at ease with Marianne. Although Marianne is usually indifferent, she is never ambiguous at work. Most importantly, Marianne's special abilities are not just capable of affecting enemies. Same time, she can also use color to stimulate her own people and inspire them to be more powerful. The strength of ordinary powerhouses can be improved once again when they are under Marianne's hands. Princess Vivi looked at Robin and asked softly, "What do I need to do, Robin?" Seeing that the other 3 had their own tasks, Princess Vivi couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Robin glanced at Princess Vivi lightly, and there was a trace of solemnity in his eyes. She said directly, "Vivi, your mission is actually the most important. And this matter, only you can do it." Hearing this, not only Princess Vivi, but other people also felt a little puzzled. Vivi's clear water-like eyes, some puzzled colors flashed. She asked curiously, "What only I can do? Is it my princess status? This matter requires the cooperation of the citizens of Alabasta Kingdom." Robin shook his head and smiled, "It is indeed because of your princess status. But it's not about the Kingdom of Alabasta. What I need you to do is to negotiate with the rulers of other countries." Everyone was shocked by Vivi when he said this. Halisha murmured, "Are the people of the country negotiating the settlement? We opened the business directly, and they didn't dare to say anything. If you really want to negotiate, so many countries will take time and effort." Luluan also clicked, and Vivi frowned, "If you want to make good use of the Pudola Kingdom War. It's still best for us to have a blitzkrieg. If we negotiate, is this really necessary? Everyone looked at Robin, waiting for her explanation. Robin also said directly, although we are strong, we don't need to care about the feelings of other countries. But strength is just a deterrent, we can't fight with these. All countries, war. Let's not say whether we have the capital to go to war with all countries, we can't afford to waste time alone. As long as one country resists us, other countries may follow suit. Robin's words directly woke up Princess Vivi and others. Before, they were all immersed in the powerful strength of the branch and the powerful deterrence of Chris. Instead, it ignores such a simple question. Although the current branch is powerful, it is still far from being able to cover the sky with one hand. If all the countries unite against the branch, they will not be able to bear it. Robin continued, of course, the principles of Blitz do not change. So we don't want to negotiate with all the countries and forces, just pick 5 or 6 of them, and that's it. Vivi was somewhat enlightened. You mean to unite the surrounding powerful countries and powerful forces. If several of our strong families unite, even if others want to resist, they will not have the strength and courage. Robin smiled lightly and said, that's what it means. So I need you to negotiate secretly with several other powerful countries in this sea area. We can pay them some money, as well as shelter for the Chris pirates. With the face of the Princess of Alabasta Kingdom, there should be no problem. Alabasta Kingdom has been occupied by Crocodile over the years, its prestige still exists. How they say it is also one of the founding countries of the world government. They have a great influence in this sea area and even in the nearby sea areas. That's why Robin said that only Princess Vivi can do this. Her status as a princess is still very important. Vivi smiled confidently and said, our royal family still has some friendship with the surrounding powerful countries. With the background of the Chris pirates, they wouldn't disagree. Guys, this is the second update, and the next one is the evening. Automatic subscription is still $23. I hope to have another one in the evening, please everyone. Philu reminds you. 3 things about reading. 417. The dialogue is over. Robin and Princess Vivi start to implement the plan, and help Chris with all their strength. For this task that Robin explained, Princess Vivi has considerable self-confidence. The Alabasta royal family, as one of the founders of the world government, even now voluntarily withdraws from the ranks of Tenryubito. They still have considerable influence in all walks of life around the world. Especially in the sea area where they are now, many other countries have accepted their help. Vivi said indifferently, I will leave now to lobby these powerful countries. Should be able to guarantee that at least 444 countries will be persuaded before the day after tomorrow, before Chris and the others officially go to war. Robin nodded lightly and said expressionlessly, this matter must be kept strictly confidential. The premise of our blitzkrieg is that no one else knows our plans. Once lobbying fails, immediately contact us. Robin's eyes flashed a trace of killing intent, and said coldly, Marion will cooperate with you at any time to assassinate. This time, we are determined not to be soft-hearted. Princess Vivi also froze, feeling a chill in the air. She immediately showed a firm look and nodded heavily. Today's Princess Vivi is no longer the cowardly little girl she used to be. Vivi has matured a lot and her heart has become stronger. The most important thing is that now Princess Vivi can do anything for Chris' career development. Whether it's arms deals, casinos, or assassinations of enemies. He no longer rejects these things. Mary Ann paused in the air with a paintbrush in her hand, and said, I will send the 2 people I am most optimistic about to go with Princess Vivi. With the 2 of them around, even if they were killed on the spot, there would be no problem. This can, to a large extent, ensure that information is not leaked. Sarah lit another cigarette at some unknown time in her hand. She took a light puff on the cigarette and said lightly, you don't have to be so nervous. Assassination is just a worst-case scenario. I believe the conditions we gave are enough to impress this person. They don't dare to offend the Aradan royal family at the same time, and the Chris pirates who are now red. Robin also agreed, and the expression on his face softened a lot. She told Princess Vivi again, "Don't kill the rulers of these countries unless you have to. It can be coerced or enticed. As long as I can win over, I don't care about paying more in return." Robin suddenly paused, then sneered, "As long as the other party is not too greedy." The person Robin hated the most in his life was a person who was not greedy enough. If you are as powerful as Chris, greed doesn't matter at all. After all, with Chris' strength, he can easily get anything. But if you are not strong enough, but you want to blackmail the strong, this is the rhythm of courting death. Robin paused, then continued, "There is one more thing I want to tell everyone. The news of the cooperation between our Chris pirates and the Revolutionary Army must not be leaked. This matter is now, it belongs to the top secret of the entire Chris pirates. Once it leaks out, it will definitely disrupt Chris and their plans. What the consequences will be, I don't need to say more." Robin's eyes swept over everyone in the office, full of warning. Vivi and others also understand that this is a big move by Chris, and there is no room for mistakes. If he can't keep his mouth shut, Chris won't show mercy. Vivi smiled lightly, and said, "This kind of shocking secret, we should let it rot in our stomach. As long as Chris doesn't announce it, we won't say it." With a smile on her face, Nikita laughed and said, "We won't do that stupid thing. Since joining the Chris pirates, we will never betray Chris. Follow Chris, and you will definitely be famous all over the world. I don't think everyone is stupid enough to betray Chris at this time." Sarah let out a breath of smoke and said coldly, "We're very good at keeping secrets or something. Since Baccarat dared to tell us, it means that Chris and them both trust us. No matter how you say it, you can't betray the trust of Chris and the others." As for Luluan and the others, they also nodded cautiously. Confidentiality is something that Robin emphasizes, and it is also a necessary condition to become Robin's assistant. Luluan knew very well how Robin would treat those who leaked secrets. Seeing everyone expressing their own opinions, Robin nodded, very satisfied. Was still very reassured of these people present. Robin let out a long breath and said, "Then now, everyone can start acting. Everyone, this is the third update, today's update, and it ends here. The clone has been updated 3 times, and Marco will update it later. Automatic subscription is still $2.34. Come on, I hope that when the update tomorrow morning, I can break through, I beg." 418. Reiju, Nami and others all think EPUB is powerful. A sonic attack, terrifying. Kudora Kingdom C, Chris. Baccarat hung up the phone. He said directly, "I need to inform Chris of Robin's plans as soon as possible. As long as Chris has no opinion, Robin and the others will be able to let go and do it." After speaking, Baccarat got up and walked towards Chris. Nami looked at Baccarat's back and said with a smile, "Chris will definitely not object. The plans of Robin and the others this time are so helpful to us to overthrow Tenryubido's rule. It is absolutely impossible to overthrow such a huge world government without sufficient financial support." Betty flicked the ash and nodded. Not only that, the Shichibukai Alliance and the Revolutionary Army both need a lot of money to maintain. If the Alabasta Kingdom branch can succeed, our pressure will be much less. Otherwise it's too slow to rely on us to raise funds and resources in the new world. Perona was flying around in the air and said with a smile, "It is thanks to Robin and the others that the branch has grown to what it is today. What they are doing now is prosperous, which makes people envious." Hancock's beautiful face, Vivi smiled. No one else would have imagined that the branch of the Chris pirates would be so powerful. No one could have imagined that the Chris pirates fought in the New World War Kudora Kingdom. At the same time, the branch of the Chris pirates is quietly establishing its own business network. After this battle, everyone will be surprised by this. Hancock can't help but be amazed when he thinks about it carefully now. Robin and the others' plans are simply admirable. Marigold also chuckled and said, "This trick is to build the plank road in the clear and dark in the warehouse. It's really ingenious. The world government would never have imagined that the Criss pirates would have such a hand. If they knew, they would definitely not support the Criss pirates in this war." Bonnie clicked his tongue twice and sneered. He is afraid of Criss and the Criss pirates, the more uncomfortable he is. On the surface, it is to weaken the Criss pirates by attacking the kingdom of Pudora, which is not an idea. Indirectly help the Criss pirates find another way. I'm looking forward to what the Sengoku and Gorosei, 5 elders who know the truth, will look like after the end. Everyone is very clear in their hearts that the world government supports the Criss pirates on the surface, but it is actually suppressing it. But now Robin's plan can completely make the world government steal the chicken without losing the rice. Thinking of this, Nami and others felt a sense of relief. Alvida picked up a glass of red wine and said, "Next, Apu and the others will finally arrive. I'm still very curious about his strength. Can he stand out among the squad leaders?" Margaret pondered and said, "I've heard about this Apu, he's a good newcomer. But if you want to be on par with Captain Ban and the others, you probably haven't reached that level yet." Bonnie shrugged and said, "I've had a relationship with this Apu, but never fought. But I can feel that his strength is stronger than mine. If I fight him, the odds of winning are very small." Hearing Bonnie say this, everyone was a little surprised by Vivi. After all, Bonnie's strength, Hancock and others are also very clear. In the entire 9 snake pirates, she is among the best. Even she feels that there is no chance of winning, then the strength of this Apu is still worth looking forward to. Reiju sat on the side gracefully, and said generously, "But no matter how powerful this Apu is, he is still a newcomer here, that's all. Facing our squad leaders, his strength is definitely not enough. Staying by Criss's side, the things you can learn are far from wild." Nami nodded in approval and said, "Only Haki's cultivation. Apu doesn't have such a unique environment. With Criss by his side, Haki can make a lot of progress with just the slightest hints from him. No matter how high Apu's talent is, Haki's experience in cultivation is definitely incomparable to Criss's. Although Criss basically stayed in the training room to practice on weekdays, he occasionally appeared outside. He will give some pointers to the squad leaders and help them to cultivate better. Burgess, Cavendish and others can improve so quickly, which has a lot to do with Criss's guidance." Karina smiled lightly, and said casually, "These are not important, as long as Apu can help this time." Afterwards, he had the opportunity to be pointed by Criss. "Are you afraid that he will not be able to improve?" On the other side of the training room, Bakura has come to Criss. "Gentlemen, there are still 2 shifts in the morning. This is the first shift, and there is another shift later. The clone is updated in the morning, and Marco is updated in the evening. Automatically subscribe to 233, drop another 1, get drunk, cry, and 419. Momoshiki called, urgent notice. Borsellino will go all out to kill Criss." Criss, in the training room. Criss is practicing as usual. Bakura walked slowly to him and said softly, "Criss, Robin just called. They are now going to expand their business on the branch side to get more money. Robin's plan is to develop a medical career, arms trade, and a casino-based entertainment center in the first half of the Great Route." Criss was still waving blood red, but asked lightly, "What else?" Bakura then replied, "They are going to start from a few nearby sea areas and gradually expand to the first half of the entire Great Route. In addition, they also hope that the business can expand to the 4 seas, and finally establish a business empire belonging to our Criss pirates." Hearing this, Criss Vivi raised his eyebrows, and there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. He nodded and said casually, "Robin and the others still have some ideas. Also, now is an excellent opportunity. Let Robin and the others let go and do it. Chris chuckled and said, tell Robin, don't have any concerns. No matter what. Anything happens, I will give her the bottom line. Hearing Chris' confident promise, Baccarat also showed a gentle smile. She looked at Chris's eyes with her own reverence. To have such a man behind you, you will feel at ease no matter what you do. Baccarat then added, Robin also said that EPUB and the others had some troubles along the way, which have now been resolved. If nothing else happens, you can join us tomorrow. In response, Chris just nodded casually. He said lightly, it's good to come. As before, send someone to respond to prevent it from being intercepted by Marine. Chris is now not only guarding the kingdom of Kudora, but more importantly, guarding Marine. He never trusted Marine who came to help. Among these people, Onagumo Vice Admiral is the #1 person to spend the festival with. There are also Momonga Vice Admiral or something, who is also the representative of Eagle, so you have to be careful about them. If these people find any reason at random to intercept EPUB and others, it will be some trouble. Baccarat nodded quickly, turned to leave, and went down to arrange the next thing. At 10:30 in the evening, the Chris training room. In the training room at this time, only Chris was left to practice. Nami, Hancock and the others all returned to their rooms, ready to rest. Bumble, 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 bumble. At this moment, a phone bug on Chris suddenly rang. Chris immediately stopped his own practice, because this phone bug is the one that specifically communicates with Momoshiki. Chris' eyes narrowed at Vivi, and then he walked out of the training room with the phone bug. He jumped lightly and came to the empty sky. Now is the critical moment for the battle with Kudora Kingdom. Both Kudora Kingdom and Marine are very concerned about Chris's movements. So even Chris, he can't guarantee that there is no enemy eyeliner around him. In order to ensure the safety of the call, he can only choose to stay away from everyone. Chris looked at the phone bug and Vivi frowned. Momoshiki must know her current situation, but she still chose to call at this time. So Chris immediately decided that something happened on Marine's side. Let Momoshiki have no choice but to inform himself at this time. Chris answered the phone bug and said lightly, Momoshiki, what happened? Anything new at Marine? Momoshiki at this time was also in an empty midair. After she heard Chris' familiar voice, she immediately said, Chris, I have an emergency here. Marine headquarters just recently held an internal meeting to discuss whether to dispose of you and the entire Chris pirates. In the meeting, the Marine generals supported the complete removal of you. Hearing this, Chris narrowed his eyes and sneered. I expected that such a day would come sooner or later. I just didn't expect that Sengoku and the others would be so impatient. Momoshiki looked solemn and said solemnly, I got the latest news that the Gorosei 5 elders have agreed with Sengoku's decision. They have now completely made up their minds to get rid of you and the entire Chris pirates, leaving no one behind. This is the news I got from the Crane staff. There is absolutely no mistake. Momoshiki has a good relationship with Staff Crane, so she can often get first-hand information from Staff Crane. Now the news that the Gorosei 5 elders agreed to kill Chris is only known to very few people. Sengoku, they didn't hype it up. Momoshiki then said, Staff Crane said that Sengoku has called Borsellino Admiral. This time, it is Borsellino who is commanding the front line. Gentlemen, this is the second update, and there will be another update later. The avatar is also 3 changes today, and the automatic subscription is now 234. I hope to break through 235 today, please everyone. 420. Borsellino, the salary is in place, the 4 emperors are dead. We'll definitely go all out to win Chris. Borsellino. After hearing this name, Chris suddenly felt that this matter became interesting. He didn't know for a while whether Sengoku and the Gorosei 5 elders and others wanted to get rid of him or not. Let Borsellino kill him. This is just kidding. Momoshiki Vice Admiral looked solemn and said softly. Staff Crane says that Borsellino has accepted the assignment. I believe that he is now preparing how to deal with you. Chris couldn't help but sneered, shook his head and said, Borsellino is notoriously inattentive, and the Marine headquarters is the best admiral for paddling. Leave this task to him. What exactly did Sengoku think? Could it be that they really thought that Borsellino would do everything in his power to kill me? Momoshige Vice Admiral Vivi frowned and sighed softly. At first, I thought the same as you. When Staff Crane told me that Sengoku ordered Borsellino to carry out the clearing mission, I was also very puzzled and surprised. The Borsellino I know generally avoids this kind of thing. There is no reason to take the initiative to post it. I found out later that it was Sengoku who offered Borsellino a very generous offer. Hearing this, Chris also raised his eyebrows and raised some interest. He asked with great interest, then I would like to know how much my Chris is worth at Sengoku. Borsellino is a guy who seems to be indifferent to the world and has no preferences. What kind of conditions can impress him? In Chris's impression, Borsellino is a very special person. He treats his tasks mainly according to his mood. A good mood, and resolutely complete your tasks. The state of the whole person is serious and terrible. But when he's in a bad mood, he immediately turn on your paddling state and treat the task negatively. Even if he can destroy the enemy by raising his hand, he will deliberately let the enemy go. Not to mention let him use his full strength. When he left, Chris really didn't understand what the Borsellino family was thinking. He was also curious as to what made Borsellino recklessly become his enemy. Momoshige Vice Admiral squinted his eyes and said, what Admiral Crane said was only vague and without precise conditions. But according to her description, Sengoku gave Borsellino a huge bonus payment. The amount of this prize is said to have never appeared before. After Chris listened, immediately let out an odd laugh. He murmured, Sengoku's conditions are definitely not that simple. It's almost impossible to impress this guy Borsellino with just a huge bonus. You have been with Borsellino for so long. You know better than me whether he is a greedy man. Momoshige Vice Admiral finally smiled faintly at this time, and his mood was not as heavy as it started. She shook her head with a smile, and said, Borsellino is indeed not a greedy person. When the world government delays the payment of wages on weekdays, he never shows any anxiety. So for this condition, I myself don't believe it. Momoshige Vice Admiral paused deliberately, then slowly said, fortunately, Staff Officer Crane is relatively close to me. So she told me more about the situation. Chris Vivi shrugged and asked indifferently, it seems that Staff Officer Crane has a lot of trust in you. Let's talk. What kind of conditions did Sengoku offer that eventually attracted Borsellino? Anyway, it's not the temptation of an official position. Borsellino should not eat this set. Momoshige couldn't help sighing inwardly. Chris knows too much about the internal situation of Marine. At times, Momoshige Vice Admiral suspected that Chris had been at the Marine headquarters for a long time. Otherwise, how could he know so clearly about the methods and temperaments of Marine's various admiral leaders? It has always been a mystery in Momoshige Vice Admiral's mind. But since Chris didn't say it, Momoshige Vice Admiral has no interest in exploring the answer. She respects Chris' secret. Momoshige Vice Admiral looked around vigilantly from time to time to make sure no one was eavesdropping. She said indifferently, it's really not such an old-fashioned way to seduce the official position. What eventually attracted Borsellino and changed his mind was a 2-year sabbatical. This is the deadliest condition Sengoku gave to Borsellino. Chris murmurs, 2 years off. Momoshige immediately explained, that is to say, after this mission is over. Borsellino can do it right away. Vacation. Everyone, today is still 3 updates, and will continue to update later. 2 to 3 shifts in the clone. Marco should be able to shift 2 shifts depending on the situation. Automatic subscription is still 234. I am too embarrassed to speak. Everyone, let's get another one. I am crying. Pirates I Can Reject Everything Chapter 421 to 440. 421. Kizaru is cunning and will be lazy. Once serious, 3 Admiral he is the strongest. A 2-year sabbatical is probably Borsellino's greatest dream. Over the years, Marine 3 Admiral has never had a rest, not a day. It's hard to imagine how someone like Borsellino has persevered after so many years. Momoshige Vice Admiral pouted, feeling a little unreal. She continued, Marine 3 Admiral are the strongest fighting force in Marine headquarters, they are not allowed to take vacation. So, it is unprecedented that Sengoku can take a 2-year vacation this time. Borsellino has the right not to participate in any action on Marine's side during the 2-year vacation period. In other words, as long as Borsellino is unwilling to take part in the action, no one can force him. Momoshige Vice Admiral's tone contained a hint of envy. This kind of vacation opportunity is what most Marine generals want to have. Chris also whispered Isho, this sounds like Borsellino's usual style. You can get 2 years of free time in exchange for just 1 shot at full strength. And it's a good deal. Chris finally understood why Borsellino accepted the mission this time. Chris murmured, this guy Borsellino does have great wisdom. Hearing Chris say this, Momoshige Vice Admiral couldn't help showing a very weird expression. She curled her lips and said, doing this. Is it really great wisdom? The object he wants to get rid of, but you Chris. How difficult you are to deal with, the whole world probably knows it very well. In my opinion, Borsellino is also getting himself into a big trouble. Momoshige Vice Admiral knows exactly how strong Chris is and how powerful and tough he is. If it were Momoshige Vice Admiral herself, she would never accept this extremely difficult task. Even if there is a 5-year vacation period, she will not risk her life. It is almost impossible to complete the task of getting rid of Chris. However, Chris shook his head and said, you are wrong. Borsellino has been cautious for many years, how can he not know what you can do? But he's still taking a 2-year break. You know, why is that? Momoshige Vice Admiral became interested for a while. She was also inexplicably curious at the moment, wanting to know those things she had not seen. Could it be that there are other plans behind Borsellino's acceptance of the mission? Is his scheming really that important? Chris looked indifferent, and said casually, being able to sit like an old dog between Kuzan and Akainu until now. Do you really think that Borsellino is just relying on his own character of not fighting or robbing? He is still very smart. He knows how to judge the situation, seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Hearing Chris say that, Momoshige also nodded. Was only now that she realized how difficult it was for Borsellino to level a bowl of water. Chris then said, the reason why he is willing to accept the task this time is because he sees something more profound. Now the situation in the whole world is slowly changing, and in the past 2 years, there will be earth-shaking changes. At that time, there will inevitably be more wars between Marine and pirates. That's why the 2-year sabbatical is so attractive to Borsellino. Away from the troubles and quagmire of the world's big changes, that's what Borsellino really is for. Chris's tone was rather flat, but it showed Borsellino's precautions thoroughly. In Momoshige Vice Admiral's eyes, a hint of surprise slowly appeared. Christopher paused, then said, no matter. Whether he can complete the task this time, he can take a back seat perfectly. He succeeded in killing me and could get 2 years off. He failed to kill me. He could take this opportunity to be injured by me, and then pretend to be seriously injured, and he could also get a vacation. That's what I said, Borsellino's cunning. After listening to this, Momoshige Vice Admiral suddenly felt that his realm was far from enough. The old rivers and lakes like Borsellino, she is still too young. If Chris wasn't there, she would never have discovered that there were so many secrets hidden in it. Momoshige Vice Admiral kept shaking his head, with a surprised expression on his face, and said, I didn't expect such a simple thing. It's so complicated behind the scenes. No wonder Staff Crane had such a weird expression on her face when she told me. It seems that Borsellino's plan will probably make Sengoku and the Crane staff very troublesome. Gentlemen, this is the second update, and there will be another update later. Let's have 2 updates today. Marco will update later. Automatic subscription, sorry to mention again, let's figure it out, cover your face and cry. 422. Chris, an opponent has been arranged for Kizaru. Even if Kizaru goes all out, she'll have a headache. Chris narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Borsellino is also the most helpless choice for Sengoku and the others. I sent Borsellino here before, but I didn't plan to let him help me. I need someone to deal with me now, and Borsellino has become that. The only option. Momosuke Vice Admiral also tutted. Akainu and Kuzan are both at the Marine headquarters, they can't catch up. I'm afraid this is called self-inflicted. However, Borsellino can't be underestimated either. His true strength will never be weaker than Akainu and Kuzan. Momosuke Vice Admiral's tone was a bit solemn. She had to warn Chris very seriously. Among the generals in the Marine headquarters, no one dared to underestimate Borsellino. Although this guy is usually lazy and condescending, once he gets serious, it's still quite scary. Chris didn't care about it. He spread his hands and said, let him use whatever means he has to kill me with Borsellino's performance. Sengoku and the others are thinking too well. I'm not a soft persimmon, you can let them need. Chris's tone was full of disdain. He does have such qualifications now, so he can ignore Marine Admiral. Chris will definitely not be afraid of any Marine headquarters admiral. Momosuke Vice Admiral murmured, if it's just a one-man operation, of course I wouldn't worry. But from the meaning of the Crane staff, Borsellino should join forces with the Kingdom of Kudora to deal with you together. I heard, in the Kudola Kingdom, there are experts who are comparable to the 4 emperors. If Borsellino joins forces with that person, the power cannot be underestimated. At this time, Chris only heard a sneer. He said coldly and expressionlessly, it's exactly as I guessed. The world government will one day commit to cooperating with countries that are not members of the world government. It's okay, just let them try it. I want to see, this time, who can stop me? Who else can completely kill me in the kingdom? There was not a trace of worry in Chris's eyes, but instead, full of indifference and expectation. He had long thought that the world government would definitely want to get rid of him. It's just that this day came, and Reese's calculation was much earlier. Chris did not expect that his current development would be unbearable for the world government. But since the world government has made a decision, he will not have any worries. At this moment, Chris is not afraid of anyone at all. Momosuke Vice Admiral also knows Chris very well and knows that he has the courage that ordinary people can't match. She could only whisper, in short, be careful. The current Marine is no longer trustworthy. If Sengoku and the others do anything in the future, I'll let you know as soon as possible. With the good relationship with the Crane staff, Momosuke Vice Admiral can easily know a lot of secret things. This also ensures that Chris and the others have enough time to deal with it in advance. Chris remained calm, and said casually, the union between Marine and the Kingdom of Kudora is not scary at all. With these people, it is far from enough to threaten us. This time, the Chris pirates are not just fighting alone. Momosuke Vice Admiral raised his eyebrows and said, apart from the 9 snake pirates and Mahawk, are there any other helpers? You won't really call Elbath's giant warriors over, will you? The major forces under the Chris pirates, Elbath is the closest to the Kingdom of Kudora. In the same way, Elbath's overall strength is also the most powerful one. If they appear on the battlefield, the Kingdom of Kudora will never be an opponent. Chris Vivi shook his head and said indifferently, it's just a Kudora kingdom, and Elbath doesn't need a shot. This time, all the King Shichibukai, will come over. Hearing this, Momoshiki Vice Admiral asked in surprise, "What do you mean? The Shichibukai Alliance. Has it been officially established?" At the Marine meeting, everyone was just guessing. "I didn't expect that this thing has really succeeded." Momoshiki Vice Admiral couldn't help feeling a little surprised about the official establishment of the Shichibukai Alliance. She never doubted that the Shichibukai Alliance could be established successfully, but she never thought that it would be established so early. Especially before the Chris pirates went to war with Kudora Kingdom. Chris whispered Isho, saying, "A few days ago, Bartholomew Kuma just agreed and officially joined the Shichibukai Alliance. And before the day after tomorrow, people like Bartholomew Kuma and Doflamingo will come one after another. The Shichibukai Alliance will officially debut in front of the world. Guys, it's 3 today. 2 separates. Marco one more update. Starting tomorrow, Marco's book will be updated, 3 steps a day. I won't say more about automatic booking, everyone, let's have another one. Filu reminds you, 3 things about reading. 423. In this battle, the Gorosei 5 elders sent the CP0 strong. Be sure to eradicate the Chris pirates. The successful establishment of the Shichibukai Alliance brought Momoshiki Vice Admiral into a brief moment of surprise and joy. She couldn't help but exclaimed, "Chris, your actions are so fast. You have completed the establishment of the Shichibukai Alliance so quickly. Sengoku originally wanted to obstruct you on this matter, but now it seems impossible." And Sengoku and the others would never have imagined that the Shichibukai Alliance would make an official debut in the kingdom of Kudora this time. By Chris really surprised everyone. Even the members of the Chris Pirates didn't think of it, let alone Sengoku and the others who didn't know the situation. Chris said indifferently, "So, I'm not afraid of any actions by the world government at all. Even if Borsellino really joins forces with Kudora Kingdom, it's not worth mentioning in front of us. Does the world government really dare to directly tear up the face with our Shichibukai Alliance? I see, it's not like that." This is the ingenious part of Chris's move. The establishment of the Shichibukai Alliance has consolidated his overall strength on the one hand. Other hand, it also made a top alliance force appear in this sea. In the face of the powerful Shichibukai Alliance, no one should avoid its edge. When these 7 people are united, their power and the forces and resources behind them are unimaginable. Face of Shichibukai, the 7 kings, the world government needs a lot of courage. At least, Chris believes that the current world government does not have such courage. Momoshiki Vice Admiral groaned and murmured, "If the Shichibukai Alliance really makes an appearance, the world government will definitely throw the rat. But this guy Borsellino is an anomaly. Don't look at his laziness and inability to perform tasks on weekdays. Once he gets serious, he won't achieve his goal, he will never give up. So it is very possible that he will directly talk to the Shichibukai Alliance." With Momoshiki Vice Admiral's knowledge of Borsellino, it cannot be ruled out that he will fully fight against the Shichibukai Alliance. Anyway, Borsellino is not the world government or the Marine headquarters, and he doesn't need to take into account the overall situation. For the success of his own mission, he has a lot of means. Chris also nodded in agreement with this. He said casually, "If he wants to go crazy, I don't mind playing with him. Anyway, I haven't played against Admiral of Marine headquarters since I went to sea. I also want to personally feel the power of Admiral in the Marine headquarters. What is it like?" Chris has always been very curious about the true strength of Admiral in the Marine headquarters. In his perception, the strength of the 4 emperors is definitely higher than that of the Marine headquarters Admiral. But how high is it? And whether it can form a crushing trend, there is no conclusion in Chris's mind. Moreover, if he can easily defeat Borsellino in front of the whole world, this is undoubtedly the best response to the world government. Marine's image and influence will inevitably suffer a major blow. Momoshiki Vice Admiral shrugged and pouted. To be honest, the strength of Admiral in the Marine headquarters is quite strong. They claim to be the strongest fighting force in the Marine headquarters. This is not a casual statement. If you underestimate their strength, you will definitely suffer a big loss. Although Momoshiki Vice Admiral has always coveted the position of Admiral in the Marine headquarters, she must admit one thing. Borsalino, Kuzan and Akainu, the reason why they are so stable is that they are strong enough. Looking at the whole, there are few Marines in the world who can surpass these three in strength. Even if Momoshiki Vice Admiral is one of the important candidates for the future Admiral expected by everyone, there is still some gap in strength with them. Chris whispered Isho and said nonchalantly, I never underestimate any opponent. However, I will only make my opponent feel hopeless. Saying that, a disdainful smile appeared on Chris' face. His powerful strength gave him the ability to despise his opponents. Momoshiki Vice Admiral couldn't help but spread her hands. She had no doubts about Chris's strength. At Marine's meeting, Chris' strength has long been unanimously recognized. Just Akainu and others don't dare to touch it. She suddenly remembered something, and said quickly, Chris, accept. Be careful with Borsalino. You also need to be careful with the people in the agency. This time the Gorosei, 5 elders personally ordered that members of the agency be involved in the plan to clear you. It is said that some of Zero are powerful and terrifying. There are rumors that their strength is not lost to the Marine Headquarters Admiral, and their power is even higher than that of the Marine Grand Marshal. These people are ruthless, their whereabouts are strange, and all of them are ruthless characters. Hearing that Gorosei, 5 elders sent an agency, Chris couldn't help but look forward to it. Everyone, today is still 3 updates, and the update will be completed in the morning. There are 2 more later. Is still 2 updates today, and Marco 3 starts. Automatic reading has finally returned to 235, don't go down, everyone will maintain it. Let's have another one. 424. Chris wants to hunt Akainu Admiral, but unfortunately there is no chance. Chris is no stranger to world government institutions. He knows that organizations are divided into 0 grades, and their division of labor is different. But generally speaking, the smaller the number behind, the stronger their strength is. Chris really wanted to see how powerful the legendary 0 member would be. Chris looked indifferent and said softly, I can probably guess all of the methods of the world government. If I'm not mistaken, the agency will bring new aid to the Kudola Kingdom soon. With a bit of contempt in Chris' eyes, he said, but it doesn't matter. Whatever means, I can take it. Since we want to have a good fight, let's make this war more exciting. The squad leaders are all eager to try. In Chris' view, this war was just an ordinary battle on his going road. This is just one time for the Chris pirates, an excellent training opportunity. If the people of Kudora Kingdom knew that in Chris' eyes, they were a sparring partner, I'm afraid all of them would be pissed off. Chris said casually, in this war, my squad leaders will all take action. This is the best chance to test their strength and achievements, so the stronger the enemy, the more I look forward to it. I would like to see how much progress the squad leaders have made over this period of time. Momoshiki Vice Admiral's eyes flashed with surprise, and he smiled. Are the squad leaders finally going to make an appearance? Although Marine has already studied all the squad leaders, but only those few really know the actual combat experience. I'm still very interested in all of your squad leaders. I heard that some new people have been added recently, so let's take a look together. The squad leaders of the Chris Pirates are also well known, and their strength is synonymous with them. But so far, only a few, such as Enel and Pens Fry, have made a name for themselves. The strength of other people, so far, Momoshiki has great expectations for the strength of these people. Chris nodded and said lightly, in a war, each of them will do their best. This is also the first official sword of Chris Pirate. I want to start the first battle in the new world. Starting a war with the kingdom of Kudora is very important. Chris not only needs this site in Kudora Kingdom, he needs a reputation more. So he deliberately escalated this war into the focus of the world's attention. Declare the power of the Chris pirates in front of the whole world. This is why he temporarily decided to make the Shichibukai alliance officially gather here. Chris suddenly narrowed his eyes and asked, "Momoshiki, how is the situation on Akainu's side? When the matter on the Kudola Kingdom is over, I hope to solve Akainu as soon as possible, help you ascend." At this time, Chris has a keen sense that the world government will be more and more directed at himself in the future. So he needs to be quicker and build his strength in the Marine headquarters. Let Momoshiki Vice Admiral become Marine's Admiral as soon as possible. It is a very crucial move for Chris. Chris can't wait now, he wants to hunt Akainu. Momoshiki is Vivi sighed and shook his head. So far, I haven't found any opportunity. Recently, the eyes and attention of the whole world have been focused on the war between the Chris pirates and the Kingdom of Kudora. The entire Marine headquarters is also very concerned about this war. So recently, Marine headquarters will not pay much attention to other events. Akainu probably won't leave Marine base for a short time. In fact, Momoshiki Vice Admiral herself is very urgent, and she also hopes to take the position as soon as possible and become an admiral of the Marine headquarters. Watching Chris grow step by step, she also hopes that her process can speed up. In this way, they can cooperate with Chris more effectively and accomplish their goals. Pity that Akainu never gave them such a chance. Momoshiki Vice Admiral also felt helpless about this. Chris nodded expressionlessly and said, "It doesn't matter, he won't stay at the Marine headquarters forever." Now people all over the world know that Marine is paying attention to this place in the Kingdom of Kudora. So there are already many forces that are already eager to try. There's bound to be all sorts of chaos elsewhere for some time to come. I don't believe it. Akainu and the others don't come out to suppress it. The situation in the world today is turbulent, and all major forces are making preparations. So Chris is very sure that there will be chaos all over the world in the near future. Guys, this is the second update, and there will be another update later. The 2 clones have been completed. Marco will be updated today, and Marco 4 will be updated. After all, this one is better, take the time to write it. Automatic subscription, please, everyone. 425. Momoshiki continues to recruit his subordinates, this time targeting Khalifa of CP9. Momoshiki Vice Admiral heard the words and nodded in agreement. Marine headquarters is well aware that there will be changes in various places during this time. So as early as 2 days ago, Sengoku had ordered the Marines stationed in various places to stand by. But no one knows what will be the outbreak of war in those places, and how big the battle will be. Therefore, at this moment, the major Marine generals can only wait quietly for specific news at the Marine headquarters. Only when something happened did they know that they needed to rush to that place for support. Momoshiki Vice Admiral murmured, "I'll keep an eye on Akainu's movements, and I'll let you know as soon as he's out on a mission. When the time comes, I will find a way to follow him." Chris also said casually, "During this time, you have to work hard and be more attentive, and at the same time avoid being dispatched in advance. In addition, you must hide our relationship well and not let outsiders know." Since Akainu didn't show up, Chris had to wait for the opportunity first. Anyway, they've made up their minds to kill Akainu. Wait a while longer, Chris still has this patience. Chris then asked, "Momoshiki, what's your reputation inside Marine now? How many people have joined your faction?" This is something that Chris is very concerned about. Only when there are enough people who support Momoshiki Vice Admiral will she be able to ascend smoothly and become the Admiral of Marine headquarters. Other hand, most of the people in the Momoshiki camp are those who have complaints or rebel against the world government. So these people will become an extremely important force when Chris and Momoshiki raise the anti-flag in the future. Momoshiki whispered Isho and said lightly, "You don't need to worry about this at all. I have been doing things to expand the camp, and the effect is quite good. There are nearly half of the generals who are willing to support me now. And the number of people who were really pulled into our camp by me is also not small. Recently, I've been thinking of people from the party agency. Hearing this, Chris couldn't help Vivi frown. He still kept his expression indifferent, and said coldly, the people in the organization are also the most trusted confidants of the Gorosei, 5 elders. And the loyalty of these people to the 5 elders is also terrifyingly high. Do you have some risks when you go to contact the people of the agency now? Once your motives and identity are exposed, you may immediately in an extremely dangerous state. Chris doesn't object to Momoshiki Vice Admiral's approach to the agency, but he is concerned about Momoshiki Vice Admiral's safety. This is not just because Momoshiki Vice Admiral is an important collaborator, but because she is an important partner that Chris recognizes very well. No matter what Momoshiki Vice Admiral had any accident, not what he wanted to see. Chris knows the people of the institution very well. They are like the dogs of the home for the Gorosei, 5 elders and Tenryubito. It is almost impossible to successfully turn against these people. Momoshiki Vice Admiral heard the concern and worry in Chris's tone, and she couldn't help but feel a warm current in her heart. Momoshiki Vice Admiral smiled Isho, and said generously, I know the danger of this matter. But the institution is a very important institution. If my people can be inserted, it will be much easier for us to do things later. Once we have successfully drawn people to the agency, we will be able to get a lot of secret information, as well as a lot of secrets about Tenryubito. It's also high risk, high reward. Momoshiki Vice Admiral thought very clearly that she could not let such an important institution escape her control. Since you are determined to engage in infernal affairs on the side of the world government, you must do it thoroughly. Organizations are indeed dangerous, but if you don't deal with the people here, there may be more trouble. Momoshiki Vice Admiral can hardly guarantee that his actions here will not be caught by the agency. So she has to do this. Momoshiki Vice Admiral paused, then continued, as for the candidates who need to be drawn, I have also observed for a long time. The hard work pays off, and the organization is not as monolithic as we thought. Anyone who can join the organization is basically trained by Tenryubito since childhood. Most of them were born poor or orphans. These people go through brutal training before they can finally join the agency. However, women in institutions are often in a disadvantaged position, even discriminated against and disrespected. Although they're probably both people who grew up together. Momoshiki Vice Admiral is very careful about the agency's investigation, so he understands it more thoroughly. She was acutely aware of such a problem and used it as a breakthrough. Momoshiki Vice Admiral indifferently said Isho, I finally settled on a target, Khalifa. Guys, the above is a picture of Khalifa. Thought about it, I haven't posted a picture for a long time, I almost forgot how to post it, I was drunk. Today is the last update of exclusion, and there have been 3 updates. Marco has 4 updates today and 3 more later. For Khalifa's sake, let's have another automatic subscription, guys. 426. Khalifa's life experience. Momoshiki Vice Admiral is sure to pull Khalifa into the camp. Momoshiki Vice Admiral finally determined his final candidate after a long period of secret observation. Khalifa, as far as Momoshiki Vice Admiral thinks the easiest person to break through. With a smile on the corner of her mouth, she said softly, Khalifa has been taken to a special training base since she was a child. In that place, there are many children of her age. The best of these guys eventually joined the agency, and Khalifa is one of them. Chris naturally knows about this Khalifa that Momoshiki Vice Admiral said. This person's mastery of marine rokushiki has reached an extremely powerful level. And she is shrewd. Among the 9, it is equivalent to the existence of a think tank. It is precisely because of the importance of Khalifa in the 9, so Chris does not feel that Khalifa will suffer from other people's exclusion. He said coldly and expressionlessly, Khalifa is a very scheming person. Her position in the 9 is also very important. Are you sure she is your breakthrough? Chris still has a lot of worries. Momosuke Vice Admiral dismissed Isho indifferently and added, "Of course I wouldn't make such a decision so lightly. I've found a lot of things about Khalifa by some means. She was an orphan and her family died a long time ago. However, her family did not die of natural causes, but were persecuted to death." Hearing this, Vivi's eyes narrowed slightly. He quickly reacted and said lightly, "Tenryubito." A faint smile appeared on the faces of Chris and Momosuke Vice Admiral at the same time. Momosuke Vice Admiral nodded and said, "That's right, Khalifa's family bumped into Tenryubito. And then they were tortured to death by Tenryubito. After that, they brought the young Khalifa into the secret base to cultivate. Tenryubito thought that after arriving at that base, these children would forget their past and become a killing machine." Momosuke Vice Admiral was a little excited when he told Tenryubito's evil deeds. Deep breath, she calmed herself down and continued, "Tenryubito thought Khalifa would forget everything. But it's not that Khalifa has never forgotten the bloody feud he carried. She has always endured humiliation and served Tenryubito conscientiously to gain Tenryubito's trust. But it is precisely because of her obedience that Tenryubito thinks she can treat her as she pleases. Tenryubito's attitude towards her also caused Khalifa to often be discriminated against within the team, intentionally or unintentionally." Chris couldn't help shaking his head and exclaimed, "Momosuke, how do you know these things? It stands to reason that these things are impossible for ordinary people to know." Momosuke Vice Admiral smiled oddly and said casually, "Khalifa is not as strong as we thought, she is not a robot. So as long as she vents her emotions, she will leave traces in this world. And I just need to find these traces and combine them with Khalifa's various manifestations." After roughly logical reasoning, I was able to get Khalifa's own thoughts and mental journey. Momosuke Vice Admiral is a person who is very good at observing details and doing logical reasoning. Wanting to review these things is a simple thing for her. And they're both women, and they all have hatred for Tenryubito, so she understands Khalifa better. In this regard, Chris also raised his eyebrows in surprise. He said blankly, "It seems that my worries are all unnecessary. Khalifa is indeed the best person we can turn against. With Khalifa, Tenryubito, especially the actions of the Gorosei, 5 elders, we can predict in advance." Chris is well aware of how the agency works and they are directly accountable to the Gorosei, 5 elders. An existence like an institution is undoubtedly the most relied upon and trusted by the Gorosei, 5 elders. So Khalifa is undoubtedly the best chance for Chris and Momosuke Vice Admiral to break into Gorosei, 5 elders. Momosuke Vice Admiral is also very happy to get Chris' approval. She smiled. "Isho, I've started to get in touch with Khalifa. If nothing else, before the war between the Chris pirates and the Pudola Kingdom ends, I can successfully take her down. As long as we take her down, it will be of great help to our future work." Chris nodded and said softly, "Anyway, people who come into contact with the agency are a dangerous thing. You must be careful not to be noticed by others during this process. Gorosei, 5 elders are so savvy, they must have figured out what you're going to do. Everyone, there is one more automatic subscription, finally breaking through 236. Happy, so happy, today is still 3 more updates, there will be no less updates. Marco is also 3 changes today. Automatically subscribe to another one. Everyone, strive to break through 240, come on. 427. A new day comes, everyone gathers on the deck, the battle will start. Institution is the most special department in the world government, and it is also a very sensitive department. In general, very few people have access to them. Unless it is to perform a mission, the General Marine General will not have the opportunity to deal with the organization at all. Among the many Marine Generals, the only one who can meet many times with the people of the organization is the Marine Grand Marshal. Once someone comes into contact with the agency without authorization, it will be considered to have ulterior motives. Because of their relationship with the Gorosei, 5 elders, it's too special. Why Chris told Momoshiki Vice Admiral to be careful. Momoshiki Vice Admiral would be in big trouble if the Gorosei, 5 elders knew about it. Maybe someone from the agency will conduct a comprehensive investigation and screening. Moreover, it is basically impossible for Momoshiki Vice Admiral to be promoted to Marine Headquarters Admiral. Momoshiki Vice Admiral nodded seriously and said, I have found a way to get in touch with Khalifa. I can guarantee that no one will notice. I am still very confident about recruiting Khalifa. Working together for so long, Chris is also very recognized for Momoshiki Vice Admiral's work ability. She has attracted so many people step by step, which is not something that anyone can do. Chris glanced at the bottom casually, and there was nothing unusual. He glanced at the time, and he had been talking to Momoshiki Vice Admiral for a long time. Although the two of them have done the protection work very well, they must be extremely careful. Chris's relationship with Momoshiki Vice Admiral is far from being made public. Sake of insurance, they will strictly control the time of each call. If the time is too long, it will inevitably lead to the suspicion of others. Especially Momoshiki Vice Admiral, who is in Marine Base, is surrounded by danger. Chris said softly, when I'm done with Kudora Kingdom, the Chris pirates will be on the right track in the new world. To accomplish our goals, Chris needs to continue to develop further. So at this time, your secret help is crucial. Chris' eyes narrowed and he said solemnly, Momoshiki, our next plan is to push you to the top as soon as possible. So anyway, you should pay attention to what Akainu is doing. When necessary, you can help the Flames and create a chance for Akainu to leave the Marine Headquarters. With the establishment of the Shichibukai Alliance, and in-depth cooperation with the Revolutionary Army, Chris's various plans are in order. So now Chris can't wait, and things on Momoshiki Vice Admiral's side can't be delayed for too long. Many of the plans that follow will need Momoshiki Vice Admiral to become an admiral of the Marine Headquarters before it can continue to advance. Momoshiki Vice Admiral also felt the urgency of Chris, and nodded quickly, I will find a way to do this. In the short term, it is not entirely impossible for Akainu to leave Marine Base. Momoshiki Vice Admiral's mind was already spinning fast, and she started to think of a way to move Akainu. Chris and Momoshiki Vice Admiral said a few more words, and then immediately hang up the phone. After hanging up the phone, the two of them looked around vigilantly at the same time to confirm that there was no one else around. Afterwards, both of them went back to their own rooms. After returning to the training room, Chris continued his training. No one knew what Chris had done that night. Early morning of the next day, when the first rays of sunlight shone on the pirate ship gradually woke up. The squad leaders woke up one after another, and Nami and others also walked out of the room very early. Everyone was ordered to gather on the deck early. The members of the Chris pirates came one after another, and they all arrived soon. With a green coxcomb on his head, yawning, he rubbed his bewildered eyes and said, the captain asked everyone to gather so early, what are you going to do? Isn't the original plan to officially start the war with Kudora Kingdom tomorrow? Luo Wai stood aside with Guiku in his arms, and said with a cold expression, to gather everyone so early, the captain must have something important to say. The other Shichibukai haven't arrived yet, so it's impossible for the captain to attack now. I think the captain must have other plans. Eno floated cross-legged in the air, tilted his head and said casually, I can't wait. After waiting for so long, I feel a little uncomfortable everywhere in my body. I really hope the war can start as soon as possible. I heard that Kudora Kingdom has invited a lot of masters. I don't know if their abilities are really as powerful as the legends. Gentlemen, this is the second update, and there will be another update later. The novel, gather today and attack the kingdom of Kudora tomorrow. The war is coming soon. let's subscribe automatically. 428. Cavendish's strength has soared, and his swordsmanship has been accomplished. Even Hawkeye praised him. Enno hasn't shown up for a while, and is doing his own training in his room alone. He attaches great importance to this war with the Pudora Kingdom, so he also made complete preparations. Enno couldn't help but want to move his muscles and bones to test his progress over time. This war with Pudora Kingdom is a great opportunity for him to verify his strength. The other squad leaders also hold the same mentality. They all know that this is a rare practical opportunity. The squad leaders knew the strength of the Pudora Kingdom, and they also knew that they had called many famous masters. So many strong opponents are usually hard to meet. If you don't seize this opportunity, you won't know when the next one will be. Burgess bumped his fists together and laughed loudly, "Wee ha 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 ha. Even if the war starts today, I'm not afraid. My fists have been waiting for a long time, waiting to beat up the people of Pudora Kingdom." Cavendish also put one hand on the hilt, and said with a dashing smile, "The sword below can't hold it anymore. I have a very wonderful feeling." Cavendish looked up at Pudora Kingdom and murmured, "I think my sword will undergo a major change in this place. I can feel it, it's also eager to be right now. Unsheath." Hearing this, Vice Captain Lafitte's eyes suddenly changed. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Lafitte pressed his hat and said lightly, "Cavendish is in swordsmanship. Together, they do have extraordinary talents. I have heard that the sword itself may also have its own spirituality, but this requires the master's warmth and opportunity. Even for me, I have never really seen such a swordsman." Lafitte is also a swordsman himself. Expert, so I know a lot about this field. He knew that Cavendish was about to develop his own sword soul. The drug band sneered and said with disdain, "What sword soul? Hawkeye Mahawk and the captain are both swordsmen, how come I haven't heard of their swordsmanship? Do you mean, Cavendish's talent is stronger than Captain Hawkeye's? The poison guy is very hostile, so he always likes to tear down Cavendish and Lafayette's stage." For this question, Raffi was speechless and didn't know how to answer it. He also really didn't hear anything about Sword Soul mentioned by Chris. Everyone's eyes couldn't help looking at Mahawk, who was lying on a rattan chair in the distance. On the issue of swordsmanship, Hawkeye Mahawk is definitely the one who has the most say. Eagle-eyed Mahawk felt everyone's gaze, and pouted helplessly. He slowly got up, glanced at Cavendish, and muttered, "Boy, you are indeed different from ordinary people." Hearing this, Cavendish felt a burst of joy in his heart. This is a personal compliment from the world's greatest swordsman. Mahawk, the eagle-eyed Isho indifferent, continued, "I practice swordsmanship. After so many years, it is true that I have never cultivated any sword soul. For me, I am the sword is me, do whatever I want. So I don't need any sword spirit at all." Eagle-eyed Mahawk inadvertently shot a ray of light from the eyes of a hawk like a falcon. A fierce aura suddenly emanated from him. At this moment, everyone on the deck felt a biting sword energy. A trance, they seemed to see Hawkeye Mahawk transformed into a big black knife. Hawkeye Mahawk looked indifferent, and then said, "I think Chris doesn't have the so-called soul of the sword. When I played against him, I didn't feel the emergence of the third force of willpower." Man-Demon Jin looked at Mahawk with a blank expression, and said, "So, sword soul is not something powerful. Then Cavendish has his own soul, good or bad. Would you say that if you have a sword soul, you can't be a great swordsman like you and Chris?" Cavendish looked nervously at Mahawk, eager to know the answer. Hawkeye Mahawk whispered Isho, "I didn't say that having a sword soul is not a good thing. The cultivation direction of Chris and I is different from that of Cavendish. So we didn't cultivate the sword spirit, but Cavendish did. Although I haven't seen other swordsmen with sword souls in the world today. But, according to legend, the power of the sword soul is extremely powerful." Eagle-eyed Mahawk looked at Cavendish again, and said softly, "This road can also grow into a great swordsman. However, it also requires a lot of effort from you. Chris and I are where we are today because of continuous practice and insight. Hearing Mahak's words, Cavendish's heart was in his belly. He finally did not go astray in the way of kendo. At the same time, everyone looked at Cavendish with envious eyes. Everyone, this is the last update of the day, and it has been 3 updates. Tomorrow will be 3 more updates. The war is coming. For this sake, I will automatically subscribe to another one. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read. 429. Tessero's strength has advanced greatly, and he will fight against the fierce crow. The squad leaders are gearing up for battle. Cavendish made a lot of breakthroughs. This made the other squad leaders feel a little envious. With the sword soul, Cavendish is equivalent to embarking on the path of a very strange swordsman. According to Hawkeye Mahak, Cavendish will surely grow into a generation of great swordsmen in the future as long as he's steadily going. Poison is also envious, but it is far from the point of hatred. Although the two did not deal with each other very much, he was a little happy to see the progress of his fellow shipmates. After all, the war is imminent, and the strength of your own faction has increased, which is always good news. Of course, his mouth is notoriously poisonous. Juju has a sinister look, pouted, sometimes it's a good thing to find another way. But sometimes, you might just walk halfway and not get out. After all, at the front of this road, there is no such a guide. Vicious remarks are also meant to imply that neither Chris nor Mahak will be able to provide Cavendish with more experience in the future. However, Hawkeye Mahak said casually, on the road of growing into a great swordsman, you always need to explore by yourself. After all, the help of outsiders is limited. If you can't break through yourself, you can't become a great swordsman. The war with the kingdom of Kudora is an excellent opportunity for a swordsman. Cavendish, I hope you can seize this opportunity and make a leap in strength. Eagle-eyed Mahak gave Cavendish a meaningful look, with some inexplicable anticipation in his eyes. In fact, Hawkeye Mahak also hopes that he can see with his own eyes what the new road will be like. Cavendish nodded happily and said, this battle is a great opportunity that I won't miss easily. I heard that the former kendo master Louis Cacho was also invited by the Pudola kingdom. If I could play against him once, it would be very exciting to think about it. The legend of Louis Cacho, Cavendish has also heard many times. Today, although his strength has declined, he is still a master who cannot be ignored in the new world. Especially his swordsmanship is still unmatched by many people. Past experiences are never lost. Hawkeye Mahak heard the words, his expression changed slightly, but he recovered quickly. He said lightly, that guy Luis Cacho is still very strong. If he doesn't have a broken arm, I'd still be willing to learn from him. It's a pity. Hawkeye Mahak suddenly changed the conversation, looked at Cavendish and said with a smile, if you can hold on under Luis Cacho, and even defeat him. In this battle of Kudora Kingdom, even if you didn't waste the opportunity. The eyes of the eagle-eyed Mahak, Cavendish is still a bit far from the level of Louis Cacho. But Cavendish's path is weird and varied. So Hawkeye Mahak can't be completely ruled out. Cavendish will suddenly burst into enlightenment and defeat Louis Cacho in one fell swoop. Such a possibility is not without it. Other side, Kuro gently pushed his glasses and asked with a smile, Tessero, I heard that you have been moving recently. 2 days ago, you and the crow secretly went to a small island next to you to learn from each other. You haven't told us the final result of the discussion until now. Everyone wants to know, who will win the two of you in the end. Tezzolo and Crow, among the new members of the Chris Pirates, are the two most powerful people. The competition between these two people can naturally arouse the curiosity of more people. Hawkins still looked like a dead man, and said emotionlessly, the two of you didn't seem to be hurt when you two came back last time. Since I deliberately choose to go to the island to learn from each other, it can't be just a simple trick. Regarding this, it has been the question of Hawkins et al. Since it is a serious discussion, there must be some traces left on the two people. Otherwise, there is no need to leave the Chris at all. Tesoro raised his eyebrows slightly, shrugged his shoulders and said, "You people, you are so careful. As for the results of the two of us, I think it's better for the crow to tell." Saying that, Tesoro nodded to the crow, motioning for himself to speak. Enel floated cross-legged to the side, and at this moment, he also quietly stretched his neck. He fought the crow himself. In Enel's heart, he believes that the strength of the crow is stronger than that of Tesoro. In terms of armament alone, the raven is slightly better. So in Enel's guess, the crow should be the eventual victor. Van Augur carried a long spear and said with a faint smile on his face, "This final result should not be too surprising. Everyone's guess should be about the same. Everyone, there are still 3 updates today, and they will all be updated in the morning. Marco also has 3 updates, and they will all be finished in the morning. The 2-part update is also completed in the morning. The automatic subscription is still $236. Everyone, let's get another one, we will fight soon." 430. Tesoro's golden fruit has finally awakened and wants to fight with Dover. Everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding and exchanged glances, with some kind of weird expressions on their faces. Everyone's faces were very determined. However, the next moment, their expressions suddenly changed, very surprised. The crow wore a pointed mask and said coldly, "The competition between me and Tesoro is one-sided. Tesoro he beat me straight in one move." Words came out, the expressions on everyone's faces became very wonderful. Behind this wonderful are the surprises of people like Van Augur and Enel. Basically, in everyone's mind, the crow should be the stronger one. Because even though Enel was in the state of paddling that time, the great strength displayed by the crow has proved everything. At the last moment, the crow even forced Enel to get serious. Other hand, Tesoro couldn't even take a blow from Doflamingo. Such a record, it is inevitable that people feel that his strength is not as good as that of the crow. But no one thought that Tesoro actually defeated the crow. And the crow also said, "The situation is one-sided. One move. What kind of concept is this?" Looking at the surprised expressions of everyone, the crow also spread his hands, said, "You don't need to doubt anything. Tesoro, he really subdued me in one move. Of course, this also has a lot to do with my underestimated enemy." Lafitte pressed his hat, played with his cane and said, "Can you tell us the specific situation?" "Tesoro can defeat you with one move, which is a rare thing on our ship." The other squad leaders also nodded, wanting to know the specific situation. The strength of the crow is among the squad leaders, and in any case, it should be at the upper level. If he was crushed by Tesoro with one move, then the others would be very dangerous. Bellamy Gia Isho said, "You won't be set by Tesoro, right? Did he set a trap for you to lose the ability to fight back?" Hearing this, the crow really nodded. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a trap. At least, before this, I didn't realize anything. The crow paused and continued. After we reached the island, Tesoro flew directly into the air. Afterwards, a lot of gold dust drifted down from the air. I didn't care too much at first until the Tesoro overturned a puddle next to it. From that point on, I realized that something wasn't quite right. But by then, it was too late. In the crow's eyes, there was a helpless color. Kuro adjusted his glasses and chuckled, "Let me tell you next. I think I already know what happened that day." Hearing Kuro say this, everyone else was also a little surprised by Vivi. Kuro's wisdom is indeed admired by everyone, but it is really amazing to calculate the specific situation so quickly. The crow nodded and motioned Kuro to continue. Kuro smiled and said confidently, "This gold powder and water are Tesoro's important weapons." The water mixed with gold powder fell on the crow's skin, and then penetrated into the crow's body. What the crow didn't expect was that Tessero had initially awakened his golden fruit. Utilizing this, Tessero turned the crow into a golden man directly from the crow's body. In this case, as long as it doesn't encounter seawater, or Tessero takes the initiative to disarm, the crow can only maintain the state of the golden man. After listening to Kuro's analysis, everyone looked at the two parties, Tessero and Crow. Looking at the expressions on their faces and the slightly surprised eyes, everyone knew that Kuro was right. With Kuro's wisdom, guessing 70-80-80, everyone doesn't think it's such an incredible thing. Surprised everyone was that Tessero's fruit ability was awakened. Enel and others still remember that when Tessero was chased and killed by Doflamingo, it was far from the level of awakening. Tessero doesn't even know what the concept of devil fruit awakening is. And he has already awakened his golden fruit. This kind of progress made the squad leaders feel a little scary. Tessero himself shrugged and said with a pretense, "The last time I was defeated by Doflamingo, I concentrated on my research. Under the guidance of Chris and my unremitting efforts, I finally touched the threshold of the awakening of the devil fruit. So, I took the lead in conducting an experiment during this discussion. If I really fight, I'm really no match for the crow." Tessero still has a clear perception of his own strength. He knows how strong the crow is. Guys, this is the second watch, and there will be another watch later. 1.3 million words have been written. It is not easy to be an author. Everyone will automatically subscribe to another one. 431. After Tessero awakens, he can control gold dust, which is a big killer. Affect the war situation. Crows are already ahead of many others in the development of fruit abilities. And his two-color hockey practice has also reached a very powerful level. If it was a duel, Tessero would consider himself not an opponent. This time he was able to win, and it was only by means of a little trick. Tessero smiled generously. If the crow had been prepared in advance, I would not have succeeded. However, as long as my gold powder can penetrate into the human body, then this battle is over. Even the four emperors can't do anything about it. Not that Tessero is arrogant when he says this. This is entirely because the ability of Jinjingguo is too special. Completely going the human body, this is something no one can crack. Luo Wei cried with a ghost, squinted his eyes and said, "No matter what, it is already very powerful to be able to develop the golden fruit to the level of awakening. Our enemy should not be on guard against your gold dust. So this trick of yours is quite useful in actual combat." Bartolomeo's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "The ability of this golden fruit is really powerful enough. Generally, people who don't know your cards don't think of guarding against your gold powder. So since the crow is defeated by you, even if he is negligent, it is his problem. Winning is winning," Chris said. "In the battlefield it's all about winning, no matter what the means." Lindbergh also nodded and said in agreement, "A real strong man will never be afraid of any means. I believe that if it were Chris, he would never be fooled." In this regard, the crow has no objection. He said lightly, "In the final analysis, my vigilance is not enough. You use your strengths, and I don't. So this time, I'm convinced that I lost." The crow is not stingy. Lose is lose. There is no reason to say. Moreover, he also recognized Tessero's strength very much. Pensfrey looked at Tessero curiously. "Did you awakening my devil fruit? What's the best way?" Although Pensfrey just got his own glass fruit, he is not far behind. He hopes that he can keep up with everyone's footsteps, and will awaken the glass fruit one day in the future. Hearing this, Tessero scolded Isho and said softly, ashamed to say, "Actually, I have only just touched the threshold of the awakening of the devil fruit. So far, there is only such a method. Compared to Doflamingo, I am still far behind." Tessero has personally experienced what a real devil fruit awakens. Doflamingo's awakening, its power is simply devastating. Tessero continued, "If I really fully awakened the golden fruit, I don't need to catch the crow by surprise. If the crow's current strength is used, even if he is waiting, he should be turned into a golden man by me. No one disputes this statement from Tessero. Of the devil fruit is indeed quite terrifying. The awakened devil fruit ability, and the ability before awakening, are simply equivalent to two different devil fruits. The golden fruit is a very special fruit, and its power after awakening is bound to be even more terrifying. Enel poked his ears and said casually, even if I just touch the threshold, it's already very impressive. Now your strength is more than one level higher than before. In this war with the kingdom of Pudola, you will become a surprise soldier of our Chris pirates. 4. Now Tessero, Enel is still quite optimistic about him. Tessero frowned and said, on the battlefield, once I scatter gold dust, the enemy will definitely notice. If they dodge deliberately, I'm afraid this trick won't be very effective. Tessero also understands that the enemy is not a fool. The war must be deceitful. At this time, Pajalu stepped forward directly and said with a smile, at this time, you need the cooperation of all of us. A queer smile appeared on Pajaru's face. Hawkins said blankly, Pajalu, what are your thoughts? If you have an idea, just say it directly, don't sell it. Pajalu, hey Isho, said directly, as long as we turn the gold dust into an unintentional act, it will be difficult for the enemy to detect it. Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Pajalu could only shrug. Then he continued, after the war, we can set up a blindfold. Tessero kept throwing large gold nuggets into the air during the battle with the enemy. Hearing this, everyone became even more puzzled. You need to complete the operation as gold powder. What's the use of gold nuggets? Everyone, this is the third update, today's update, that's all. 3 more tomorrow. Hope to subscribe automatically and be able to get another one. Foreshadowing is basically over, and the next is the battle around the kingdom of Pudola. Everyone, please do your best. 432. The development of air pressure fruit is terrifying. This battle can come in handy. Pajalu pretended to be mysterious and smiled. Tessero throws a big gold nugget into the sky. This is the best way to confuse the enemy. On the surface, this nugget is caused by Tessero's mistake in attacking the enemy. 4. Chaotic battlefields. This doesn't get much attention. Others heard this, they all nodded slightly. On this point, they can still understand. Others to ask further questions. Pajalu continued, don't underestimate these big gold nuggets, they are actually very useful. I don't think everyone has forgotten my ability. What is it? Pajalu has very few chances to perform on weekdays, and the number of real shots he takes is pitiful. Among the many squad leaders, his actual combat experience should be the one with the least. But despite this, Pajalu will not be ignored by everyone. Because of Pajalu's efforts in cultivation, everyone can see it with their own eyes. He is basically following Chris step by step now, carrying out his own training day and night. If he can also be like Chris, rejecting fatigue, rejecting hunger, etc., he may be able to do what Chris does. At least, his willpower has been learned from Chris. Everyone will not forget that Pajalu is the one who crushes the fruit. Kuro pushed his glasses lightly, and said indifferently, Isho, you mean you turn the big gold nugget into gold powder? Is that right? Kuro's reaction was very sharp, and he thought of everything immediately. Pajalu raised his eyebrows and smiled. Tessero and I cooperate in secret to make the enemy lose their defenses. My smashing ability is completely capable of creating overwhelming gold dust in the shortest time. Pajalu glanced at Kuro with a deep meaning, and smiled strangely. This matter requires your cooperation. Kuro Vivi shrugged and raised his eyebrows. If you don't say it, I've already guessed it. Using my air pressure fruit ability, I can completely change the air pressure in a local area. I can make the gold dust fall on the enemy below in the shortest possible time. By changing the local air pressure, the gold powder will directly act as a power and eventually come to the enemy's skin. Alvida carried the huge wolf tooth and said indifferently, if it's only on the surface, it's useless. When Tessero was fighting against Doflamingo, he had one arm solidified with a gold nugget. But soon, it was directly cut by Duvergo's thread fruit ability. The solidified gold nugget that stays on the surface of the body doesn't play a big role. These people in the kingdom of Kuduola are fully capable of breaking gold nuggets in a short period of time. Perona flew around in the air and echoed, if you can't get into the enemy's body, you can't start from the inside. But if you want to enter the enemy's body, you must have water. It's a bit unrealistic to transfer water from the sea on a large scale. Water and gold dust, which are important factors for the success of Tessero. Real battle, there is not so much water for him to use. In this regard, Pajaru is still indifferent and calm. He murmured, "Don't worry. Don't you just need water, we also have people here who can make a lot of water." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with doubts. Is familiar with each other's devil fruit abilities. In everyone's impression, there are not too many Logia devil fruits on the Kris. And among these people, those who are related to the element of water do not exist at all. Pajalu is indifferent to Isho, and does not continue to go around in circles. He looked at Kuro beside him and asked directly, Kuro, have you developed new abilities? I think you are fully capable of creating a localized downpour for everyone. Isn't it? Hearing Pajaru's words, Kuro also smiled noncommittally. He glanced at Pajalu lightly, a little surprised by this guy's keen insight. Kuro suddenly realized that Pajalu, who had always been low-key, was not a mediocre person. Pajaru's keen insight and extremely fast reaction speed are unmatched by other squad leaders. Kuro himself doesn't know when this new ability of his was discovered by Pajaru. Kuro also smiled generously and said, Indeed, I just developed a new ability. As long as there is enough water vapor in the atmosphere, I can force precipitation by changing the local air pressure. This is different from ordinary water vapor that condenses into water droplets when condensed. I directly force a large amount of water vapor to fall. The premise for this trick to be successful is, there is enough water vapor. When everyone heard it, they couldn't help but be amazed. Was a bit of surprise in the eyes of everyone. Guys, there are still 3 updates today. The 2 clones have been completed. Marco has also been updated twice. The author's bacteria have already accelerated, and today it will be close to the kingdom of Kuduola, which can be guaranteed. We'll automatically subscribe to another one, hurry up and update. 433. The squad leaders, show your strength. Everyone is eager to try, looking forward to the battle. Forcing precipitation is completely challenging the laws of nature. Especially, Kuro is only the ability of the air pressure fruit, not Logia. A Paramesha fruit ability person, doing the things of a Logia ability person, this really surprised everyone. Mandemon Jin said blankly, the kingdom of Kudora is a typical island country, and the water vapor here is quite abundant. In the kingdom of Kuduola, you have no problem if you want to become a rain god. Lafitte couldn't help but glanced at Demon Jin and shook his head inadvertently. He didn't expect that Mandemon Jin would also make a little joke from time to time. Lafitte pressed his hat and said softly, Actually, we have other people who can cooperate with you. If you can add cold air to the water vapor, wouldn't it also cause precipitation? Reiju's beautiful eyes, Vivi, turned and smiled gracefully, It belongs to the category of artificial rainfall. We, Germa 66, have such technology. I have seen it myself. Artificial rainfall is not a popular technology, only countries or forces that specialize in technology can master it. This is also the reason why the nationals of Alabasta cannot conduct artificial rainfall. The whole world, there are not many countries capable of artificial rainfall. Lindbergh smiled smugly on the side. I am not talented, I just master such a technology. In the kingdom of Kuduola, a country with abundant water vapor, artificial rainfall is simply too easy. Said, Lindbergh took out his cryo gun from his arms. He raised his head and said indifferently, I only need a freeze gun to do everything. It would be even better if Kuro could push through the air pressure and collect the water vapor. Kuro nodded immediately and smiled, of course there is no problem. The matter of gathering water vapor is also easy for me. Pajalu, hey Isho, said directly, how come, this matter is so easy to solve? As long as we have a tacit understanding, we can accomplish all this without knowing it. Let the gold powder enter the enemy's body to the greatest extent, I think it should be a big problem. Bakura tucked his hair together and said in a low voice, it's better to use this trick to deal with the army of the Kingdom of Puduola. The Kingdom of Puduola is known for its military establishment, and their army is the most proud and reliant place for the Kingdom of Puduola. It would be the deadliest blow to them if they could paralyze their army. Nami also nodded and said with a sweet smile, thousands of troops suddenly turned into little golden figures. At that time, the expressions on the faces of the people of the Pudola Kingdom government will definitely be very exciting. Alvida carried a huge mace and smiled faintly, if Tessero can operate successfully. This battle with the Kingdom of Pudora will directly evolve into a showdown between their respective commanders. As long as the main generals can decide the winner, the others are not worth mentioning. Betty spit out a smoke and said casually, the war with the Pudola Kingdom was originally a struggle between the main generals. The army of the Kingdom of Pudora can't change the situation on the battlefield at all. The standard that lays the foundation for the outcome of this war is the true strength of the main fighting forces of both sides. Other side, Tessero smiled awkwardly and said, I just awakened the golden fruit, and my abilities are limited. So the scope that I can manipulate at present is also limited. On my own, I can only paralyze tens of thousands of troops, that's all. If the scope is widened, there is nothing I can do. Tessero is not secretive, and directly tells everyone his true level. With Pudora Kingdom is related to the interests and safety of the entire Chris pirates. Tessero to be a big head for vanity at this time. The poisonous remarks are also Gia, saying, don't be afraid. Everyone's strength has improved, how can I be left behind? After my tireless efforts, I finally developed a newest toxin. After the improvement, the poisonous gas emanating from my body is much more powerful than before. A large-scale poison barrier is enough to wipe out a large part of the army. Spoke, a green poisonous gas slowly emanated from Poison's body. Seeing this, everyone frowned and took a step back unconsciously. Lafitte said coldly with a slight disgust, a large-scale attack, your poison gas is indeed very promising. But don't release poison gas on the ship at will. Poisoned and pouted, but he was not angry, and took the poisonous gas around him back into his body. Gentlemen, this is the second update, there will be another update later, and 3 updates are guaranteed today. Automatic subscription is still $236, and I hope it will break through to $237 tomorrow. The war is coming, the foreshadowing is basically over, everyone will automatically subscribe and go. 434. Chris finally appeared, came to the deck, and carried out a battle mobilization. Lafitte played with his cane and looked at the Kingdom of Pudora from afar. He murmured, everyone, at this time tomorrow, that's our battlefield. The results of your hard work during this period of time will be put to the final test on that battlefield. Whether it's Cavendish's swordsmanship. Regardless of the poisonous miasma, if you want to make your name famous. Tomorrow everyone, you have to use your magical powers well. Lafitte's expression became very serious, with a bit of expectation in his eyes. Unconsciously, the aura of Lafitte has also undergone a great change. Now Lafitte looks more and more like a deputy captain. He is always able to help Chris well and manage the entire pirate group well. Lafitte knew very well what this group of squad leaders wanted. Their hearts, each of them hopes that they can become a well-known pirate like Chris. So Lafitte's words just now are the most inspirational for these. captains. Baccarat smiled Isho, and said softly, anyway. Our good luck has always been there. The day after tomorrow in the war with Kudora Kingdom, the final winner must be the Chris pirates. Betty flicked the soot and said lightly, Chris brought everyone together today, he must have his intentions. Several other kings, Shichibukai, should be able to arrive today. Chris didn't deliberately release a fake news to confuse the intelligence officers of Kudora Kingdom. And the real time to start the war is today. Makino shook his head and said generously, Chris walks the talk, this is his usual style. Since it is said that the war will be officially started tomorrow, there is no possibility that he will change. Besides, the Shichibukai of the other kings have traveled a long way and still need a night's rest. Reiju stroked the hair in front of his forehead and laughed softly. Chris is a person who believes in his own strength, so there is no need to use conspiracy. What Chris wants is a head-on battle. The war with Kutuola Kingdom. Do not take this territory of Kutuola Kingdom. The more important point is to show the world the true strength of our pirate group. Only with really strong strength can other people in the world, especially those in the New World, awe us. Were two small whines on Nami's face, and she said softly, Chris put a lot of effort into today's opportunity. No matter what, we cannot betray the trust Chris placed in us. Speaking with strength is the purpose of our Chris pirates, isn't it? Nami's words directly made everyone's heart surge. Especially people like Baccarat and Burgess who joined the Chris pirates first. One of the earliest rules of the Chris pirates is precisely, on this ship, strength determines everything. Today, this rule has become a spirit and belief of all members of the Chris pirates. Everyone smiled unconsciously, and there was a strong sense of confidence in their eyes. Perona was flying in the air at the moment, and said with a smile, when the other members of the Shichibukai alliance arrive, the lineup is unbelievable. This is the first time this princess has personally experienced such a big war. It shouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this war is the biggest in the past 2 decades. Olibu smiled charmingly and said, in the past 20 years, basically nothing like this has happened. The appearance of Chris has indeed changed a lot of things in this world. It's hard for anyone other than Chris to do this. Even the 4 emperors and the others would not be able to form such a luxurious lineup. And, this is under the tacit consent of the world government. At this moment, Chris finally came out of the training room. He was still wearing black clothes and black pants, and his face was indifferent. At this time, Chris had just finished his morning swordsmanship practice. Seeing Chris coming over, everyone was very happy and looking forward to it. Eagle-eyed Mahawk glanced at Chris and asked casually, Chris, what's your plan today? Having been with you for so long, I still can't guess what your next move is. Hancock also stood beside Chris, smiled Isho and said, Chris, I'm equally curious about this issue. I never heard you mention it before. I want to bring everyone together. You are not going to hold a pre-war mobilization meeting, right? Chris looked at the two of them and said indifferently, Isho, pre-war mobilization meeting. I would never do such a useless thing. What do I want to do? You will find out later. Said, Chris took a step forward gently. Guys, this is the 3rd update. This is the end of today's update, and there will be 3 chapters tomorrow morning. Reach 237 automatic subscriptions by tomorrow morning. Everyone, come on. I beg Philu to remind you, 3 things to read. 435. Chris ordered, move the ship over, put up a strong offensive, and deter. Under the gaze of everyone, Chris walked directly to the bow of the boat. Of Kudora opposite from afar, with a strange look on his face. Chris glanced back at Nami and said lightly, start the Chris. Towards the port of Kudora Kingdom, going. Hearing this order from Chris, Nami first opened her eyes in surprise and froze in place. After a few seconds, Nami immediately reacted and said, understood. Afterwards, Nami turned and walked directly to the cockpit, conveying this order from Chris. Just after Nami left, Bakura stepped forward and asked, "Chris, what's going on?" The original plan was not to attack the kingdom of Kudora tomorrow. The other kings, Shichibukai, haven't arrived yet. This is a question for Bakura, and a question for everyone else around. Chris's sudden move made everyone puzzled. Kuro, who has always been known for his outstanding intelligence, could not guess what Chris was thinking at this moment. After all, the Chris is blatantly heading towards the port of Kudula Kingdom going. This is the rhythm of war. Chris is indifferent to Isho, and casually said, "Since it is said that it is officially tomorrow, let's go to war, that's tomorrow." This, you don't have to doubt it, just be prepared. Lafayette pressed his hat and said cautiously, "The captain. You are." Chris continued indifferently, "The further approach of the Chris to the kingdom of Kudora does not mean war. I did this just to further oppress the Kudula kingdom, that's all." Faced with the rampant going of the Chris, the Kudula kingdom will inevitably fall into enormous pressure. Only now that everyone understood that Chris was fighting psychological warfare with the opponent. Through aggressive actions, it causes huge psychological pressure on the opponent. Burgess was Vivi frowning and muttering, "Captain, why not just attack them? Even if the other kings, Shichibukai, haven't come yet, with our current staffing, we're not afraid of the Kudula kingdom at all." Bartolomeo wore his coxcomb head and said with his hand, "Attack them now is also an excellent opportunity. People in the kingdom of Kudula never imagined that we would attack so suddenly. In this way, you will definitely be able to catch the opponent by surprise." Bellamy is Gia Isho, saying, "Hey. Everyone is impatient, Captain. Isn't it better to directly attack the kingdom of Kudora?" Burgess and others had been clamoring to show their supernatural powers on the battlefield as early as 10 minutes ago. Cultivating hard these days, and they can't wait to prove themselves. The militants led by Burgess wanted the battle to start as soon as possible. On their bodies were already hungry and thirsty. However, Chris did not change his face, and still looked indifferent. He glanced at everyone casually, and said lightly, "I said, the war will officially start tomorrow. This time has been set, and no one can easily change it." Chris's tone, Vivi's, was a bit cold. This made the squad leaders feel inexplicably frightened. Chris continued, "What I did today is to let the people of Kudora Kingdom see our determination and strength. Doesn't the kingdom of Kudula like to call people and invite foreign aid? I'll give them a whole day and let them continue to invite foreign aid." Hancock's eyes turned slightly, and he said softly, "Chris, if we are like this, will it cause a strong reaction from Kudora Kingdom? If our attitude is too tough, it is likely to completely arouse the desire for victory in the Kudula Kingdom. Once their emotions are ignited, their combat effectiveness and resilience will be greatly improved. Isn't this adding a lot of pressure to our fight tomorrow? Hancock runs a country herself, so she's more aware of this sort of thing. A country can often play a big role in times of crisis. Especially in a country like the Kingdom of Kudora, if their people feel humiliated, then they will undoubtedly explode with extremely powerful power." However, Chris sneered and said lightly, "My attitude is to be so tough. I just want everyone in Kudora Kingdom to see the toughness of the Chris pirates. I want them to know that the Kingdom of Kudula is what I have to take. I want all of them to understand that even if they get angry, I'm not worried at all. I want to conquer them completely. Everyone, the automatic subscription is still $235, the war is about to start, let's have another automatic subscription. Today is still the third watch, and it will be completed in the morning." After laying the groundwork for so long, we finally ushered in a fierce battle, everyone. 436. Let the kingdom of Kudula call people, let the battle be more fierce. Chris's tone was very strong and his attitude was very firm. From him, everyone can feel a kind of tyrannical aura that reigns over the world. At this moment, everyone in the Chris Pirates knows how firm Chris' heart is. They all know that Chris is the kingdom of Pudora who wants to fight against the strongest state. To completely defeat them and completely govern them when they are at their strongest. Chris's mouth brought a faint, confident smile, and said, "Let them panic. In this way, they will do everything possible to resist us. Whatever foreign aid they go to, no matter how much they can find. Foreign aid, I will accept it all. Kingdom of Pudora, I'm going to make an appointment." Seeing that Chris was so haughty, that he was so unreasonable, everyone sighed. They never thought that Chris would have such an aura at this time. Baccarat tucked his hair together, and Isho said, "Chris is really amazing. There are several people in the world who can match such a great spirit. This hockey man deserves to be our captain." Perona is flying around in the air at the moment, with golden light in her eyes. Wow. Chris like this is so handsome. Although this princess is always afraid of him, at this moment, he is the person I admire most. It's such a blessing to be able to follow behind Chris. Carrying a huge mace, Alvida whispered Isho, with the toughest attitude, face the kingdom of Pudora. Only a man like Chris can truly conquer the kingdom of Pudora and conquer the whole world. If Chris chooses some intrigue, I'm going to be a little disappointed. Olibu looked at Chris with admiration and said with a smile, "I have seen so many men in my life, and I can count them as countless. There are very few who can really be called heroes. Chris, it's one." Olibu galloped the sea for many years, up to Roger and others, today's Chris. Chris is a man whom he has admired for so many years. Olibu saw what a man really should look like from Chris. Hancock Vivi Isho, with red lips slightly lifted. As expected of Chris, he will make admirable choices at any time. Although his choice is shocking. But I will still choose to support him unconditionally, and my concubine is finally right. Bonnie's face was full of admiration at the moment, and he said, "Chris dares to make such a decision, except for his arrogance. It also proves that he has the power to not be afraid of anything. Only people who are strong enough will have such self-confidence." Marigold couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder my sister is so obsessed with Chris. Such a decisive and courageous man is indeed very charming." Chris's success now has a lot to do with his character. Nami had returned to the deck at this moment, and she also showed a sweet smile when she saw this scene. She whispered, "That's what Chris can do. I'll just say, Chris never takes shortcuts. He will always be upright and beat his opponents. Only with such a great spirit can we suppress those people in Pudora Kingdom." On the other side, Enel was still floating cross-legged in midair. He tilted his head, poked his ears carelessly, and said, "I didn't expect that the captain would actually do this. But I like his decision, which just shows the strength of our Chris pirates." Lafitte played with his cane, and Vivi shook his head. "The captain has never let us down. His actions may have exceeded our expectations, but every time will prove that he is right." Luo Wai stood aside with Guiku in his arms and murmured, "This is the difference between Chris and Doflamingo. One is fearless and reigns over the world, the other works in a scheming way, always using any means to deal with his enemies. If it was Doflamingo, facing the mighty Pudora Kingdom, he might not even have the courage to attack. What's more, like the captain, he has stimulated the greatest potential of the Pudora Kingdom." Hawkins stood beside Luo and said with dull eyes, "So, Doflamingo can only be a middleman in the underground world. And our captain can just become the most powerful existence in the entire world. And it is said that the branch is trying to develop some business in the underground world. The captain may be able to become king in the underground world." Gentlemen, this is the second update, and there will be another update later. Automatic subscription is still 23, let's do another one. 437. Going at full speed, near the port of Pudora, the battle will start. Hearing Hawkins' words, Cavendish on the side couldn't help but say, "The king of the underworld, the captain is probably not uncommon. Entering the underground world is just to gain greater benefits. The captain's real goal is to become the strongest person in the world. And the courage he showed today just proves all of this. Fanka carried a gun and smiled faintly. In short, there is no one here who can do the captain's step. Anyway, what the captain wants to do, we'll just do it. Believe in the captain is my life creed now. Everything comes from the guidance of fate. Fanka is a person who does not believe in fate. Today, he is a man who believes in Chris very much. It's not that he's changed, it's that Van Auger thinks Chris is the one chosen by fate. As long as you follow Chris, you can't go wrong. Bartolomeo, as Chris's brainless fan, is already dancing with excitement at this moment. With a look of mad worship, he laughed. The captain is still the captain, just courageous. What bastard Kudora kingdom, in front of our captain, is nothing at all. You can call people as much as you like. The more you shout, the more excited we are. Master is here waiting for your reinforcements. Seeing Bartolomeo's almost crazy appearance, everyone was speechless. And at the back of the deck, there was also a burst of excitement at the moment. The crew of the Chris pirates are all excited for Chris. Crib Hehe Isho said, it was a correct choice to join Chris with my brother at the beginning. Following Captain Chris's men, why not worry about it? Mr. Tanaka also nodded and echoed, from the first time I saw the captain, I knew that he was by no means an ordinary person. I'm not at all surprised that the captain can do this today. Only such a fearless person can achieve oneness. The other little guys behind them looked at Chris with admiration. A gunner exclaimed, Captain is really hockey today. With such an aura, who will compete with you? Another gunner smiled and said, hey, when others fight, they are fighting when their opponents are weak. Our captain wants to fight the Pudola kingdom in its strongest state, and ordinary people don't have such a grand spirit. One of the captain's swordsmen was full of emotions and said excitedly, I finally know the captain's swordsmanship. Why is it so strong? It's because of the captain. He has a mind that ordinary people can't match. Such strong self-confidence and courage may be the true meaning of being a great swordsman. Today's performance of Chris has undoubtedly caused quite a stir in the entire Chris Pirates. His strong personal charm is also revealed today. And it was his tough king stance that made all the members of the Chris Pirates respect him even more. Mahawk with a big black knife on his back was indifferent to Isho, and sighed in admiration to himself, Chris. You always surprise me. I really didn't find out before, so you're such a big man who looks down on the world. If I said before, in the eyes of Hawk-Eyed Mahawk, Chris is a high-spirited young man. So now, he has undoubtedly become the real king who reigns in the world. Mahawk couldn't help sighing in his heart. Perhaps this world really needs to be changed. A new king may have appeared. After a commotion, the Chris finally started slowly. It is rare that Chris did not practice cultivation today, standing with everyone, looking at the sea from afar. He stood beside the railing, with his arms folded in front of him, watching the Chris approaching the kingdom of Kudora little by little. This process is slow and short. After a while, the Chris arrived near the port of Kudora Kingdom. This is the Chris Pirates, the closest to the kingdom of Kudora. At the same time, the soldiers stationed in the port of Kudora Kingdom suddenly found the Chris that appeared suddenly. Several soldiers couldn't believe it and rubbed their eyes. They observed it hard and confirmed it several times. Finally determined that this was the real Chris. A soldier couldn't help swallowing and stammered, This is really it's Chris number. How could they be in this place? Another soldier also had a look of shock on his face, and said, our intelligence officers, didn't they say that it will be tomorrow as soon as possible? Why are the Chris Pirates coming to attack our Kudora Kingdom today? The Deputy General of the port garrison rushed out and said solemnly, the Chris Pirates are really unpredictable. What did they want to do? Everyone, this is the third update, and that's it for today's update. Automatic subscription is still $2.36. If it rises to $2.37 tomorrow, a chapter will be added. The war is coming, let's subscribe automatically. 438. Ready to stand, swords drawn. It's time to sound the horn of war. The Kriss suddenly appeared at the port of Pudora Kingdom, which caught the garrison at the port by surprise. All of them, including the garrison generals, didn't even think about it. Just yesterday, news came out from the king's palace of King Pudora, the Kriss pirates will attack tomorrow. It is because of this news that the garrison in the port can't help but relax their vigilance, recharging their energy for tomorrow's war. The port garrison, Lever, came upon hearing the news, with a bit of panic in his steps. Levere came to the observation deck, took a closer look, and was shocked. Kriss pirates. All of them appeared. Damn it. They are obviously going to attack our Pudora kingdom. Grant, the deputy general of the port garrison, stood aside and said solemnly, General Levert, what should we do? Do you want to bombard them directly and drive the Kriss pirates back? Levert directly vetoed it and said sharply, idiot. The direct shelling of the Kriss pirates is equivalent to the war we provoked. With you and me, do you think we can afford this responsibility? The war imminent, an important general like Levert was thinking about how to evade responsibility. At this time, Levert was also afraid of wolves in front and tigers in the back. He was worried that the Pudora kingdom would be defeated, and the Kriss pirates would directly find trouble for him. At the same time, Levert is also worried that if the kingdom of Pudora is not defeated, the war has caused huge losses, and if some people are to be held accountable after the war, then he, the one who attacked first, must bear the brunt. So after weighing it, Levert decided that he could not take the initiative to attack. Grant Vivi, who was reprimanded, lowered his head and dared not speak. Although he is a lieutenant general, the rank is not much lower. But in the kingdom of Pudora, strength is above position. Compared with Levert's strength, Grant is not a star and a half. Grant cautiously continued to ask, then we can't do nothing now? Levert immediately said sharply, of course not. In the current situation, we will also wait and see how it changes. At present, everyone in the country should have received the news about the Kriss pirates' attack tomorrow. So Captain Isaac and the others should also prepare for tomorrow. In any case, we have to try to hold out for them as long as possible. Grant also dared not speak at the moment. He thought disdainfully, you really make excuses for your cowardice. Captain Isaac and the others, why do you need to delay time for them? But thinking this way, Grant still looked respectful on the surface. Lever Vivi frowned and said in a deep voice, pass my order, everyone is ready to fight. All the gunners are in place. Once the Kriss pirates officially launch an attack, they can shoot directly. Lever paused, then turned to a soldier behind him and said, immediately. Send this news back to the palace. Tell His Majesty the Kriss pirates have entered our port area. The soldier nodded immediately, turned and left quickly. At the same time, the movement of the port garrison is not slow. Immediately after receiving the order from Levert, the port, a large number of cannons appeared. This is what the Pudora kingdom got from the underground arms dealers with huge sums of money for this war. The Pudora kingdom is now considered to be of the highest level in the world. In addition, the figures of soldiers one after another had already appeared near the coast at this moment. All the garrison troops in the port are already ready at this moment. Although the main general Levere was less bloody, but this did not affect the state of his soldiers. The garrison in the port, all of them looked solemn, with a kind of momentum that gave up on me. That the Kriss pirates sailed into the port quickly spread throughout the Pudora kingdom. This sudden change caught everyone by surprise. But after all, this is the kingdom of Pudora, a country known for its military power. Neither the national nor the army was frightened by this sudden situation. The contrary, they quickly packed up their moods and entered a state of high alert. This is the kingdom of Pudora, not flinching in the face of strong enemies. Kriss pirates are, the stronger their fighting spirit will be. Soon, The entire Kudora Kingdom has entered a state of complete martial law. Port of Kudora Kingdom. Under the watchful eyes of Levert and others, the Kriss did not have any influence and was still moving forward slowly. At this moment, Levert's heart had reached his throat. There is only one thing in his mind now: the Kriss pirates quickly stop their going. Levert doesn't want the Kriss pirates to attack the kingdom of Kudora at this time. Automatic subscription is still 27, and there is another automatic subscription, and there will be 3 more updates today. War is coming, everyone supports a lot, thank you. Philo reminds you. 3 things about reading. 439. The artillery fire on the port side, the kingdom of Kudora, is fully prepared. The Kriss was still approaching step by step, and Levert's heart almost stopped beating. Levert swallowed involuntarily, thinking in his heart, stop. 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 Don't go any further. In the army of the kingdom of Kudora, there is a clear limit. Once the enemy approached within a certain distance, no matter what the opponent tried, they must take the initiative to attack. Now, the Kriss is approaching this distance infinitely. At that time, even if Levert was the main general of the port garrison, he could not stop it. Even without Lever's order, the soldiers on the front line have every right to attack first. So Levert is already trembling in his heart now. Kriss moved forward slowly, and the hands of the port garrison were quietly placed on the lead. They were always ready to launch shelling on the Kriss pirates. Kriss, on deck. Kriss looked at the clearer and clearer coastline with a calm look. He waved his hand at will and ordered, stop. As soon as Kriss's order came out, the Kriss immediately stopped in place, without going any further. Seeing this scene, Levert's hanging heart was finally put into his stomach. He swallowed his saliva again and let out a long breath. Levere was very happy in his heart. It's okay, it's okay. Just a little bit. Just now, if the Kriss is approaching a distance of 1 meter forward, it has reached a dangerous distance. And at that time, the war between the two sides had to start in advance. The Kriss, at this moment, has been firmly staying on the periphery of the port of Kudora Kingdom. The Kriss pirates, facing the kingdom of Kudora across the air. Seeing the powerful formation of the port garrison of Kudora Kingdom, everyone in the Kriss pirates disdain Isho. Wait, Kriss gave the order, and the co-captain, Lafitte, turned his head and called for the 2 crew members. There was a faint smile on Lafitte's face. The order goes on, and the artillerymen are all ready. Put out all our heavy weapons. I only have one request, that is our battle. It can't be weaker than the Battle of Kudora Kingdom, understand? The 2 crewmen quickly conveyed the order. However, after a few minutes of work, there was a burst of mechanical noises from the Kriss. Soon, heavy artillery after another, all revealed. In terms of numbers alone, it is no less than the heavy artillery on the Kudora Kingdom side. The Kriss pirates and the Kingdom of Kudora, the 2 sides do not give in to each other, and neither one wants to lose in terms of momentum. However, seeing the actions of the Kriss pirates, Levere's heart throbbed. He couldn't help frowning and muttered, the Kriss pirates actually put out so many heavy artillery, the battle is really not small. Could it be that they really intend to attack us? Grant could only whisper at this time, the Kriss pirates have made such a big battle, it's impossible to do nothing. Now that the news has been sent back to the palace, it's up to His Majesty the King to decide. Levert also nodded, quietly waiting for King Uridan's order. On the Kriss, everyone looked calm. And said, is the kingdom of Kudora just fighting for a while? They are also a powerful country in the world anyway, with just a few heavy artillery pieces, what's the use? We don't have as much reserves as a pirate group. Lafitte pressed his hat and smiled faintly. The kingdom of Kudora is a military power, and their strength lies in the ability of individual soldiers. It seems that in terms of weapons reserves, the kingdom of Kudora is really inferior to other countries. Luo Wai stood aside with Guiku in his arms, and sneered, when we meet our Kriss pirates, their individual combat capability is useless. Every member of our Chris Pirates is a fierce enough pirate. If it's really going to be a match, it doesn't matter who wins or loses. Hawkins looked dead, and said with drooping eyelids, "The outside world is always rumored that the Kingdom of Kudora is one of the most powerful countries in the world. Looking at it now, they are not so powerful. Their greatest advantage is in front of us, and they are all gone. Tomorrow, what will the Kingdom of Kudora do against us?" Kuro pushed his glasses slightly, shook his head and said, "What we're seeing now is just a corner of iceberg. The troops stationed in the port and the equipment configured may be less than 1/10 and 10% of the armament of the Kingdom of Kudora. So, don't really underestimate this country." Kuro's mind was quite calm at this time, and he did not lose his rational judgment. The number one power that is not a member of the world government, it is not groundless. There is a question raised by the reader. Say at the end of the chapter, "Don't keep writing this crap." At this point, the author thinks back and sees whether to make improvements. Automatically subscribe to another one, everyone. 440. If you want to take the Kudora Kingdom, you must use force to deter it. A calm face, Kuro said indifferently, "The country opposite us is a real and powerful country. In terms of military strength, we really can't compare to the Kingdom of Kudora." Cavendish held the hilt in one hand and murmured, "Yes, you can tell from the expressions of these soldiers in the port. We've all gotten so close, and only a few of them are a little flustered. Most of the garrison troops have extremely high military literacy. On this point, it is difficult for other countries in the world to compare with the Kingdom of Kudora." Pansfree looked at the Kingdom of Dora and chuckled, "It really is a first-class and powerful country. Their formations are still quite particular. The army at the port is probably not elite, but it is equipped with a large number of heavy weapons. In my opinion, the heavy artillery and other weapons stored in the Kudora Kingdom are definitely not few." Baccarat tucked his hair together and said generously, "The number one country that is not a member of the world government, the scene is unusual. I'm looking forward to what the real elite troops of Kudora Kingdom will look like." Reiju's beautiful eyes flowed, her red lips slightly parted, and she said softly, "When I was in Germa 66, I attacked many countries. The Kingdom of Kudora looks like the most powerful country I have ever seen. A small port has so many garrisons and equipment. It is conceivable how strong the country of Kudora is. Seeing a small book, a small glimpse of the big. The garrison in the port of Kudora Kingdom has already explained everything. Their military literacy and weapons and equipment all show the strength of this country." Of the Kingdom of Kudora suddenly changed. They don't look down on the country in front of them, but gradually recognize this, the first powerful country that is not a member of the world government. Nami couldn't help but exclaim, "It really is a powerful country." Chris wants to use absolute force to completely conquer the Kingdom of Kudora, which is really a very hockey decision. Nami immediately took a few steps, slightly suspicious. "Chris, although conquering such a powerful Kingdom of Kudora is indeed very fulfilling. But we have spent so much trouble, Kudora Kingdom assembling troops and helping hands, aren't we asking for trouble? These soldiers in the Kingdom of Kudora don't seem to be too easy to mess with." After seeing the Battle of Kudora Kingdom, Nami began to attach importance to Kudora Kingdom from the bottom of her heart. She began to feel that once the Kudora Kingdom showed its strongest state, it would inevitably become very difficult. At that time, this will become a huge trouble for the Chris Pirates. Betty casually lit a cigarette and said, "It's not really good for us to give them time to get ready. It should be a very difficult thing to fight a positional war with such a powerful country." The Queen's sweetheart was wearing a long goose yellow dress and said softly, "I personally think that a direct attack would be a surprise to Kudora Kingdom. In this case, maybe the right choice." Karina blinked her big eyes, nodded and said, "If we launch an attack now, it should still be too late. Right now, the interior of Kudora Kingdom should be in a state of panic. Before their mobilization is in place, the attack will definitely achieve very good results now." Bellamy's Vivi frowned and said, "Captain, are we really just trying to intimidate each other like this? With such a great opportunity, why not attack directly?" Tesoro is also very puzzled. He thinks that Chris is not like someone who covets the reputation of a bully. In the past, Chris has always been able to find the best opportunity and then start. And this time, Chris is obviously determined to miss such a great opportunity. He murmured, "Captain, you deliberately let this opportunity pass. Do you have any plans? Anyway, what are your concerns?" Looking at the suspicious eyes of everyone, Chris couldn't help shaking his head. He said indifferently, "If there is an opportunity, today is indeed the best opportunity. Whether it's Kudora Kingdom or Marine, they all thought we would attack tomorrow. Now attacking, we will undoubtedly take a lot of advantage. Maybe in a few hours, we will be able to completely occupy the kingdom of Kudora. But what then?" Chris' words made everyone else a little confused. People still don't understand what Chris means. Chris continued, "What I want is not an empty shell of the kingdom of Kudora. What I want is a relatively complete and functioning country." Gentlemen, the author thought about it for a while. At the end of the chapter, it is really not suitable to add this content. So, if there are no special circumstances in the future, I will not write this again. Pirates, I can reject everything. Chapter 441 to 460. 441. Chris's decision must be the strongest to destroy the kingdom of Kudora. Chris's purpose is very clear. What he wants is not just the territory of Kudora Kingdom. Reason why he agreed to Sengoku at the beginning was to attack the Kudora Kingdom in a big way. What Chris looks at is not just a piece of land and rich resources and treasury. Since preparing to establish the Shichibukai alliance, Chris has begun to plan to establish his own country. Build an extremely powerful country in the shortest possible time. From scratch, everything will be too slow. So, Chris's only option is to take over a country that is very powerful in itself. Of Kudora is just such a very suitable object. Chris said lightly, "If we want to complete our grand cause, we can't spend too much time and waste in the process. The 100-year heritage of the Kudora Kingdom cannot be accumulated casually. If we want to start from scratch and cultivate our own people step by step, this is too slow. By that time, none of us will know what the situation in the world will be like." Of the Chris pirates have broadened their horizons a lot in the past year. Everyone knows that the changes on this sea can be described as rapid changes. If they wanted to overthrow Tenryubito's rule, they couldn't delay too long. Faint smile appeared on Hancock's beautiful face. She said softly, "So, your purpose at the beginning was not to destroy the kingdom of Kudora. All you want is to eradicate the ruler of the Kudora Kingdom, and then directly rule the people here." Chris nodded and said indifferently, "No one knows this place better than the original residents here. Besides, the Kudora Kingdom has a sturdy national style and a martial style, and everyone can use it. If we can really conquer these people, it will be a good thing for us. The reason why the Kingdom of Kudora is so powerful is that it ranks as the most powerful country that is not a member of the world government. On the mighty power of these people. In the Kingdom of Kudora, everyone is good at fighting. This alone, other countries would not dare to provoke them at will." Chris continued talking. "The Kudora Kingdom has a sturdy national style, and if you want to conquer the masses, you can only rely on the toughest means. Only upright, defeating this country with the power of crushing. Only the people here can be completely convinced by our Chris pirates. Only by convincing them of us will we have the possibility to rule them further." Chris raised his eyebrows and looked at Cavendish and Bartolomeo and the others. "If according to what you said, we will attack directly, or take assassination to kill the king of Kudora Kingdom. In this case, we can indeed defeat the Kudora Kingdom very quickly. However, after doing this, the people here will never surrender to our Chris pirates. They will only continue to make trouble for the next time, and keep thinking about recovering their country. Then we may have to keep suppressing them in the days to come, and not be able to carry out our plan with peace of mind. After Chris gave a long speech, everyone was like a slap in the face, and the feeling was relieved. Everyone has a deep admiration for Chris. They didn't expect that the captain, who was usually taciturn, suddenly talked loudly, but could directly persuade everyone. Kuro couldn't help shaking his head and sighed. As expected, the captain is looking farther. Occupying and ruling a country are indeed two completely different concepts. It's easy to occupy, but it takes too much effort to rule. Lafitte pressed his hat and said softly, according to the captain's instructions, all the fighting power of the Pudora kingdom will be activated. Then at the moment when they thought they were the most powerful, they defeated the entire Pudora kingdom in one fell swoop. In this way, everyone in this country will admire and fear our strength. Even if some people are still dissatisfied, I'm afraid no one will dare to stand up against us again. Enel floated in the air, poked his ears, and smiled casually. Deal with this country with a tough culture. The best way is to defeat them in the same tough way. Defeat them in the force they are best at, and I think most people will approve of our rule. As long as we don't oppress the original inhabitants of the Pudola kingdom, they will still support us. Reiju touched his delicate chin and sneered. I may have more experience than everyone in this regard. 4. Ordinary people, as long as the ruler treats them well, it can bring them a happy life. They never care who rules. 442. The kingdom of Pudora gives a speech, inspires people, and makes everyone take up arms and fight. Germa doesn't know how many countries he has conquered, and his methods are also very tough. Reiju has also led the team to perform many tasks. But after conquering these countries, Reiju's men rarely target innocent civilians. Therefore, every time Reiju can control these countries smoothly. But IG and the others will slaughter ordinary people every time, so what they get can only be the resources and territory of this country. Reiju is the only one who wins the hearts and minds of the people. Hancock's beautiful eyes and Vivi flowed, and he smiled softly. Chris's vision will always look farther than we all. It has to be said that what he does is indeed more useful than simply occupying the kingdom of Pudora. Bonnie naturally nodded and said with a smile, the Pudora kingdom has such a large group of people, this is a very important force. It would be a shame if all were killed. Fortunately, Chris has a vision. After that, these people will definitely be able to submit to us. Corona flew in the air and said with a smile, if you want to be wise, it has to be Chris. Kuro is just a little bit smart, and only Chris can come up with this kind of wisdom. Ha 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 ha. This, Kuro could only helplessly spread his hands. He shook his head and sighed and said, I am at most a little think tank of our Chris pirates. How can my vision be as broad as the captain's? So, my vision determines that I can only be a squad leader. On Nami's face, and she said with a smile, Chris usually trains in the training room all the time. We don't know that while he is cultivating, he is also planning everything. A double-mindedness like Chris can achieve big results, and the rest of us can't do it anyway. Bakura gathered his hair and said generously, Chris's great wisdom has always existed. From the first time we met, I knew that Chris was a man of great wisdom and great luck. That's why I am willing to give up on Chris's side. Luo Wai stood aside with Guikuu in his arms, and said indifferently, only a wise captain can build a great pirate group. The reason why we, the Chris pirates, can be today is inseparable from the captain's every correct decision. Man-Demon Jin sneered at Isho, and said coldly, from attacking Crocodile, to joining King Shichibukai, to attacking the kingdom of Pudora. The captain's mind jumps, and it always makes us all unable to keep up. But in the end it turned out that the captain was never at fault. Cavendish couldn't help but tut two words. The captain is like a sophisticated machine, tireless and will not make mistakes. If I could have had the shrewd brain of the captain, I would certainly not be what I am now. Maybe, I have already become a sea emperor in the new world. Squad leaders expressed their admiration and envy for Chris's wisdom. And in this matter, Hawkeye Mahawk is also impressed by Chris. His deep glasses stared at the kingdom of Kudora in the distance, and murmured, "Chris, this guy is really scary. We are still struggling with how to attack the kingdom of Kudora, but he has already thought of how to govern the kingdom of Kudola. His judgment on the situation and speculation about human nature are beyond our understanding." Hawk-eyed Mahawk felt particularly incredible. He felt that Chris was always standing in the perspective of God. That's why he can understand everything at the earliest, and then make the most correct judgment. At the same time, the kingdom of Kudora, Plaza Buenos Aires. This is a central square in the capital of the kingdom of Kudola. Many important events have been held in this place. Therefore, in the hearts of the people of the entire Kudola kingdom, the Plaza de Buenos Aires is more like a very sacred place. At this moment, the place above the Plaza de Buenos Aires was already crowded with people. On the high platform in the center of Piazza Buenos Aires, Bait Deng West is standing there. Culture Secretary Ricky Davies happened to be nearby at this time. He saw a large number of people gathered here, and he couldn't help asking the guards around him curiously, "What happened here? With such a large number of people gathered here, is there something major happening?" The guard hurriedly inquired and replied, "Lord Davis, it's Bait Densei who is giving a speech on the Buyano High platform. He is calling on the people to rise up against the Chris pirates." Hearing this, Ricky Davis couldn't help raising his eyebrows, slightly surprised. This Biden got the news so quickly. Also, his influence is exactly what we need now. 443. The people of Kudora Kingdom are excited, and they want to fight Chris to the death. Ricky Davis is no stranger to the name Betty Densei. It might even be said that it is very familiar. Bait Densei is a very famous political orator in the kingdom of Kudola. He is very good at speeches, and every time he can find his own way and occupy the commanding heights of morality and reason. Before that, Bait Densei had delivered hundreds of speeches in Plaza Buenos Aires. And each time, he was a huge success. Over time, this Bait Densei became the most famous orator in the Kudola kingdom. And followers have also reached a very terrifying level. As the Minister of Culture, is naturally very familiar with such a speaker who is well received by the people. Ricky Davis whispers Isho, "Let him speak well. Today, we need the support of these people even more." Just an hour ago, Ricky Davis got the news that the Chris pirates had entered the port of Kudora Kingdom. So he has realized that the war is about to start. And according to the news from the front, the battle of the Chris pirates is extremely strong. If you want to fight against the Chris pirates, relying only on the kingdom's army should not be enough. So now, fighting for the power of the general public is naturally the best choice. On the high platform of Buyano, Betty Densei was wearing a black cloak. He said aloud with righteous indignation, "I believe everyone is like me, and heard such a news. Just an hour ago, the Chris pirates were approaching our port. Maybe many people don't know the truth of this news. I can tell everyone in charge right now that this news is absolutely true." At this moment, the Chris is parked outside the port of our Kudola kingdom. With an excited look on his face, Biden continued to shout loudly, "At this time, the Chris has set up heavy artillery and aimed at us. But, the Chris pirates are attacking us." Biden deliberately paused here, and with a pair of eyes, swept the following people. The people with doubts. Then, he suddenly asked, "Dao, the Chris pirates. Why didn't they attack directly?" A man below shouts back, "So today, they're just getting ready." Betty Densei chuckled, and then said coldly, "Yes, this is indeed one of the reasons. However, that's not the most important reason." Suddenly, a female voice came from below the stage. "This is a supporter of Biden West," she asked. "Lord Biden West, why did the Chris pirates not attack directly? Do you know what's going on?" In the eyes of these supporters, Biden is like a god, omniscient and omniscient. However, Biden seems to enjoy playing such a role. He narrowed his eyes and sneered. Of course I know. What are the plans of the Chris Pirates? This group of over-the-top guys came to the port a day early just to show off to us. The Chris Pirates. They are showing us their mighty force. This is a blatant challenge to our Pudola kingdom. As soon as these words came out, the entire Plaza Buyano was immediately plunged into a boiling commotion. After Biden said a few words, it was here immediately. The crowd became angry. Seeing this scene, Ricky Davis couldn't help but curled his lips and said, "This Biden, there is indeed something. If you talk about it casually, you can make so many people stand with him." It seems that these people have begun to hate the Chris Pirates. Smug smile appeared on Ricky Davis's face. He was very happy to see such a scene. Seeing the fierce reaction from the public, Biden struck while the iron was hot. He continued, "The Chris Pirates, just a arrogant group. Especially their pirate captain, Chris, this guy is a typical dead or alive. They thought that with such a battle, our Pudola kingdom would be afraid of them. Did they think we're going to catch the Chris Pirates without a hitch?" Biden's voice suddenly increased a lot, saying, "This is daydreaming. The Chris Pirates don't have a clear understanding of what they are doing." The more Biden spoke, the more excited he became, and the people below became more and more boiling. The Chris Pirates. This is using their poor military strength to show off their might to a mighty country. It's like a puppy with just teeth showing off his might to a ferocious tiger. How stupid they are. 444. Chris provoked public anger, and everyone threatened to kill him. Biden compared the Chris Pirates to a puppy that has just grown teeth. Of Pudola to a ferocious tiger. The huge gap between the two just reflects the power gap between the Chris Pirates and the Kingdom of Pudora. Under the propaganda of Bait Diungshi, the people of Pudora Kingdom on the Plaza de Buenos Aires disdained the Chris Pirates one after another. They chose to believe the words of Bait Diungshi, thinking that the attack of the Chris Pirates was nothing more than hitting a stone with an egg. Betty Dengsi continued, "Our Kingdom of Pudora is undoubtedly the most powerful country in the world. For so many years, the world government has not dared to touch us easily. A mere Chris Pirates want to occupy our country. This Chris, what a daydream." After Betty Dengsi's speech, the people of Pudola Kingdom are full of boundless confidence in their country again. All of them believed that the Kingdom of Pudora was the most powerful country in the world. No one. At the same time, several voices sounded in the Plaza de Buenos Aires. Of Pudora Kingdom, he also took a step directly at this moment and stood under the high platform of Buyano. This person is named Auden, brave and good at fighting, and also a legendary figure in the Kingdom of Pudola. Although he is old now, his personal influence in the Kingdom of Pudola is still very considerable. Auden's face was resolute, and he snorted coldly, "The Chris Pirates are daring and want to destroy the Kingdom of Pudora. Such thieves are really insane, and they are looking for their own way of death. The power of our Pudola Kingdom is just a pirate, and there is no way to imagine it. As long as the Chris Pirates dare to step into our country, they will surely die without a place to be buried." On the other side, the same old man stood up. This person is the confidant minister of the previous king, Nurkic. Although Nurkic is over 60 years old, he is still burly and tall. He sneered and said disdainfully, "This yellow-mouthed child, he doesn't know the real background of our Pudora Kingdom. He hadn't been born yet when we started to expand our territory. If he knew the true strength of our Pudola Kingdom, I would not dare to make such a move today." Seeing that the two well-respected predecessors spoke up, the Minister of Culture, Ricky Davis, could no longer remain silent. He stood outside the crowd and said with a loud laugh, "Chris's move today is just to provoke our Pudora Kingdom. This yellow-mouthed child, I am afraid he really thinks that the people of our Pudola Kingdom have been scared since childhood." Ricky Davis shook his head with a smile, and said casually, "Chris's provocation is completely a child's willful behavior. So all of us now understand what kind of opponent we are facing. In the kingdom of Pudora, there is absolutely no need to be afraid of the Chris pirates. Words came out, there was a burst of laughter in the entire Plaza de Buyano. Under the continued rendering of Ricky Davis and others, the atmosphere in the Plaza de Buenos Aires suddenly became much more relaxed. Everyone began to despise the Chris pirates. Seeing the confidence of everyone, Ricky Davis also showed a happy smile on his face. He murmured to himself, at this time, the emotions of the domestic people are still very important. Fortunately, the seniors of Biden and Auden, their influence is still there. After their troubles like this, the Chinese people will be full of confidence. Ricky Davis is very satisfied with this speech by Biden. He didn't know the real situation, and the top priority was to mobilize the fighting spirit in the whole country and let all the people participate in the fighting. Only in this way can the kingdom of Pudola have hope of victory. Ricky Davis returned to his sedan chair and headed towards the Pudola Palace. On the Plaza de Buenos Aires, Betty Dempsey continued, "Everyone, the Chris pirates dare to provoke our country. This is disrespect to our entire Pudora kingdom, it is disrespectful to us. Can everyone tolerate this kind of behavior?" Soon as this statement came out, it immediately ignited the emotions in the entire Plaza Buenos Aires. Intolerable. Absolutely intolerable. Get out of the Chris pirates. Kill all the Chris pirates and make them pay the price they deserve. For a while, the crowd in the Plaza de Buenos Aires was furious. A kingdom ranger held a big sword and said viciously, "If the Chris pirates really dare to come, I will definitely join the fight. I'm going to cut off that Chris head with this knife in my hand." A swordsman said coldly, "Count me in on this matter." 445. Misbah Jin and Akoku's dialogue, both disdain Chris. The swordsman held the hilt in his hand and sneered, "I can't wait to fight the Chris pirates. I'd like to see if they have the confidence to come and invade our Pudola kingdom." A butcher on the street, Hey Isho, smiled disdainfully, "It's just a mob, it's not worth mentioning. The knife in my hand, but I haven't killed anyone for a long time." In the butcher's eyes, a fierce light suddenly shot out. Someone suddenly discovered that this person was actually a swordsman who had disappeared for many years. Several women in the Plaza de Buyano were not to be outdone. They narrowed their eyes and said, "Those who violate my Pudola kingdom will be punished even if they are far away. We must join in this battle. We won't stop until we kill all the Chris pirates." The other people around were also shouting loudly, wanting to fight the Chris pirates to the death. For a time, the people in the Plaza de Buenos Aires ignited a heart of fighting. Betty Dempsey looked at this scene with satisfaction, and a smug smile appeared on his face. This time, he finally succeeded in provoking the fighting spirit of the entire country. He suddenly opened his arms and shouted loudly, "Everyone, take up arms. Let's work together to exterminate all the abominable Chris pirates. We want the whole world to see that our kingdom of Pudora is powerful. Our kingdom of Pudora is not allowed to be coveted by anyone." Hearing Betty Dempsey's very inflammatory words, everyone below shouted. Soon, what happened on the Plaza de Buyano had spread throughout the entire Pudola kingdom. After listening to Betty Dempsey's speech, these people began to run around, calling for their companions. All the people began to run and tell each other, spreading the emotions and fire of the battle. For a time, the entire Pudora kingdom fell into an inexplicable frenzy. All adults have prepared their own weapons and are waiting for the battle to start. What's more, many of the children are also their own weapons, and their eyes are full of fighting spirit. The Pudora kingdom is full of the desire to fight for carry, and they all want to destroy the Chris pirates. Somewhere in the Pudora kingdom, the bosses of several weapon shops gathered together. In their shop to the center of the market. One of them directly thought about the surrounding propaganda. In order to resist the attack of the Chris pirates together, all weapons are provided for free. Anyone who is willing to fight with the kingdom's army can come here and take whatever weapon they like. Let's unite together and completely defeat the Chris pirates. Soon, The place was full of people, and one after another, they received the weapons that they had in hand. Similar situations have begun to appear in many places in the kingdom of Putuola. In such a country with strong folk customs, it is very easy to gather civil forces. Now walking on the streets of Putuola Kingdom, you can see everyone with weapons. Almost every household stopped their daily work and prepared for battle. Putuola Kingdom, somewhere near the deep mountains. The fierce tiger Boris has just come out of the deep mountains and is going to find a pub to drink. He saw that the people outside were preparing weapons one after another, with a menacing look. Only after inquiring did I find out that all this happened today. The violent tiger Boris shook his head with a smile, and sneered, "This Chris, does he hope to arouse the anger of the Putuola Kingdom? I want to destroy the confidence of the entire Putuola Kingdom people in one fell swoop. Ha ha, it's a little too self-sufficient." After gathering information from various sources, Boris the Tiger quickly guessed Chris's true intentions. Of the people in the entire Putuola Kingdom have indeed been successfully mobilized. But Boris the Tiger doesn't think that the Chris pirates can defeat the Putuola Kingdom in this state. He has been in this country for so many years, and he can no longer understand the power of the people in this country. He knows very well that once these people run wild, they will become a very terrifying force. The violent tiger Boris murmured, Chris, you are a good abacus. It's a pity that you underestimated the heritage of the Putuola Kingdom. If you want to break the self-confidence of the whole country, some idiots are dreaming. At the same time, in another deep mountain in the kingdom of Putuola, Akoku and Bajin, the Weibo mother and son, they have already learned about the outside world. All the news. As for Chris's plan, they are naturally well aware of it. Bajin smiled disdainfully, and said, "This Chris, I really don't know how high the sky is. Sure enough, it's still too young." 446. Weibo is furious, he must kill Chris. Urgently hold a meeting to discuss the Chris pirates. Bajin shook his head and said, "It seems that Chris still can't see the form clearly. Does he really think that the kingdom of Putuola could be conquered by him so easily? He doesn't really think that he is better than the world government and the Big Mom pirate group." Was very surprised by Chris' actions today. Suddenly, she felt as if she had overestimated Chris before. As a person of the older generation, Bajin naturally understands more about the power of the Putuola Kingdom. This country is powerful, and the people in this country are all powerful, and all can take up arms to resist the enemy. If you want to attack this country, you must kill all the people here. Otherwise, even if you temporarily occupy the kingdom of Putuola, it will be overthrown later. Moreover, the reason why people like Akoku and Storm Tiger Boris chose to live in seclusion in the kingdom of Putuola is not just because the kingdom of Putuola is not a member of the world government. More importantly, this country has a very strong ability to resist foreign enemies. Akoku's eyes are burning, he is playing with a pile of charcoal fires, and chuckles, "Now these juniors, it really doesn't matter what you do. Now that Chris is high-spirited and the teenager is proud, it is inevitable that there will be some stupid tricks. Want to conquer the kingdom of Putuola? Easier said than done." Akoku's tone was flat, which was mixed with his contempt for Chris. In Akoku's eyes, Chris is a nasty, yellow-mouthed child. Man can do something like hitting a stone with an egg. Bajin's face showed a gloating expression and said, "Let Chris continue to be a hero. Now the people of the entire Putuola Kingdom have taken up their weapons. Faced with such a group of people, it's time for the Chris pirates to take a bite." Bajin has long coveted the gold and silver treasures of the Chris pirates, and naturally hoped that they would have a bad life. If this time, the Chris pirates can be directly defeated by the kingdom of Putuola. So if you want to get these treasures, isn't it a matter of grasping it? And it seems that the development of things is moving in the direction of her heart. ... Akoku looked up at the window, faint. Now, this Chris is indeed the brightest person in the sea. I can hear from him almost every day. However, if you don't have the strength to receive this attention and adoration, it is destined to be a flash in the pan. Today's events made Akoku feel that Chris's temperament is average. Even if he was lucky enough to pass the Putuola kingdom, he would definitely not go far. Wabel sat beside him, his face gloomy. He said angrily, "Humph. Chris, this nasty guy. My limelight was all stolen by that guy Chris." More Wabel thought about it, the more angry he felt, and he said viciously, "No, this is absolutely unbearable. I must personally kill Chris. As long as I can kill that nasty guy with my own hands, I will definitely be able to get the world's attention." At that time, I was the brightest star in the whole world. In Wabel's eyes, there was a fierce light. At this time, the kingdom of Putuola, the palace hall. Culture Minister Ricky Davis and others arrived here one after another, as well as the captains of the major pirate groups headed by Middle Camino. In the Putuola kingdom gathered in the palace hall at this time. After a long time, King Uridan arrived belatedly. King Yuri sat silently on his seat. For a time, the entire palace hall was filled with chills. All the people were very worried and silent at the moment. About the approaching Chris pirates was notified to each of them early in the morning. Almost everyone has realized the seriousness of the problem. While King Uridan groaned and said, "Everyone already knows that. It seems that the Chris pirates can't stand it anymore. We must also make some necessary responses now." Culture Secretary Ricky Davies said softly, "Your Majesty, it is fortunate to have people like Betty Dempsey inspired. Now all the people in our country have taken up arms. This is undoubtedly a great thing for us." Saying that, a faint smile appeared on Ricky Davis's face. However, Isaac, the commander-in-chief of the battle, said coldly, "Others don't know, don't you know? Those people in Beit Diangshi were just sent by His Majesty the King to stabilize the hearts of the people. The current situation is extremely serious for us. Just relying on the citizens, is far from enough." Minister Giannis also nodded and said solemnly, "According to the information, the Chris pirates will attack us tomorrow. And the other kings, Shichibukai, will all assemble tomorrow. It now seems that the Chris pirates are obviously provoking us." 447. Isaac's analysis. The king was very angry and wanted to lead an army to attack Chris. Minister Giannis looked indignant and said, "This Chris, the provocation is too obvious. We can't help but make some responses. Everyone knows that the official attack of the Chris pirates must be tomorrow. So today, when Chris made such a show, the meaning is very obvious. Now it is not only these people in the Putuola kingdom who are aware of it, but also some forces that are always paying attention to the trends here. With a little bit of wisdom knows that Chris is a blatant provocation. And if the kingdom of Putuola does not respond, it will undoubtedly be a loss in front of the whole world." The vice captain of the battle, Fuji, let out a long sigh and said solemnly, "At this time, we will make any the reaction as inappropriate. Whether it's tit for tat with the Chris pirates, or sending troops directly, it's impossible. All our combat deployments are in preparation for tomorrow's battle. If we start a war rashly now, all our previous deployments will be in vain. In a hurry, the battle effect will not be too ideal. Anyone who leads a war knows that it is the most taboo to send troops hastily before the war begins. Even if the general leading the team has a surefire strategy in mind, the soldiers cannot be prepared. Husey and others have already arranged their own tactics and army distribution. Once the war is launched in advance, the following army is likely to have a chaotic scene. Is extraordinary for such a crucial war." Education Minister Arenas frowned and murmured, "Then don't we just do nothing? The Chris pirates have already hit our door. Don't let the Chris pirates run wild in front of us." Chancellor of the Exchequer Kelpo also nodded and said righteously, "If you don't make the necessary response, it will be detrimental to our country's prestige. The war is imminent, and this will have a great impact on the hearts of the people and the military. This Chris, really gave a difficult problem. Several ministers looked at each other, and they all shook their heads helplessly. They had to admire Chris, he moved very well. King Reading was also full of sorrow, and looked up at Isaac. He asked softly, "Isaac, what do you think we should do now?" At the critical moment, King Reading relied on and trusted the most, and he had to be the commander-in-chief of the battle, Isaac. This is not only because of his strength, but also because he is the wisest person in the entire palace. Isaac frowned slightly, and said lightly, "Chris's move is wanting us to be in a dilemma. If we attack, we will fall into a trap, which is equivalent to a skirmish. And the other party is ready early. The situation is naturally beneficial to the Chris pirates." He spread out his hands, and then continued, "If we don't take action, we can't give some response. Not to mention how we are in the eyes of the outside world, but in the eyes of the people, we will all appear cowardly and timid. As a result, our people may lose some confidence in the government." Culture Minister Ricky Davis raised his eyebrows and said softly, "Fortunately, His Majesty the King has foresight. Sending Biden, Auden and others to give speeches in advance has stabilized the current situation. The attention of the people outside is now focused on the anger towards the Chris pirates. In a short time, they shouldn't notice anything else." Saying that, a slightly flattering smile appeared on Ricky Davis's face. At this critical moment, he still will not miss any chance to please King Reading. And his face also aroused the dissatisfaction of Isaac and Huji. Both of them glanced at Ricky Davis with contempt. Isaac retracted his gaze and continued, "These are just two superficial problems. If you think about it carefully, you will know why Chris has to do this and come to provoke us. According to our intelligence, Chris is not of such a character. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon." Hearing this, everyone also felt that it was very reasonable. Captain Middle Camino said coldly, "This Chris's strength is top-notch, so it shouldn't be for a moment. A quick one. He must have some other purpose in doing this. But, angering our entire Kudora kingdom, what good is it for him?" Evil Bradley frowned and murmured, "In the current situation, the people of Kudora kingdom are all angry. In this way, the overall combat power of Kudora kingdom will be improved. What do you think? It's not a good thing for the Chris pirates." Isaac shook his head and snorted coldly, "It's not that simple." 448. Facing the power of Chris, the kingdom of Kudola, call all the hidden pirates. Vivi, the commander-in-chief of the battle, squinted his eyes and sneered, "Everyone still thinks Chris is too simplistic. This person's mind and ambition are more complicated than we think." Cacho touched his mechanical arm and asked, "Why?" Everyone else looked at Isaac curiously, waiting for him to give his opinion. Isaac said directly, "We learned from the beginning that after the Chris pirates were going to attack the kingdom of Kudora. The first reaction of all of us is, the Chris pirates want to invade our territory and plunder our treasure." King Reading and the other ministers nodded without any hesitation. Minister Giannis also asked back, "Isn't that so? Chris put so much effort into it, he just took a fancy to the rich resources and gold and silver treasures of our Kudora kingdom. Otherwise, why would he bother so much?" Isaac smiled disdainfully and said, "This is just our stereotype of pirates. We believe that pirates live for gold and silver treasures. And pirates at the level of Chris, in addition to gold and silver treasures, naturally expand their power. I think everyone, that's what they think." Saying that, Isaac's eyes swept across Middle Camino and other captains of the pirate group. Tristan shrugged his shoulders directly, and said generously, "We go to sea just for these gold and silver treasures, and the respect of others, or fear." The captain of the Silver Bear Pirates, Morant West, also said bluntly, "In this year, there are not many who really go to sea for the name of One Piece King of Pirates. Even for being One Piece King of Pirates, not for the treasure that Roger left behind. To be honest, if it wasn't for the rich rewards given to us by the Kingdom of Kudora, we wouldn't have come to swim in this muddy water. This is the truth in the hearts of these pirate captains. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Pirates have always been a very present. Isaac nodded, then smiled strangely, and said, this is the most common image of a pirate in our minds. But, Chris is no ordinary pirate. The Chris Pirates are also an ordinary pirate group. They want more than treasure and fame. Isaac paused, then said solemnly, we got information before, Chris made a deal with Marine. As long as he can capture our kingdom of Pudora, the world government will make him the king of a country. That's when we should have thought that what Chris wants is far from simple. Louis Caccio said thoughtfully, you mean, Chris really wants to set up his own country. And, he's not trying to take a turf and start from scratch. Chris wants to directly take over the centuries-old efforts of the Pudora royal family. As soon as these words came out, everyone, including King Euryton, widened their eyes in shock. For this guess, everyone feels very incredible. But when you think about it, it does make some sense. Education Minister Arenas couldn't help shaking his head and sneered. This Chris, isn't it crazy? Does he really think that our Pudora kingdom can be taken over by an outsider so easily? Does he know how much effort I have made in the past generations of the royal family of the Pudora kingdom to achieve today's achievements? King Euryton looked gloomy, but remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Fortunately, Isaac said unabashedly, it is precisely because of the difficulties that he has this blatant provocation. Chris is deliberately provoking public anger. What he wants is that our Pudora kingdom go all out. As long as you can be dignified and upright, in a frontal battle, defeat the Pudora kingdom, which is attacking with all its strength. Then the Chris pirates have a high possibility of successfully conquering the people of Pudora kingdom. Because at that time, the self-confidence of our people was destroyed by them. Vice Captain Husi rubbed his temples, shook his head and said, Shengwu, this is the culture of our country. If the force of the Chris pirates is strong enough, it is indeed possible for these people to surrender to them. Hearing this, all the ministers seemed to be suddenly discouraged. They secretly looked at the king on the throne, Euryton's face, at this moment, very ugly. His confidant Minister Giannis rolled his eyes and said sharply, this Chris, it's just too much. He just didn't take our Pudora kingdom in his eyes. In my opinion, it doesn't matter if you ditch the deployment. You can fight them directly. 449. The Kingdom of Pudora, gather all the fighting forces, and prepare to fight to the death. Giannis looked righteous and aggressive. He said loudly, even if there is no specific tactical cooperation, the army of our Pudora kingdom is strong enough. In addition to the people who took up arms outside, it's not that we can't go to war directly. Since Chris wants to defeat us in the strongest state, let him have a taste of being backlashed. With Giannis making such a statement, the depression in the hearts of the other ministers turned into anger at this moment. Chancellor of the Exchequer Kelpo said sharply, I suggest, immediately, to war. With our current state, we can completely compete with the Chris pirates. The Minister of Culture, Ricky Davis, also agreed very much, agreeing, the Chris pirates rely on nothing more than Chris. And our Pudora kingdom, with so many masters, is afraid that we won't be able to restrain a Chris. Chris is so arrogant, we must not let him continue to be arrogant. Education Minister Arenas snorted and said, if we do nothing today, it means we are showing weakness. Now, what will happen next to the Chris pirates? Arenas turned to look at King Euryton and pleaded, Your Majesty, let's send troops. Now is the time when morale is high, and this is a great time to fight. At this moment, outside the Pudora palace, a noisy voice entered the palace. All the people outside were shouting, destroy the Chris pirates. Attack the Chris pirates. Cut off Chris's head. One after another, it was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The ministers couldn't hold back their emotions when they heard this inspiring slogan. King Reading were already gathered together at this moment, forming a deep ravine. His heart began to sway a little. Upon seeing this, Isaac, the commander-in-chief of the battle, poured a basin of cold water and said, "You can guarantee that we can solve the battle within a day. If the main fighting force of Kari cannot be eliminated today, wait until tomorrow when the other King Shichibukai appears. Do you think that with our strength, we can still support it?" The vice-captain of the battle, Tuji, also sneered, and said bluntly, "The people from the Shichibukai alliance are the biggest threat. As long as 7 of them are there, it's going to be a huge problem for us. Our existing masters are probably too stretched to deal with a Chris and a Hawkeye Mahawk. Not to mention, there are 5 other people." Isaac and Tuji saw the situation very clearly, and they knew that the crux of the war was the Shichibukai alliance. King Shichibukai gathers together and fights side by side, which is a rare scene. No one knows what kind of power these 7 everyone can handle it. But the other people are not too easy to mess with. Kachio nodded, spread his hands and said, "The original Empress Boa Hancock doesn't really need to worry, but now Hancock has been improving since she re-entered the New World. And what her strength is now, we don't know. For sure, she's become a pretty tricky being." The captain of the cavalry pirates, Tristan, licked his lips and murmured, "Except Gecko Moria we can meet. Other people, I'm afraid everyone is not sure. These 3 people are already the 3 most powerful among the captains of the pirate group. If none of them are sure, let alone others." For a time, a worried mood and atmosphere enveloped the entire hall. Seeing the gloomy expressions on everyone's face, King Reading couldn't help shaking his head. He suddenly said in a deep voice, "Chris provokes us, doesn't he just want us to keep calling people? Since he gave this opportunity, let's show him." King Reading seemed to make up his mind suddenly. He turned his head to look at Giannis and asked, "Giannis, didn't you say that some people's mouths have become loose these days? Take this opportunity to lobby them quickly." Hearing this, Giannis nodded happily. In the past few days, several big pirates have indeed contacted him. Although he didn't express his attitude directly, it was also very ambiguous. King Reading felt that there must be some tricks hidden in such a sudden performance at this time. So this matter has not continued. Now, Reading can't take care of that much anymore. All he wants now is to destroy the Chris pirates. King Reading turned his head and told the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Kyle Pope, "Remember, this time, I will do whatever it takes." 450. The 8 of the Kingdom of Puduola, this is a big pirate. King Reading looked solemn, with a bit of cold blood in his eyes. Although he is a little older now, he still maintains the ruthlessness of the past. Sneered and said disdainfully, "Since Chris has invited members of the Shichibukai alliance to help out, then the battle on our side, naturally, cannot be defeated. Over the years, I have accumulated a lot of contacts in Pudora Kingdom. Last time, Pudora Kingdom was in a hurry and could only summon these pirate groups headed by Middle Camino. However, these are far from the real network strength of Pudora Kingdom. If it wasn't for the tight time last time and they didn't fully understand the situation, it would not have been possible to end the external contact in such a hurry. Some of the real powerhouses they know are mostly dragons, and it is difficult to contact them. But now, the Kingdom of Pudora has reconnected with these people." King Reading glanced at Giannis and asked, "Who are the people who took the initiative to contact us this time?" Hearing this, Giannis quickly replied, "The ones who took the initiative to contact us include the wizard pirates, the old ghost pirates, and the one-eyed pirates. These three pirates have all been to our Pudola Kingdom before. Their relationship with us has always been pretty good." Husey smiled strangely, and said lightly sarcastically, "These 3 pirate groups, when they were looking for them before, were pushy and blocked. Now that I take the initiative to contact us, I think I suddenly recognize the situation." As expected of a big pirate galloping into the new world, he really knows how to navigate the wind. Chancellor of the Exchequer Kelpo is also indifferent to issue, saying casually, "These people are like this, changing. Last time we offered such a generous payment, they all refused. Now I suddenly want to come to help, I really don't know what medicine they sell in the gourd." King Uridan waved his hand and murmured, "No matter what medicine they sell in the gourd, no matter why they suddenly change their minds. As long as you are willing to come to help me Puduo, you must treat each other with courtesy. Giannis, you are in charge of docking these three pirates, let them come over tomorrow." Giannis nodded heavily and said with a smile, "We are not far from us right now. I believe that these pirate groups will be able to rush over this evening, this morning." King Uridan nodded with satisfaction, his brows stretched a lot. Minister of Culture, Ricky Davis, frowned and said, "It is naturally a good thing that the three pirates are willing to help us. But as far as I know, their strength is not particularly strong. Even if they come, I'm afraid they won't be able to compete with the Shichibukai alliance." Several other ministers also nodded, expressing concern. On the other hand, the captain of the Silver Bear Pirates, Morant West, said generously, "These three pirates are comparable in strength to ours. To tell the truth, none of us are rivals of King Shichibukai. Even if it is Gecko Moria, the weakest in everyone's impression, it is probably difficult for us to resist. It's still Gecko Moria, whose strength has declined after a major injury. In the New World have heard about Gecko Moria's attack on Kaido. It is precisely because of this that Gecko Moria stays in the Devil's Triangle all the year round. Its own strength has not returned to its peak state for a long time. People like Morency and Tobias are indeed well-known pirates. But compared with Gecko Moria, the quality is still a little worse." Captain Siakam of the Frozen Pirates shrugged and said, "I can deal with a pair of Gecko Moria. However, I'm not entirely sure. Though the three pirates can't play a key role, they are used to deal with the captain of the Chris Pirates. They should still be able to do it." Captain Evil Bradley of the Triumph Pirates said directly, "I also received some news here. There are several small and well-known pirate groups that just happen to appear in the waters around Kudora Kingdom at this moment. If the Kingdom of Kuduola is interested, I can get in touch for you." King Uridan nodded without hesitation. "Then there is Captain Lloyd Bradley. If you have any pirate friends you know, you can invite them over. My Kingdom of Kudora promises that I will never treat them badly." At this time, Uridan already had the determination to break the boat, and in order to defeat the Chris Pirates, he was willing to pay any price. Even if it is to empty the treasury of the entire Kudora Kingdom. Minister Giannis suddenly mentioned, "Your Majesty, our intelligence agent, also made some discoveries. They saw the figure of the big bug pirates." 451. The strength of the old blacksmith is terrifying. This is the strong aid of the Kudora Kingdom. Big bug pirates. Did they show up? Hearing Giannis' words, Tank Pirate Captain Tobias immediately stood up excitedly. It can be seen from his expression that this big bug pirates is not an ordinary character. The captains of the pirate regiments next to him also showed a bit of surprise on their faces. Giannis continued, "There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. The big bug pirates did suddenly appear in this sea area. Although it is far away from us, it is also in the same sea." The commander-in-chief of the battle squinted his eyes and muttered, "I didn't expect this guy to appear here. It is said that he has disappeared for many years. Our Kudora Kingdom has not been in touch with him for more than 10 years." King Uridan seemed to have fallen into memory, and said lightly, "This guy Rodman, the big bug, is indeed an interesting person. As early as 10 years ago, he was already a hegemon. Now that he has appeared, it means that he heard about us." Uridan directly ordered, "Giannis, immediately. Send someone to contact Captain Rodman of the Bug Pirates. Tell him that I, Uridan, invited him to come to the Kingdom of Kuduola to reminisce. If you can't invite him over, you and the people you sent out don't have to come back." King Uridan's attitude is also very tough, and it seems that he is also bound to win against the big bug pirates. Louis Caccio tapped the table with his fingers, and smiled faintly. Rodman the big bug, he is indeed a master. It would be a good thing for us if he is willing to come and join this fight. With his strength, he should be able to resist the Empress Boa Hancock. Rodman, the captain of the big bug pirates, is also a strong man of the same era as Louis Caccio. Although he has disappeared for so many years, no one will question his strength. His bounty had already reached tens of thousands of terrifying Baileys. After so many years, no one knows how strong he is now. After receiving the order of King Euryton, Giannis hurriedly left the hall temporarily. He is well aware of the importance of the big bug pirates to the kingdom of Kudora and to this war. So he didn't dare to be slighted in the slightest. Soon, Giannis found a few people he trusted the most and explained this extremely important matter to them. Short while, a group of men and horses quietly left the Puduola Palace with a lot of things. Palace Hall, everyone is still discussing. King Euryton said again, the big bug pirates are an important force for us. But just one big bug Rodman is not enough to make up for the power imbalance between us and the Shichibukai alliance. What other candidates do you have? The vice captain of the battle, Fuji, raised his eyebrows and recommended, speaking of which, I'm here. There is a candidate. This person also has a great relationship with our Puduola kingdom. Education Minister Arenas asked curiously, Captain who, do we all know the person you are talking about? Fusi smiled strangely, nodded and said, yes, everyone should know the person I want to recommend. He is born in the kingdom of Kudora, and now the captain of the blacksmith pirates, the old blacksmith Smart. As soon as the name was uttered, the officials of Kudora kingdom felt very familiar. Strange to say, the kingdom of Puduola is a martial country, but there are not many pirates born in the kingdom of Puduola. And this old blacksmith Smart is just one of the very few. The vice captain of the battle, Fusi, continued, old blacksmith Smart's strength is no weaker than Rodman the big bug. Just half a year ago, his reward amount had reached 650 million 6 Bailey. If he can be reached, I think he'd be more than willing to come back and help us. Tristan was surprised and murmured, it turns out that the famous old blacksmith Smart, his hometown is the kingdom of Kudora. Since you have such a relationship, why didn't you find him in the first place? His strength alone is equal to several of us. Middle Camino looked indifferent and said coldly, if there were old blacksmith Smart here, we would not be as passive as we are now. At least, our current paper strength can completely compete with the Chris pirates. Middle Camino and others, after hearing the name of the old blacksmith Smart, obviously have a lot of energy. This also shows that the strength of the blacksmith pirates has long been recognized by the outside world. Chancellor of the Exchequer Kelpo spread his hands helplessly, shook his head and said, to be honest, Captain Smart is the first person we have contacted. But he rejected us outright. 452. All the hidden powerhouses want to kill Chris. This is bound to be a shocking battle. Hearing this, all the captains of the pirate group present were not sure why. They didn't understand why the old blacksmith Smart refused the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Kyle Bow, hesitating, rolling his eyes, carefully glanced at King Euryton. Kyle Pope didn't end up speaking any further. The contrary, King Euryton smiled and explained in person, this Smart is driven out by me. He was my favorite blacksmith back then. Many of my swords were made by him for me. After I became the king of the Puduola kingdom, this person relied on my trust and privately recast the sword that my father passed on to me. In a fit of rage, I expelled him from the Puduola kingdom. It is precisely because of this that he has no choice but to become a pirate. Relieved smile appeared on King Euryton's face, and he continued, after so many years, I have forgiven him long ago. However, it seems that he is still brooding. After listening to this, the captains of the pirates also understood the grievances involved. Louis Caccio touched the hilt of his sword and said casually, the bell must be tied. If you want the old blacksmith smart to come back to help the kingdom of Pudora, I'm afraid your majesty the king. You need to bend over. Culture Secretary Ricky Davis waved his hand directly and retorted, this is absolutely not possible. His Majesty the King is the most honorable person, how could he condescend and apologize to an old blacksmith? What's more, this matter was originally that smart's fault. Education Minister Arenas frowned and said, it's really inappropriate to ask His Majesty the King to apologize. If this matter gets out, it will have a great impact on the royal family. The image of the royal family now also affects the support of the people of the entire Puduola kingdom. Tank pirate Captain Tobias pouted and said sarcastically, the country will be destroyed by others. What's the use of face at this time? Top players like the old blacksmith smart are very important to our current situation. Without him, who of you will fight Shichibukai? Several ministers were speechless for a while. King Uridan fell silent suddenly. Without saying a word. After pondering for dozens of seconds, he suddenly raised his head and said, when the country survives, why not let me bend over? At this time, Giannis had returned to the main hall. King Uridan immediately said again, Giannis, where is the blacksmith pirates now? Giannis was first surprised by Vivi, and then replied, according to our information, the blacksmith pirates have actually been wandering around all the time. Hearing this, everyone was very clear in their hearts. Of the old blacksmith smart, he was always thinking about the kingdom of Pudora. That he didn't come back directly because of his unhappiness with King Uridan. The corner of King Uridan's mouth is also Vivi Isho, and his expression is also somewhat relieved. He ordered, send my message to the blacksmith pirates and tell Smart. Just say I, Uridan, want to talk to him in person. When he spoke, there was a bit of memory in Uridan's eyes. After speaking, Giannis also immediately sent someone out to convey the message. Now no one doubts whether the old blacksmith Smart will return. As long as King Uridan apologizes, Smart will definitely appear as soon as possible. Isaac, the commander-in-chief of the battle, said indifferently, if everything goes well, we will have Rodman the Worm and Smart the old blacksmith. With the addition of these two people, we don't need to worry too much about the Shichibukai alliance. With our strength in strength, we can fill the gap. So-called two fists are invincible to four hands, and the biggest advantage of the Pudola kingdom today is that it has a large number of troops. At this time, Giannis smiled mysteriously. Just now, I got a new news. I think everyone will be very happy after hearing the news. Culture Secretary Ricky Davis urged. Giannis, tell me what the news is. Giannis didn't make a fool of himself, and said directly, our people have successfully contacted the troubled pirates and the bull pirates. These two pirate groups are willing to come to help our Pudora kingdom. Hearing this, Fuji said with a slight surprise, it's really not easy for these two pirate groups to contact each other. I remember at the beginning, they were the first people we contacted. The news has not come until now. Isaac took issue indifferently and said, a good meal is not afraid of being late. When contacting them at this critical moment, I finally did not miss the opportunity. Elvire Bradley said in surprise, it's actually these two pirate groups. Their strength is also very powerful. Compared to the big bug pirates and the blacksmith pirates, they are not weak. Morantassi sneered and said, your news is too late. Do you know how much the bull pirates' captain's bounty is? 453. The great pirate joins. The kingdom of Pudora has summoned the strongest force. Hearing Morant West's questioning, Evil Bradley also frowned. He said in a slightly suspicious tone, Miro Teach, the captain of the bull pirates, hasn't his bounty been changed all the time? I remember his bounty has been kept at 540 million 5 Baileys for many years. And recently, I haven't heard anything else from him. Tank pirate Captain Tobias also looked at Morant West in doubt, and said, the bull pirates have been keeping a low profile for the past few years. Miro Teach doesn't seem to have any movement. Not only these two people, but many people present had the same doubts. They didn't receive any news at all. Morant West sneered and said, "The latest bounty order has come down, and Milo Teach's bounty amount has also been increased. Now, the captain of the Bull Pirates, Milo Teach, the reward amount has reached 730 million 7 Bailey. A whole increase. 190 million Baileys." Hearing this news, Evil Bradley and others were all shocked. Even Middle Camino and Luis Caccio, who had always been relatively calm, were a little uneasy at the moment. Middle Camino squinted his eyes and muttered to himself, "I didn't expect that Milo Teach actually broke through the 700 million Bailey mark. Suddenly, the reward amount has increased so much." In the world of pirates, the bounty amount is an important indicator to evaluate a pirate's strength. Therefore, many pirates are also proud of receiving high bounties from the world government. So many people have been constantly pursuing and getting a high bounty. And in the circle of pirates in the New World, there is also an unwritten rule. 200 million Baileys, 500 million Baileys, 700 million Baileys, 1 billion Baileys and 1.5 billion Baileys are all a threshold respectively. The bounty reached 200 million Baileys, but it was 500 million Baileys. All of them belong to the newcomers who could have a place in the New World. Although these people are not weak, but in the New World of Dodgy, they are not too important people at all. Similar to Morency and others, although they are famous, they will not be concerned and feared by too many people. And once the bounty exceeds 500 million Bailey, similar to Middle Camino and others, it belongs to a small overlord. In this Pudora Kingdom meeting, it is obvious that Morency and others are very interested in their fear and respect. As for the pirates whose bounty can exceed 700 million Baileys, they are already famous people. There are not many such pirates in the whole New World. Whenever the bounty exceeds 700 million Bailey, they are basically the overlords of the dominant side. Even the 4 Emperors' pirates will not provoke them at will. Middle Camino looked surprised and said, "It is possible to be given such a high bounty by the world government. The Bull Pirates must have done something big." Luis Caccio also clicked his tongue twice and said, "There is no parallel import of any reward that can exceed 700 million Bailey. It's just, Miroke has come to this step silently, which is a little unexpected." Morency smiled eccentrically, and said mysteriously, "It is also a coincidence that I was able to know this news in advance. Now if we go to sea, the news must have spread all over the sea. It is said that the Bull Pirates attacked the Big Mom pirate group, and Milo Teach confronted one of Big Mom's generals. Although Milo Teach was not able to defeat the Star in the end, the two were almost evenly divided. And in the end, the Bull Pirates were able to retreat." Hearing this, Tristan raised his eyebrows and said, "The generals under the Big Mom pirate group are all real masters. It is said that each of them has a bounty of more than 600 million Bailey." Isaac, the commander-in-chief of the battle, said directly, "There are 4 generals in the Big Mom pirate regiment, 3 males and 1 female. The weakest star among them is Snug, but his bounty has also reached 600 million Bailey. And the strongest category, the bounty has reached a terrifying 1,570,570,005 Bailey." Hearing this number, everyone present, VV's eyes trembled. The big pirates with a bounty of more than 1 billion Baileys, they have never seen people here. Generally, pirates of this level belong to the existence after the 4 emperors. Big Mom pirate group once invaded the kingdom of Pudora, so Isaac is still familiar with them. Isaac continued, "The other 2, one called Cracker, have a bounty of 860 million 8 Baileys. There's another called Smoothie, with a bounty as high as 932 million 9 Baileys." He glanced at Morant West and said indifferently, "The one Milo Teach defeated should be Cracker." 454. "Chris, you don't regret it?" Isaac looked indifferent and said casually, "With Milo Teach's strength, it should be difficult for Star Snag to restrain him. Since Milo Teach didn't take advantage in the end, and the bounty was just over 700 million Bailey. Then what he will most likely encounter is General Star Cracker. The vice captain of the battle, Fuji rubbed his temples and chuckled. Jiangxing Cracker, this is also a ruthless character. Nero Teach can tie him, his strength is evident. This kind of malati can definitely be compared to the King Shichibukai. Culture Minister Ricky Davis heard the words, and immediately said with joy, in that case, we should invite him over as soon as possible. With Rodman the Worm, Smart the Old Blacksmith and Teach the Bull, we can match the Shichibukai alliance in momentum. Chris's most proud Shichibukai alliance will not threaten us. Giannis also showed a smug smile on his face, reminding, don't forget, in addition to the Bull Pirates, we also have the Trouble Pirates. The captain of the Troubled Pirates is also in existence whose strength cannot be underestimated. Hearing the name of this pirate group, Middle Camino couldn't help frowning. Was also a hint of disgust in his eyes. Middle Camino curled his lips and said, that troublesome woman is really haunted. Luis Caccio looked at Middle Camino with interest and smiled eccentrically. He asked curiously, it seems that you have quite a relationship with this troublesome pirate group. I heard that the captain of the Troubled Pirates, Haria Zena, is a very mysterious woman. Tank Pirate Captain Tobias also said with a smile, it is said that few people have seen her true face. Even on the world government's bounty, she wears a black mask. I don't know if this Haria Zena is a beautiful, or an ugly girl. Everyone looked at Middle Camino, intentionally or unintentionally, who couldn't help but feel a little hairy. Middle Camino shook his head helplessly and explained, not long ago, we had a battle with the Troubled Pirates. I just didn't expect to hear the breath again so soon. I didn't even think that we might fight side by side in the Battle of Kudora Kingdom. Can be seen that Middle Camino is very helpless. He was a little tired of this Haryana. Chancellor of the Exchequer Kelbo raised his eyebrows and said, since the Trouble Pirates dare to fight with the Predator Pirates, it shows that they are good. This Harriet should be a trustworthy expert. Reason, everyone looked at Middle Camino in unison. After all, among the people present, only Middle Camino and Halia Zena had met and fought each other. So he should know best. Camino bit the bullet and continued, the captain of the Troubled Pirates, Haria Zena, offers a bounty of 510 million 5 Baileys. She is the Paramesha dust fruit ability. The last time there was a conflict was because she wanted to pull me into her pirate group. Therefore, the two of us fought a lot. The end result is, no one gets anyone, and then they break up. After hearing this, everyone's expressions were very wonderful. Luis Caccio gently wiped his long knife and murmured, it's a lot of courage to ask you to join in. If there is a chance, I would like to get to know this Haria Zena. However, neither of the two of you can get anyone, I'm still a little surprised. For the strength of Middle Camino, Luis Caccio is quite recognized. He believed that if he fought against him, there was a high probability that he would be suppressed all the time. Camino squinted his eyes and said coldly, Haria Zena's dust fruit is a bit strange. Her ability has caused me a lot of trouble. King Uridan shook his head with a smile, and said, in this way, this Haria Zena is really a troublesome spirit. But as long as there is absolute strength, I, the kingdom of Kudola, are willing to invite help. Having said that, King Uridan ordered, Giannis, hurry up and contact the captains of these two pirate groups. No matter what demands they make, try to meet them. I hope they can come to our Kudora kingdom before the war starts tomorrow. This time, King Yuri suddenly had a lot of energy. Of these 4 pirate groups are all strong supporters. With their presence, King Uridan is no longer afraid of the Shichibukai alliance. He smiled excitedly, Chris, you asked us to call foreign aid. Then I will do what you want. I hope tomorrow, you won't regret it. 455. On the deck, the squad leaders are talking and getting ready to attack one by one. King Uridan suddenly became very confident. Big Bug Rodman and others are the helper he wanted most at the beginning. At this critical moment, the 444 pirates suddenly appeared, making him immediately ignited hope. Now he began to have enough confidence to fight against the Chris pirates and the Shichibukai alliance. King Yuriden looked out of the hall and murmured in the direction of the port, "Tomorrow, let's fight to the death. Chris, you will definitely see the power of my Kudola kingdom. And you will surely regret your stupid behavior today." Chris's actions today really made King Yuriden and others feel very unhappy. They haven't seen such a provocative behavior for a long time. 2:30 in the afternoon, Chris. From the morning until now, the Chris has been quietly parked on the sea. The soldiers in the port of Kudora Kingdom were still in full force, daring not to relax. However, on the Chris, everyone was very relaxed. Nami and the others all found a comfortable place and began to enjoy the most leisurely time before the war. Fanku looked up and said with a smile, "Kudora Kingdom has sent another wave of people. From this morning until now, this is the fourth group of people they have sent. It seems that the Kingdom of Kudora is still very active in looking for foreign aid." Lafitte pressed his hat and smiled faintly. The Kingdom of Kudora has plenty of troops, but the top combat power is insufficient. To fight against our Chris pirates, it is absolutely impossible to win by the advantage of numbers. Bartolomeo wore his coxcomb head and sneered, "Let them continue to look for foreign aid. Unless they can get Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks and others, it's all for nothing. In the face of our Chris pirates, general foreign aid is of no use at all." Kuro pushed his glasses and reminded calmly, "We received news that there are many powerful pirate groups near this sea area. Unsurprisingly, the Kingdom of Kudola wants to help these people. To be honest, this is a long-established big pirate, and it may take a little effort to deal with him. If you do it right, you may capsize in the gutter." About Kuro's awakening, he Isho. He said nonchalantly, "The Kingdom of Kudora invited these foreign aid to come over to deal with the Shichibukai alliance. Do they really think that Shichibukai can be defeated so easily?" Luo Wai leaned against the railing and muttered, "The strength of the King Shichibukai is definitely not reflected by the bounty. If the Kudola Kingdom doesn't find a real master, it's basically difficult to resist Shichibukai, the king." Because of Doflamingo, Luo has a deep understanding of the King Shichibukai. He knew the horror of these people. Except Gecko Moria and Empress Boa Hancock, none of them should be underestimated. What's more, now, the strength of these two people has also been greatly improved. At this moment, Chris suddenly came over. Chris said to the crowd, "I got the news that this time the Marine headquarters sent Borsellino over with unknown intentions. On the surface, these Marines are to cooperate with us to win the Kingdom of Kudora. But, according to the secret information I have obtained, these Marines led by Borsellino are probably aimed at us. Marine headquarters, I'm afraid it wants to take this opportunity to exterminate our pirate group." Chris's words, immediately, attracted people's attention. Enel poked his ears and said casually, "Borsellino. Kizaru, one of the 3 Marine admirals. It is said that Admiral of the Marine headquarters is very powerful, if he dares to attack our Chris pirates. I want to meet him." Cavendish held his sword hilt and said coldly, "The world government is indeed hypocritical enough. Dare to play two-faced with our Chris pirates. Just the Marines they brought, it's really not enough to watch." Kuro's eyes, and he said casually, "The captain's information, it seems that there has never been a mistake. And after so long, Borsellino hasn't made any contact with us. So this thing should be true. It seems that the Marine headquarters is determined to get rid of us this time." Burgess bumped his fists together and said viciously, "Wow, haha. 1 hit is a hit, and 2 hits are a hit. If Marine wants to deal with us, let them come. Exactly, together with the Kingdom of Kudola, we clean them up together. I've already seen these Marines unpleasant." 456. The squad leaders are discussing, Kizaru's threat is too strong. Burgess is gearing up, and has long been unable to hold back. He is not afraid of Marine at all. Poe showed a forbearance smile and said coldly, I don't mind using my newly developed biochemical weapon on Marine first. Dare to attack the idea of our Chris pirates. I'm afraid the decision makers of the Marine headquarters are dizzy. A hint of joy in Caribou's eyes, and he said excitedly, if they want to deal with us, I welcome them very much. My avatar fruit has been developed well now, but there is no object for me to use it. The soldiers of the kingdom of Kudora don't know how strong they are, but the strength of an ordinary Marine is enough. I also want to see how many Marines can be defeated by a clone of mine. Man-Demon Jin was expressionless and said coldly, in the end, it's the Marine headquarters that thinks our threat isn't enough. Since this is the case, we have to let them see and provoke our fate. No less than provoke the 4 Emperor pirates. Teach them a good lesson, and they won't dare to provoke us easily in the future. Squad leaders were very angry about this. But they didn't have any worries or timidity. Instead, they were gearing up and trying to clean up together with Marine. Baccarat gathered his hair, and frowned slightly. This Marine headquarters is really changeable, it's only about a month before and after time. They first supported us in attacking the kingdom of Kudora, and now they will turn against us. It seems that we must overthrow this world government. Everyone has no doubts about Chris's intelligence. Now that they are fully convinced, Marine is ready to attack the Chris pirates. Perona flew around in the air and said angrily, I'm really pissed off this princess. Who is it that makes this decision? I want him to doubt his own life and make him regret appearing in this world. Perona put her hands on her hips and pouted. And after Marine's headquarters made her very happy. Nami curled her lips and said sarcastically, this is the so-called Marine of Justice. The 2 faces of them really let me see. Reiju stroked the hair on his forehead and said indifferently, it doesn't matter, if they want to deal with us, let them come. Anyway, from the beginning, we never trusted Marine. We never expected these Marines led by Borsellino to be of any help to us. But if they want to make trouble, we can definitely make them pay. In Reiju's beautiful eyes, there was a faint killing intent. Since joining the Chris pirates, she has not been on the battlefield for a long time. And Marine's operation has also successfully angered Reiju. Betty spit out a puff of smoke and said lightly, speaking of which, the Marine led by Borsellino's combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. In addition to Borsellino, Marine Headquarters Admiral, at least, there are 8 Marine Vice Admiral. And according to the news, this time, it's all Marine Elite Vice Admiral like Onagumo. If they are really determined to deal with us, it will still bring a lot of trouble. Carrying a huge mace, Alvida stepped out. Even if the 3 Marine Admirals come, we won't be afraid of them. Besides that, Onagumo, it's just Chris's underdog. A Marine Vice Admiral like him, a few more won't help. Our squad leaders are not vegetarians either. Alvida Vivi narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. If there is a chance, I would also like to meet them in person for a while. I also want to personally experience what kind of strength Marine Vice Admiral has. During this time, Alvida has been practicing hard. And during this period, she also got the guidance of Chris. Therefore, Alvida's strength has also been greatly improved. Now, she still has a lot of confidence in herself. Makino on the side said softly, we are now, but not afraid of the Marine in front of us. But what we need to guard against is that this Marine has colluded with the kingdom of Kudora. If they cooperate with each other and attack us back and forth, it will make us passive. Makino's words were recognized by the others, and everyone nodded. Once Marine and Kudora Kingdom are attacked, they have to take care of each other. Empress Boa Hancock said calmly, if we are worried about them being attacked, we can leave some people behind to guard the Chris. This will ensure that our rear remains in a safe situation. 457. Okay, Hawkeye versus Kizaru. This is Hawkeye's determination. Everyone's worries are not without reason. After all, Borsellino is a genuine Marine Headquarters Admiral. If he really took advantage of the fierce battle between the Chris pirates and the Pudola kingdom, and attacked from the rear. For the Chris pirates, this would definitely be a big trouble. At this moment, Mahawk, who had never spoken for a long time, suddenly spoke up. His falcon-like eyes shot a gleam of light, and said lightly, "Let me handle this matter. King Shichibukai and Marine have always been in a cooperative relationship, they are just targeting Chris. My face, I think Borsellino still has to give it. If Borsellino is going to attack the Chris pirates, I will stop him myself. I don't believe that the Marine headquarters will be desperate to tear up with all the King Shichibukai." Hawk-eyed Mahawk's expression was indifferent, and he could not see any change. He then continued, "If Borsellino insists on shooting, I will not sit idly by. If you believe me, I will definitely intercept Borsellino outside the kingdom of Pudora." Hawk-eyed Mahawk's tone was always filled with awe-inspiring hockey. He convinced everyone that as long as he was around, Borsellino would never accomplish anything. Lafitte pressed his hat and laughed softly. "Then there is Mr. Mahawk. As long as we stop Borsellino, we will be able to fight ahead with peace of mind." Cavendish was full of admiration and said excitedly, as expected of the world's greatest swordsman, Hockey. "Those who dare to stop Marine Admiral Borsellino personally, there are not many people in this sea." Kuro pushed his glasses lightly and muttered, "The strength of Admiral in the Marine headquarters is definitely not as weak as we thought. There have always been rumors in the outside world that Admiral of Marine headquarters has the strength to fight the four emperors. Such rumors are not just groundless. Even if the Marine headquarters Admiral does not have the super strength of the four emperors, it will definitely not be too different. At the very least, it is impossible for the four emperors to defeat Admiral in seconds." Bartolomeo wore a green coxcomb and smiled disdainfully. "Russolino seems to be the weakest of the three Marine admirals. And even if he is not weak, Hawkeye Mahawk is an existence with four emperors level combat power. Anyway, Mahawk can stop Borsellino." Hawkins said with a dead face, "I just calculated it. The chances of Mahawk successfully blocking Borsellino are as high as 70%. And the odds of Borsellino beating Mahawk are 0%. So even if there are any surprises or variables, Mahawk will at least be able to tie Borsellino." A pair of dead fish eyes, Hawkins said without emotion, "You don't need to worry about anything at all. The strength of the Hawkeye Mahawk is absolutely worthy of all of us. Trust in Hawkeye Mahawk's strength, on the one hand, comes from Mahawk's legendary reputation. The world's greatest swordsman, who once competed with the red-haired Shanks. Such a person, it is hard not to believe his strength. Other hand, since seeing Hawkeye Mahawk and Chris tied in swordsmanship, everyone has no doubts. The squad leaders know how powerful Chris is. Although Chris does not reveal his swordsmanship on weekdays, his talent is enchanting in the eyes of everyone. So the squad leaders have no doubts about Chris' swordsmanship. Absolutely reached the extreme. That's their trust in Chris. So Hawkeye Mahawk can be tied with Chris in swordsmanship, which has already explained everything." Chris looked at Mahawk with a smile, nodded and said, "Mahawk intercepts Borsellino, there is absolutely no problem. To beat Mahawk, it's a very difficult thing to do. At least, I think that Borsellino absolutely does not have such a strength." Hearing Chris' words, the other squad leaders stopped talking. They will always choose to believe Chris's judgment. Chris continued at Marine's side, "It's up to you, Mahawk. If Borsellino is going to go to war across the board, I'll send someone to support it right away. But I believe that with you around, Borsellino shouldn't act rashly. For this mission, he offended Mahawk, the Hawkeye, and even Shichibukai, all the kings." Chris felt that Borsellino would not have made such an irrational choice. Right at this time, suddenly, a pirate ship appeared in the distance. The direction the pirate ship was heading was straight towards the Chris. 458. EPUB finally arrives. this squad leader is a bit strong. In the distance, a pirate ship sailed slowly. Under the gazes of everyone, getting closer. Nami looked at the pirate ship from a distance and muttered, "This pirate ship looks so strange. They didn't fly the pirate flag." Hearing this, Bakura indifferently said Isho, "That's right, this is EPUB's ship. Yesterday, Chris specially asked me to tell EPUB and the others to be careful with Marine. So I told EPUB to stop flying the Chris pirate's flag." Nami nodded in surprise. Perona floated in the air, holding her small face and curling her lips. "After so long, EPUB and the others are here. I've been waiting for so long without any interest. Let's spare EPUB and the others this time." Perona looked lethargic, and indeed seemed to be physically and mentally exhausted from the long wait. Betty flicked the cigarette ash and said lightly, "Listen to Robin, this EPUB's strength is good. I don't know, does he have the strength to get a squad leader position?" Hancock touched his delicate chin and said generously, "Bonnie said that EPUB's strength is above her. I think, after this period of time and experience in the new world, the current EPUB has definitely improved a lot. But whether he can get the position of a squad leader depends on him. Whether he can pass Chris's eyes. As the number of pirates increases, the strength of the personnel is also getting stronger and stronger. So everyone can feel that now Chris's requirements for the squad leader are getting higher and higher." The former Burgess and others were weaker, but that was the early stage of the development of the Chris pirates. Chris has all the time to nurture and wait for these people to grow up. But now, the strength of the squad leaders has reached the level of Marine Vice Admiral. If the strength is too weak, Chris will definitely not let them be the squad leader. For example, Tanaka-sama and Kribu, who are not weak now, are still unable to become squad leaders. In the eyes of everyone's expectation, EPUB slowly approached the Chris. Can be seen that there are not a lot of people on this boat. And it is more than the number reported by Robin before. These extras are all recruited along the way. Now on this boat, in addition to EPUB, there are Django, Catman Brothers, Johnny and Joseph and others. These are all the newcomers in this group, and among them, the strength ranks first. At this moment, the port of Pudora Kingdom. The port immediately became nervous when they found an unknown ship approaching the Chris. A soldier hurriedly said, "The reinforcements of the Chris pirates have arrived. It's so far away that it's hard to see which King Shichibukai is." Another soldier said angrily, "It doesn't matter which King Shichibukai is, it's not good news for us. If the help of the Chris pirates arrives in advance, they may really start the war in advance." The person next to him said with a puzzled look, "Isn't the information given above saying that Shichibukai will arrive tomorrow? I think it's just a boat coming, you don't need to be so nervous, right?" Soon as this statement came out, there was an immediate rebuttal. A soldier said directly, "How do you know that there is only one King Shichibukai on this ship? The instructions above say that Chris has successfully established the Shichibukai alliance. Maybe Shichibukai, the other kings, came here together." The captain of this team saw this scene and said in a cold voice, "What's the point of fighting back and forth? No matter what, we can't take it lightly about what the other party is up to." The captain immediately ordered, "You two, immediately report the news." The two soldiers looked at each other, one of them immediately turn around and leave to report the news to Levert. Other side. After approaching the Chris, EPUB and the others boarded the ship smoothly. After EPUB saw Chris, he said excitedly and respectfully, "Captain, we finally see you. Finally, I didn't miss this war." When speaking, EPUB's expression was very respectful. But everyone noticed that EPUB's hands always made some strange gestures. This seems to be a little habit of EPUB himself. After seeing this scene, Perona immediately. His eyes gleamed, and his spirit was suddenly lifted. She grinned and whispered to Nami and the others, "What I heard was true. This EPUB He really is a seasoned music lover. Have you seen his gestures? This is a habit unique to people like them. Alvida glanced at Perona and said deliberately, didn't you say you, no longer interested in EPUB? 459. Chris personally appointed EPUB to be the squad leader. Everyone looked at Perona, who was floating in the air, and saw her big eyes rolling. Familiar with Perona immediately knows that she is already thinking about it at this moment. Baccarat and others unconsciously looked at EPUB and others with a pitiful look. EPUB and others noticed this look, but they were all unclear. Perona said with a smile, newcomer, after all, there is still freshness. It's rare to see someone as interesting as EPUB with interesting devil fruit abilities. Ha 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 ha. She doesn't care what she said before. With a new person to play with, she has already thrown everything away. EPUB turned his head and said to Chris again, Captain, we met some people on the way. It's troublesome, so it's a waste of time. But fortunately, I brought this team to you completely. By Robin this time we're lost, and they all arrived on the Chris. This also indirectly proves that the strength of this team is very impressive. Is not enough to rely on luck alone to survive in this difficult new world. Chris looked at EPUB with satisfaction. He was quite optimistic about the strength and potential of EPUB. Chris said lightly, to be able to successfully lead the team to this place, your ability and strength are obvious to all. With your current strength, I can make you a squad leader on my ship and take charge of your own team. EPUB's eyes widened in surprise, and he was speechless for a while. EPUB swallowed hard and said excitedly, thank you, Captain. Thank you for your trust, Captain, I will not disappoint you. EPUB was naturally excited when he got the position of squad leader. But even though he was so elated, he did not forget the people he brought here. He excitedly recommended to Chris, Captain, the people I brought here this time are all very good. The most prominent ones are Django and the Catman brothers. They are absolutely very trustworthy. Chris glanced at these people, and Vivi nodded, meaning. But what surprised Chris was that he knew how to take care of these people. In Chris's former impression, EPUB was a selfish and untrustworthy person. But now, his personality seems to be different. At least, it can be seen from this little thing that he can still be trusted. And Chris is not worried. Under his subordinates, no one will dare to betray him. Lafayette pressed his hat and laughed softly. Robin's vision for selecting candidates is indeed good. This time, everyone in this team has a certain strength and great potential. I believe that after a period of experience, these people will stand out and show their edge. Wei squinted his eyes and murmured, this EPUB looks really good. It's really not easy for him to get to where he is today. I just don't know what kind of abilities he has. Mandemon Jin wrapped his arms around his chest and said coldly, it's very simple to know this. The battle with Kudora Kingdom is about to begin. On the battlefield, we will see everything about him more intuitively. But since he can be recognized by Chris, I believe that his strength will not be too bad. The squad leaders are still very interested in EPUB, after all they have heard a lot of rumors about him before. Now that I see it, the identity of the EPUB long-armed clan has also aroused the interest of others. There has never been a long-armed person on the Chris. How they will fight is something that everyone is more curious about. Chris waved his hand and said casually, Lafitte, take EPUB and the others to familiarize yourself with the environment here. And tell them the rules of our Chris pirates. As for the distribution of these people, it depends on your own abilities. Saying that, Chris glanced at all the captains with no intention. Chris rarely intervenes in the affairs of the various squads. How each of their squads can develop depends on the squad leader's own ability and strength. Of course, if a squad has been in a state of no improvement for a long time, Chris will not hesitate to cancel the post of the squad leader. The people that EPUB brought over this time are all relatively good. No matter how it is distributed, I am afraid it will cause dissatisfaction among other people. So Chris simply let them do it by themselves, each according to their abilities. He also wanted to take the opportunity to take a look at the preferences and methods of the squad leader. All the squad leaders who got Chris permission, immediately take active action. EPUB, on the other hand, is not in a hurry. He has already attracted a few good seedlings. Although the strength is not outstanding now, but it is worth trusting. 460. The squad leaders refuse to accept anyone, and they are all waiting for the outbreak of the war. Said frankly in front of everyone, Chris Pirates, there are not too many complicated rules. Our only rule is, speak on our own merits. Whether it's the captain, vice captain, or squad leader, you have to rely on your own strength to win. As long as you have enough strength, it is not impossible to challenge my position as deputy captain. Lafitte suddenly smiled strangely and said, of course, if you want to challenge the captain's position, no one will stop you. But, I advise you not to have such thoughts. I don't know how I died when I die. Lafitte's tone suddenly became colder, and EPUB and the others felt awe-inspiring. From Lafitte's statement, they can feel the prestige of Chris in the entire pirate group. And they are also very clear that Chris's strength is stronger than they could ever imagine. Django smiled wisely and said, we're not that stupid. Just do your part. It is our greatest blessing to be able to work with the captain's men. Johnny wore a pair of sunglasses and said coolly, no matter what, I only recognize this captain. If someone dares to challenge his authority, I will be the first to stand up and kill that person. Johnny is very smart and shows his loyalty directly in front of everyone. Although he didn't know, Chris didn't eat this set at all. After understanding the rules of the Chris Pirates, EPUB and the others suddenly relaxed a lot. Such a pirate group full of opportunities and challenges is exactly what they are looking forward to. At this time, many squad leaders have also started their own robbing sessions, and they all have their favorite targets. Kuro walked up to Django unhurriedly and said lightly, Django, he is good at hypnotizing enemies, and his methods are varied. Your weapon is the ring blade, which can kill the opponent's life in an instant when the enemy does not notice it. Kuro looked at the Catman brother next to him, his expression still flat. Catman brothers are good at defeating powerful enemies with the tacit understanding of Zalbo and Superman. Sharp cat claws are your favorite weapons. Django and the cat people were both very surprised that Kuro knew himself. It never occurred to them that they would also be noticed. Before entering the new world, their combat effectiveness was not too prominent. But Kuro can know them so well, it can only be said that he has already studied them. A faint smile appeared on Kuro's face, and he said casually, I noticed you guys, it's been a long time. I like your fighting style and your own style, join my squad. I'll let you guys get more opportunities. Django twirled his ring blade with his right hand and chuckled, I didn't expect Captain Kuro to know us so well. It must be very comfortable to work with Captain Kuro. Django suddenly lowered his voice and murmured, I heard that Captain Kuro is the wisest of the squad leaders. Follow Captain Kuro, that's right. Django's face also showed a hint of pride at this moment. Cat brothers glanced at each other, and then nodded tacitly at the same time. Siamese cat Sam said directly and cheerfully, we two brothers have no opinion. We are very happy to have the trust of Captain Kuro. The tabby cat Bougie looked indifferent and said coldly, the first time we saw you, we hoped to join your squad. We cat people, we will never let you down. Can be seen that the tabby cat Bougie has an arrogance in his heart. Of them have absolute confidence in their combined strength. Kuro pushed his glasses and said indifferently Isho, follow me, you can't go wrong. I will make you the strongest team. Each team is quietly comparing with each other. On the surface, there is no competition, but every team hopes to be the strongest. On the other side of the Chris, Bartolomeo directly grabbed two people. One is Johnny and the other is Joseph. Johnny and Joseph are good brothers in themselves. Johnny had red hair and a sea character tattooed on the right side of his face. Joseph, on the other hand, had yellow hair and the word thief was tattooed on his left face. These two people use a knife, and the other uses a sword, and they cooperate very well. And Bartolomeo seems to like it very much. One with a special hair color. He grabbed Johnny and Joseph directly, and said with a smile, "I heard that you two are from East Blue." Johnny and Joseph were stunned for a while, and nodded somewhat bewildered. Then Bartolomeo said directly, "I'm also from East Blue. Collect, recommend, and share. Pirates I Can Reject Everything Chapter 461 to 480. 461. Here, Shichibukai Jinbei, officially joined the battle. Bartolomeo wore a green coxcomb head and nose ring, and made a very nasty look. Johnny and Joseph, who had just arrived, were just stunned by Bartolomeo. They also don't know this senior coxcomb in front of them. What kind of person is he? Bartolomeo suddenly smiled strangely and said, "Since everyone came from East Blue, it is considered a direct line. In the future, the two of you, just follow me. Also from East Blue, I have no reason not to take care of the two of you." Hearing this, Johnny and Joseph were stunned for a while, and then nodded hurriedly. Johnny, "Hey Isho," said, "We are new here, and we are not very familiar with our Chris pirates. In the future, I will rely on seniors for more advice." Joseph followed Johnny and said with a smile, "It's rare to meet the seniors of East Blue here, how lucky. The two of us are willing to follow the seniors." Bartolomeo, who received the response, nodded with satisfaction, and said in a dignified manner, "There are also tricks to surviving in the Chris pirates. Here, if you don't have enough strength, you will be eliminated at any time." The changing expressions of Johnny and Joseph Vivi, Bartolomeo smiled strangely. He waved his hand and continued, "But if you join my squad, I will naturally take good care of you. Under my hands, your strength will be greatly improved, you don't need to have any doubts about this. Also, I can guarantee that you will never be eliminated by the Chris pirates." Bartolomeo narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "I am very optimistic about the strength of the two of you. People with potential, plus a backer like me, the two of you have a bright future." Under Bartolomeo's coaxing and tricking, Johnny and Joseph successfully joined his squad. The other squad leaders who didn't move could not help shaking their heads slightly when they saw this scene. Luo Y hugged the ghost and said lightly, "I hope these two people will not regret today's decision in the future." Hawkins was expressionless and said deadly, "I'm afraid they would never have imagined that this one from East Blue, Senior. Actually, a freak. The other teams have on Bartolomeo's personal strength. But about Bartolomeo's sex, we can say is, in words." At this moment, Enel, who had been yawning all the time, suddenly stood up alertly. He looked at the sea with sharp eyes, and said coldly, "There is movement in the water." Enel's sudden reaction, immediately. It caught the attention of others. Everyone came to the railing and probed out. Chris looked at the sea in front of him indifferently and didn't say anything. Instead, the eagle-eyed Mahawk on the side suddenly said, "It looks like there are a lot of people here." The others frowned and looked at each other. Except Hawkeye Mahawk and Enel and others, no one noticed any movement in the water. Foxy pouted and said, "I think everyone is nervous. In the sea of the New World, there are often some strange creatures. Just now, maybe some sea kings swam past." However, Lafitte was indifferent to Isho and shook his head, "No. Enel, what they perceive, is still a long way away. Your observation Haki haven't reached their level of power yet, so they haven't sensed it yet." Chris also said casually, "It's coming soon." Seeing this, the rest of the people could only shrug and accept the fact. At this moment, everyone in the Chris pirates stared at the sea level, motionless. If the garrison in the port of Pudola Kingdom notices this scene, I am afraid it will cause a lot of panic. Soon, a rapid sound came from the bottom of the water. Everyone can hear clearly, Perona floated in the air and said with interest, "Come here." Going out of the water. Before Perona could finish speaking, the water around the Chris was suddenly splashed one after another. Nami suddenly widened her eyes and shouted with joy, "It's Boss Jinbei. He came with a lot of fish man." That everyone discovered that it was Jinbei and his party who had arrived here. Bakura gathered his hair and smiled generously. No wonder Jinbei doesn't need our people to respond. It turns out that they came from the bottom of the sea. Perona's eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, "It's amazing. They actually came out of the water. It's incredible." Jinbei jumped out of the water and came into the air. With a slight shake, the moisture on his body immediately disappeared. Chris, stay safe. The most complete Filu novel resource station. Supported by Miwench. If you want to join the group, add QQ 1,934,731,937. She will tell you the group number. 462. Jinbei arrives, welcome by Hawkeye. A lot of water splashed around the Chris, like a lotus flower in full bloom. As Jinbei jumped up, Arading and others also jumped out of the water unhurriedly. That sputtered from the fish man's body radiated a dazzling light under the sunlight. Against the backdrop of these splendid water droplets refracting the sun, Jinbei and others seemed to be radiating light all over their bodies. "Chris, stay safe." An powerful voice pierced through the sky and reached the ears of everyone in the Chris Pirates. Jinbei grinned Isho, and then lightly landed on the deck of the Chris. Behind Jinbei, Arading and others also boarded the Chris with bright smiles. Jinbei looked at Chris and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to be approaching the port of Kudola Kingdom. I almost thought that you had already started a war." Chris was indifferent to Isho, and said casually, "I can't wait for you guys. How can I start the war in advance? However, your way of appearing really surprised me." Arading, who was standing on the side, Isho, said, "We fishmen are the best at traveling in the sea. Our speed in the sea is much faster than a pirate ship. Boss Jinbei is afraid of delaying time on the road and missing the war. That's why we all choose such a way." Hearing this, everyone clicked their tongues twice, expressing their amazement. Everyone admires Fishman's speed in the sea. Lafitte pressed his hat and said very politely, "Fishman Island is so far away from Kudora Kingdom. Boss Jinbei can bring people to come to help. It's really troublesome for you." Jinbei immediately waved his hand and looked indifferent. "What's the trouble with this? Such a distance is nothing to us at all. Besides, as a loyal Chris, how can I sit back and watch?" "What? Jinbei, the nickname of the Sea Warrior, is not casual. He treats his friends, always worthy of the word chivalrous. It's natural to understand him more clearly. If he is in danger, he will definitely sacrifice himself, and also save Chris and others." Aradin on the side also laughed and said, "Captain Chris solved our fish big trouble on Man Island. He is our benefactor. Right now, the matter between the Chris Pirates and the Kudola Kingdom is raging, and the whole world is paying attention here. At this time, we will not stand idly by. We people from Fishman Island are naturally here to help Captain Chris." An octopus fishman held a long sword and said excitedly, "It is our honor to have the opportunity to do things for Captain Chris. Without Captain Chris, our Fishman Island would be in chaos now. Of Hody Jones and others has long been spread inside Fishman Island. Everyone on Fishman Island knows that if Hody Jones and his conspiracy succeed, Fishman Island will be plunged into an era of doom. It was Chris who appeared with the Chris Pirates and successfully prevented all this from happening." Fishman the Tuna also nodded and said gratefully, "And since Chris was hung on Fishman Island the flag of the pirates. Now, those who come to Fishman Island, whether they are pirates or other humans, will no longer dare to do bad things." A young starfish, Fishman, is also indifferent to Isho, saying, "Not only that, but now there is no Fishman in the auction house on Sabayati Archipelago. Those Hateful mermaid dealers have long been scared away by Captain Chris's prestige. The changes Captain Chris has brought to our Fishman Island are simply too many. The other Fishmons also spoke up, expressing their gratitude and admiration for Chris. Thanks to Chris' presence, they are once again full of hope for the future of Fishman Island. They began to believe that Fishman Island will one day be able to live in peace with human beings. Eagle-eyed Mahawk, carrying a big black knife, walked up to Jinbei. Long time no see, Jinbei. After many years, we can fight side by side again. With a smile in his eyes, Jinbei said lightly, the last time we fought side by side, we were still young. At that time, neither you nor I became King Shichibukai. Now that you and I are both members of the Shichibukai Alliance, things change. It's always so elusive. Hakai Mahawk and Jinbei can be regarded as old friends reunion. When the two of them were young, they had faced a common enemy at sea. And, the two joined forces and defeated the enemy. After the two of them meet again, it's time to become King Shichibukai. But for so many years, Jinbei and Mahawk have never joined forces. Collect, recommend, and share. 463. Shichibukai, 4 people have gathered. Hakai's recognition of Jinbei. Hakai Mahawk and Jinbei have been Shichibukai under the king for many years, but the intersection is not much. Every time the world government sends out a mission, the 7 of them will hardly be dispatched at the same time. That can make them work together to deal with has not yet appeared. But this time, they were finally able to fight side by side again. Moreover, it is to unite with the other kings, Shichibukai. This is something that the two of them have never experienced before. Hakai Mahawk said indifferently, but this time, you and I will still be divided into 2 battlefields. Tomorrow, my mission is to stop Borsellino and those marines for the Chris pirates. Jinbei Vivi frowned and murmured, Sengoku and the others, are they really going to do something to Chris? It's a lot earlier than I expected. For this news, Jinbei did not act too surprised. Because he has dealt with the world government and the Marine headquarters too many times, he already knows their behavior very well. Has risen rapidly in just 1 year. Not only is he powerful, but he has also gained a lot of powerful allies. What's more, Chris has gained an extremely powerful prestige in less than a year. All of this is unacceptable to the world government and the Marine headquarters. Jinbei had long thought that the world government and the Marine headquarters would have to deal with Chris sooner or later. They won't let Chris continue to grow. It's just that this time is too early. This also indirectly shows that Chris's threat to the world government is already unbearable for them. Chris sneered and said disdainfully, it will be a matter of time before you break up with the world government. However, I have gotten everything I wanted by using the status of the King Shichibukai. Sengoku, they want to deal with me, just come. Although Chris's tone was cold, it had a light air. With him, these things have never been put on the table. Jinbei squinted his eyes and made a voice. Sengoku wants to be right, it should only be Chris. I think if Mahawk comes forward, Borsellino and the others will never dare to act rashly. They don't know that this time, all 7 of us are going to be there. Give Sengoku the courage to fight all the King Shichibukai at the same time. Jinbei's idea coincides with Mahawk's. The identity of their king, Shichibukai, is the best cover. But Chris suddenly smiled strangely. What you don't know is that Borsellino may be a variable. This time, Sengoku promised him a very generous reward, so Borsellino. He will probably do whatever it takes to kill me. In Chris's eyes, there was a little smile inadvertently. This is his disdain and indifference to Borsellino. Jinbei shrugged and said indifferently, Borsellino, really strong. But he can't get past Mahawk. This time, Marine is only afraid that the bamboo basket will be empty, and it's gone. Saying that, Jinbei, Arading and the others all let out a burst of cheerful laughter. Jinbei gradually put away his smile and continued, Chris, I am here this time, not just on behalf of myself. King Neptune has always been concerned about you and the entire Chris pirates, and he wants me to say hello to you on his behalf." A big wave of his hand, Jinbei turned back and pointed to the group of fish-man warriors behind him. "Some of these people are my subordinates, but most of them are warriors personally selected by King Neptune. King Neptune asked me to convey it on my behalf. He hopes that the Chris pirates can successfully take the kingdom of Kudora. And King Neptune also stated that as long as you need Chris, he will definitely use the strength of the whole country to help you capture the kingdom of Kudora." Chris's eyes swept across the group of Fishman Island warriors behind Jinbei, seeing the belief in victory and the grateful look in each of them. He couldn't help showing a faint smile and said, "Thank you King Neptune for me. But, it's not as difficult as you think to win the kingdom of Kudora. If the attacking of a Kudora kingdom requires Fishman Island to do everything to help me, then my ally is too weak." Hearing Chris teasing, Hancock also said, "With our current lineup, we can easily win the kingdom of Kudora. These Fishman warriors you brought are enough." Bartolomeo wore a green coxcomb head. "Hee Isho, yes, Boss Jinbei. With you and these Fishman brothers joining in, our team will be even stronger. Kingdom of Kudora, that's up to us." The most complete Filu novel resource station, supported by Miwench. If you want to join the group, add QQ 1,934,731,937, she will tell you the group number. 464. Here comes another Shichibukai, here comes Moria. Burgess geared up, grinning. Isho said, "I really can't stand it anymore. With the addition of Jinbei bosses and the others, our team is invincible. I feel like we can attack aggressively now." Poison licked his lips and showed a cruel smile. "Suddenly, I also have the will to fight. I really want to jump into battle right now." As Burgess and the poisonous man couldn't hold back, the other squad leaders couldn't help but feel itchy. They haven't had a real battle for a long time, and it's really itchy. Especially Enel, he is very hopeful at this moment, to be able to fight against the masters of the Puduola kingdom. Enel's eyelids drooped, and he pouted listlessly. "This kingdom of Puduola is really enough to shrink the head of a turtle. We have already invaded to this point, and they have not responded in the slightest. If it's not good, we can start the war logically." The other squad leaders also shrugged and expressed their helplessness. If Chris doesn't let go for a moment, they can't go to war at will. And at the moment Jinbei boarded the ship, the garrison in the port of Puduola Kingdom also found some clues. The commander-in-chief of the port garrison, Lever, just received the following report that a ship was approaching the Chris. Just as Levert was observing, they suddenly discovered the water splashes around the Chris. Vice Admiral Grant frowned and said, "First it was a pirate ship, and then there were big and small mysterious splashes. It looks like the reinforcements from the Chris pirates have arrived. If my guess is correct, these splashes are the reinforcements of the Fish-Man clan. It seems that Jinbei, the seaman of Shichibukai, has arrived on the Chris." Levert gritted his teeth with a solemn expression on his face. He said in a deep voice, "The reinforcements from the Chris pirates came really fast. In such a short time, 2 groups of people have come. At this speed, all the King Shichibukai will be able to arrive today." Hint of color in Lever's eyes. Lieutenant General Grant is also very concerned. He murmured, "We don't know when our reinforcements will arrive. The movements of the big men in the palace are indeed a little slower." Grant's words came out. He felt a little inappropriate. Sure enough, he immediately felt the warning look from Levert. Lever squinted his eyes and said coldly, "King Uridan's envoy has just left, and the reinforcements will not be able to come in for a while. Pass my order, everyone should be more vigilant, take turns on duty 24 hours a day, and there can be no slack. Once you find any signs of the Chris pirates going attack, immediately shoot, don't hesitate." Lever also realized the seriousness of the matter at this moment, and he could no longer hesitate. He was very worried at the moment, and the Chris pirates attacked in advance. Indeed a big challenge for the deployment of Pudora Kingdom. The port he is stationed in is the most important thing. Once this place is lost, the Kriss pirates will be able to drive straight in, extending the battlefield to the interior of the Kingdom of Pudora. Levert couldn't help shaking his head, called a soldier, and ordered, immediately. The situation here to His Majesty the King. Tell them, Shichibukai Jinbei, the King, has come. The other kings, Shichibukai, should not be far away. The soldier nodded quickly and said yes, then turned around and walked towards the palace. Just after the soldier left, the exhausted Levert left the observation deck and returned to his lounge. When Levert turned to leave, he casually dropped a sentence, "Don't disturb me again," of restlessness in Levert's tone. When Grant saw this, he also looked like he dared not speak out. He immediately left with a swirl of his sleeves, and he also didn't care about the matter here. Just after the two left, a huge ship quietly appeared in this sea area. Through the fog on the sea, the garrison in the port could faintly notice that this ship was unusually huge. In the distance, Gecko Moria led his subordinates, driving a terrifying three-masted sailing ship, slowly moving. Gecko Moria pirates fluttered in the wind, gradually becoming clearer and clearer. Soldiers at the port finally confirmed their identities. That's right, this pirate flag is Gecko Moria, one of the King's Shichibukai. In such a short period of time, this is the third wave of reinforcements from the Kriss pirates. One of the soldiers, Vivi, shook his head and said with some fear, "Kriss really called all the King's Shichibukai to come to help. Can our current lineup really resist them?" Another soldier also frowned helplessly. "We are here. The one who really bears the brunt. Collect, recommend, and share." 465. Moria has changed, full of fighting spirit, ready to fight. Seeing the reappearance of Gecko Moria, the soldiers of the Puduola Kingdom stationed at the port added another big stone to their hearts. Of the Kriss pirates made these soldiers tremble with fear. Because these reinforcements are not ordinary people, but people who are frightening at sea, Shichibukai. A soldier at the port, Avivi, sighed and said helplessly, "In such a short time, 3 groups have come. People. The reinforcements of the Kriss pirates are really steady." Another soldier B next to him also spread his hands and said, "Let's report this news to General Lever and the others as soon as possible. Don't delay the big thing." Said, this soldier B is about to turn around and leave. However, just as he turned around, another soldier Ding grabbed him directly. "I just came back from there, it's better not to go there now." Hearing this, the surrounding soldiers were all Vivi frowning, not knowing why. Soldier Ding showed a wry smile and said helplessly, "General Lever and General Grant seem to have some unpleasantness. And because of the constant arrival of reinforcements from the Kriss pirates, General Levert is probably a little tired of it. General Levert ordered not to bother him anymore because of these things." Soldier paused, then continued, "General Grant, he seems to be in a bad mood too. I think it's better not to disturb the 2 generals, lest they be punished." Everyone in the garrison at the port knew Levert's temperament. They know that disturbing Levert when he's in a bad mood usually doesn't end well. Everyone turned to look at the terrifying 3-masted sailboat that was approaching the Kriss, and all shook their heads helplessly. Now they can only watch the scene helplessly, but there is nothing they can do. Soldier B pouted and said, "I'm afraid that after a while, there will be other reinforcements coming. All we can do now is keep an eye on Carrie. They could always attack early. The soldiers stationed here have all received orders from Levert. Everyone is ready to wait, there is any slack." These soldiers all had their eyes on fire, and they didn't dare to let go of any detail. They are the outposts of the Pudora Kingdom, and if they are negligent, the Kriss pirates will succeed in a surprise attack. Everyone knows what the consequences are. On the other hand, the Kriss, everyone in the Kriss pirates, has also noticed the terrifying bark at this moment. However, their faces were full of joy, which was the exact opposite of the garrison of Pudora Kingdom. The arrival of Gecko Moria is also great news for them. Looking at the terrifying three-masted sailing ship that was slowly approaching, the squad leaders looked at each other unconsciously. Lafitte pressed his hat and said with a gentleman's demeanor, "It's been a long time since we left the Devil's Triangle. Thinking about it now, that was the first time we truly defeated a King Shichibukai with our own power. Burgess Hey Isho, two fists slammed together, wow ha ha ha. That was the first time I felt a hearty fight after going out to sea. Although we have spent a lot of effort, we finally don't need the captain to take action." Squad leaders recalled it. They all showed very stretched smiles. The first battle against Shichibukai was in the Kingdom of Alabasta. Facing Crocodile, the squad leaders had no way to join forces, and they were still suppressed by Crocodile. In the end, it was up to Chris to take action and solve the battle. After losing to Crocodile, the squad leaders also practiced diligently. "When I met Gecko Moria, everyone's strength has been greatly improved." Cavendish held the hilt at his waist and smiled faintly. In retrospect, it was an unforgettable battle. None of us have given Gecko Moria any advantage. Poisonous can't help but feel a little false. After all, at that time, he was about to be unable to withstand it. But he still said stubbornly, "Victory over Gecko Moria is an important milestone for us." After that, each of us found self-confidence. After all, that is the legendary King Shichibukai who is above all the pirates. As for Poison, Bass and others are still more recognized. Their strength has grown by leaps and bounds, that is, it has only started from that time. However, Kuro pushed his glasses and said indifferently, "Speaking of which, Gecko Moria's strength is still quite powerful. It would be impossible to beat Gecko Moria if we hadn't used wheel battles for consumption." The most complete Filu novel resource station, supported by Miwench. If you want to join the group, add QQ, 1,934,731,937, she will tell you the group number. 466. Shichibukai is so happy and admires Chris. Kuro's mind is always in a very clear state. He doesn't get caught in any kind of emotion. He knew that winning the battle at the beginning was not as easy as everyone said. Kuro continued, "In that state, apart from Enel and Lafitte, I'm afraid no one has the strength to beat him. You know, Gecko Moria at that time, but supported 7 or 8 of us, attacking in turn." Luo Y hugged the ghost and cried, and Vivi narrowed his eyes and said, "At that time, we had almost mastered armament. But in the face of such an intensity of attack, Gecko Moria is still invincible, which is enough to prove his strength. So, no one under the king, Shichibukai, should be underestimated." Lafitte also suddenly smiled faintly and said, "At the time, I definitely couldn't hold back your alternate attacks. Even after being dormant for a long time, Gecko Moria has not lost his true strength as King Shichibukai." As the voyage continued, everyone had learned about Gecko Moria. He was dormant, and in the Devil's Triangle, the state of the whole person was negative. So the squad leaders knew that the Gecko Moria they defeated was not the real Moria. Hawkins still looked like a dead man, and said without any emotion, "This time Gecko Moria has broken through. If he can come out of the Devil's Triangle, it means that he has returned to his proper state. I think he is about to return to his prime now." Mandemon Jin touched his stubble and said Isho coldly, "Gecko Moria at his peak should be a very powerful character. After all, anyone who dares to fight the 4 Emperors Kaido's idea can't be too weak. The arrival of Gecko Moria has been a great addition to us." Van Augur carried a gun and said lightly, "Everything is fate. Gecko Moria met our Chris pirates, which was a turning point in his life. If there is no captain, he will lie dormant in the Devil's Triangle for a lifetime, until he dies. Now, it's time for him to report back to the captain. Captains have high expectations for the personal reality of Gecko Moria. The most important thing is that the squad leaders are very confident that Gecko Moria's state has returned to normal. Chris looked at the horror bark from a distance, and said casually, Gecko Moria dares to come to the new world, which means he is ready. Gecko Moria, who breaks his inner demons, will become stronger. At this moment, Gecko Moria is no longer the person we once met. Of relief in Chris' eyes. He is very happy with the change of Gecko Moria. The eagle-eyed Mahawk on the side suddenly said, the former Gecko Moria was indeed very powerful. Otherwise, how could he become King Shichibukai? Eagle-eyed Mahawk's eyes were like a falcon, and there was a ray of light like a thunderbolt. There are very few people in this world who can make him show such eyes. Hexia Jinbei stepped on his clogs and said with his hands on his hips, Moria, he is finally willing to come out. I thought this guy would stay in the Devil's Triangle for the rest of his life. Even the King Shichibukai meeting of the World Government Organization, he didn't attend once. Seeing Gecko Moria's comeback, Jinbei was also a little happy for him. Didn't want to be on the side, smiled and said, speaking of which, Mahawk has never attended several meetings. I really have to think about it, it seems like there is only one time. Words came out, Mahawk and Jinbei looked at each other immediately, and then the three of them couldn't help laughing. Through Chris' hard work, the three finally have the opportunity to get to know each other together. It was also such an opportunity that they began to trust each other. Hawk-eyed Mahawk put his arms around him and said nonchalantly, anyway. Every time there is a meeting, there is no substantive content. Going or not going, doesn't make any difference to me, either. Jinbei and Hancock couldn't help feeling envy and hatred when they saw Mahawk's light-hearted appearance. Both of them are trapped by their fellow countrymen and have to be led by the nose of the world government. And Hawkeye Mahawk, one person is full, the whole family is not hungry. Besides, how could the world government be willing to let go of such a peak combat power? Hancock, who looked at the terrifying bark with his beautiful eyes, and muttered, finally I see it again, the terrifying bark. Seeing this ship, I seem to see the Gecko Moria that was once all-powerful. Collect, recommend, and share. 467. The birth of the Shichibukai Alliance, which changed the world. The former Gecko Moria is also an existence that can run amok in the new world. Except the four emperors, no one could suppress him at all. However, it was his high spirits that gave him the absurd idea of replacing Kaido as the four emperors. The so-called prosperity and decline is not unreasonable. Hancock couldn't help but said with some regret, if Gecko Moria hadn't lost his head, he should be stronger now. I haven't practiced in the new world for more than 10 years. Like me, he is about to be abandoned by the times. Hancock's beautiful eyes, Vivi, trembled with emotion. She suddenly thought of herself, very similar to Gecko Moria's situation. They were all in their prime, and suddenly fell into silence. Although they were famous, they were no longer worthy of their name. For many years, he has been in the same place, completely unable to keep up with the footsteps of others. So this also led Hancock and Gecko Moria to be among the Shichibukai under the king, the guy at the tail of the crane. Empress Boa Hancock suddenly turned her head and looked at Chris with complicated eyes. Thanks to the appearance of Chris, I was completely awakened. Otherwise, in a few years, the concubine will be useless except a beauty. Chris' meaning too. Boa Hancock is definitely not just the object of love of Chris that changed the fate of Hancock and even the entire Nine-Snake Kingdom. Jinbei stroked his mustache. Isho, Chris also changed Gecko Moria's fate. I have been informed that the world governments are already evaluating the performance of Gecko Moria. If nothing else, after 2 years, Gecko Moria may be removed from the title of King Shichibukai. It was Chris' appearance that pulled him out of the quagmire of the Devil's Triangle. A faint smile on Jinbei's face. He also has many friends within the world government, and it is not difficult to get this information. Eagle-eyed Mahawk said calmly, Chris' appearance has changed the fate of 1 or 2 people. Without him, the Shichibukai Alliance may never have appeared. The situation in this world will not change so much. Hakai Mahak Trio 3 have a clear understanding of the changes that Chris has brought to the whole world. A very important reason why they are willing to help. Chris just has a magical power that can change everything around him. While speaking, the dread bark had come to the opposite side of the Chris. 2 pirate ships are close at hand. Bakura couldn't help sighing. As expected of the rumored terrifying 3-masted sailboat, the speed is really fast. With another ship, I'm afraid the war here is over before we can get here. Didn't take Gecko Moria long to leave the Devil's Triangle to the kingdom of Kuduola. Such a long journey, the average person needs at least 4 or 5 months. At this moment, a huge figure appeared on the bow of the terrifying 3-masted sailing ship. This man was unusually tall, with a fiery-like hairstyle and double horns on both sides of his forehead. The outline of the whole person is like a devil, and if you can see his true face, that is a real devil. The sutures all over the head and neck show the strangeness of this person. He, Chris, here I come. A familiar laughter came from this figure. The people of the Chris Pirates suddenly couldn't help laughing. This was the laughter they had heard before. Gecko Moria jumped and came directly in front of Chris. He grinned with a wide mouth, showing a mouthful of fangs, and said with a smile, "Chris, we finally meet again." It turns out that Jinbei and Mahak are also here. Gecko Moria didn't feel too much surprise for the appearance of Empress Boa Hancock. Because he had long heard that the Empress Boa Hancock fell in love with Chris. So she came to help Chris, as it should be. The existence of Hakai Mahak and Jinbei made him feel a little surprised. Because of this look, both Hakai Mahak and Jinbei came earlier, and their relationship seems to be much more harmonious. Although I know that Chris has been forming the Shichibukai Alliance, it is still a little difficult to get these 2 people to come to help. Jinbei stepped on his clogs, put his arms around him, and smiled faintly. "You are finally willing to come to the New World, Moria. How about it? The New World now has undergone earth-shaking changes." Gecko Moria shrugged and said, "Indeed, the scenery on the sea is very different from before. I have to say, these guys in the New World are really powerful. If this were put in the past, they would all be world-famous pirates." The most complete Filu novel resource station, supported by Miwench. If you want to join the group, add QQ 1,934,731,937, she will tell you the group number. 468. Moria's return to the New World, full of ambition, impresses Hawkeyes. Gecko Moria has been dormant all year round, in the Devil's Triangle, and has not cared much about the outside world for a long time. At most, he knows some big events in the outside world, and some things in the first half of the Great Route. But for the New World, the information he knows is very limited. One hand, this is due to the mysterious nature of the New World. Many people have not been to the New World and have no idea what kind of place it is. Other hand, it is also due to the fact that Gecko Moria itself is very resistant to the New World. His subordinates generally only report some major events to him. And a lot of news about the New World, try not to report. Gecko Moria kept shaking his head. "Tisk tisk, thanks to Chris' help, otherwise, I wouldn't come back. In a few years, I will really be completely out of date." 4. Now these New World pirates, Gecko Moria can only be described as amazement. After entering the New World, he saw many pirates along the way. The strength of these people cannot be underestimated. If placed in an era long ago, these people could be considered strong. After all, with the departure of Roger, Rox, Golden Lion and others, the pirate world experienced a brief withering. At that time, Whitebeard, Kaido and others were already considered the strongest among pirates. But it is still far from the achievements of Roger and others. Therefore, Gecko Moria was able to make a name for itself in the New World. However, within a few years, the era of the Great Pirate officially came. And it was during this gap that Gecko Moria quietly retreated and missed the opportunity for so many years. So now Gecko Moria, I am very grateful to Chris. If it wasn't for Chris, he might never be able to adapt to the new world. Jinbei waved his hand and said with a hearty smile, even if you come back now, it's not too late. With your strength, you can still win a place in the world. In this place, there are people who are really stronger than you, but also. Although there is some comfort in this statement, it is not exaggerated. Although I haven't seen Gecko Moria's strength with my own eyes for a long time, Jinbei still believes in him very much. Chris glanced at Gecko Moria, his face still indifferent. He noticed that Gecko Moria has indeed changed a lot compared to the last time. At this time, Gecko Moria was not as fat as at that time, but became much stronger. Moreover, the squad leaders also noticed that Gecko Moria's overall aura is much stronger than before. This is enough to show that Gecko Moria, who used to be extremely confident, is back. Enel floated cross-legged in the air, tilted his head and muttered. I can feel that Gecko Moria is different. Now he is much stronger than when he was in the Devil's Triangle. This is an acuity unique to Enel, who can often sense subtle changes in a person's strength. Cavendish held his sword hilt and said lightly, Your Majesty Shichibukai, it is still Your Majesty Shichibukai. The talent of these people is really not comparable to ordinary people. The same is true for Empress Boa Hancock. After entering the New World, her strength has skyrocketed in a short period of time. This, Bartolomeo also shrugged and said helplessly, a strong person like them is only temporarily weak to play. When they show their due strength, they are destined to surprise everyone. For the changes before and after the Empress Boa Hancock and Gecko Moria, the squad leaders are very envious and admired. Lafayette pressed his hat, and said indifferently Isho, that's why Chris believed in these two people so much back then. It turns out that Chris's vision is still not wrong. Burgess bumped his fists together and laughed loudly, way ha 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 ha. Looks like Gecko Moria is indeed stronger. If I have a chance, I really want to have a discussion with him alone. I don't know if the current me has the strength to fight against the King Shichibukai. Luo Wei stood aside with Guikuai in his arms, and said lightly, it's not that easy to fight Shichibukai under the king. Even with the strength of Gecko Moria, it is the end of the Shichibukai. But he still has unimaginable super strength. Especially, now he seems to have been reborn. All the squad leaders could see that this Gecko Moria, the one they defeated together with them, is completely different. Hawkins' eyelids were drooping, and he said without emotion, however, the current Burgess has also changed. He's not the Burgess he used to be. If you face Gecko Moria, maybe there is a chance. Collect, recommend, and share. 469. Shichibukai's dialogue, admiration for Chris. In Hawkins' eyes, Burgess' strength has improved rapidly. Last time he was able to defeat Lindbergh, he had already proved his strength. Also, Hawkins doesn't think Gecko Moria is so powerful. The squad leaders had teamed up to defeat him, and Hawkins couldn't help but look down at him. However, Du smiled disdainfully and sneered, in the beginning, I was able to defeat Gecko Moria, but I still relied on Enel in the end. At that time, Enel already had the power of King Shichibukai. So, that time, it can't be used as a reference. Poison looked at Burgess with interest. Gia Isho, since Chris dares to call Gecko Moria over, it shows a lot of problems. At least, in terms of strength, Chris recognizes Gecko Moria. If you want to learn from him, be careful to be beaten by him. When the squad leaders heard the poisonous words, they couldn't help but look surprised. They looked at the poisonous eyes with a bit of unfamiliar meaning. Because in the eyes of everyone, poison is often the one who is arrogant and arrogant. Unexpectedly, he was much more cautious today. While the squad leaders were discussing, Gecko Moria suddenly raised his voice. He seemed to want everyone to hear his voice. Gecko Moria looked at Chris and said excitedly, Chris, you are like a benefactor to me. If it wasn't for your presence, I couldn't have regained my confidence. On the way to the kingdom of Putuola this time, I suddenly discovered that there is still a place for me on this sea. I haven't been abandoned by this era. Saying that, Gecko Moria's eyes were filled with inexplicable determination and ambition. He continued, Chris, from now on, I am one of your most loyal allies. As long as you need any help, I will definitely do my best. In this battle of Pudora Kingdom, I will tell everything I say. Seeing the confident expression on Gecko Moria's face, Chris, Jinbei and others couldn't help but smile. They had no doubts about Gecko Moria's heartfelt words. Gecko Moria turned and stood side by side with Jinbei, looking at the boundless sea in front of her. He smiled and said, when the battle on Pudola Kingdom is over, I will not return to the Devil's Triangle. I want to take my little ones and continue to roam in the new world. I, Moria, must regain the glory of the past, and must make a breakthrough in the new world. Jinbei reached out and patted Gecko Moria's shoulder, and said lightly, the Shichibukai Alliance will escort you, don't worry. Chris needs help today, and we all have no turning back. If you are in trouble in the future, those of us will definitely not stand by and watch. Empress Boa Hancock showed a slight smile on her beautiful face and said, that's right, since we all joined the Shichibukai Alliance. Then we should help each other and lend a helping hand to each other in times of crisis. I think that's what Chris is really about, building the Shichibukai Alliance. The Shichibukai Alliance is not just a fancy name, it can help us obtain more resources, and it can also save us in times of danger. Hawk-eyed Mahawk also looked indifferent, nodded and said, I hope our alliance can really operate. This is much more real than the so-called Shichibukai system under the king. Hearing the statements of Hawkeye Mahawk and others, Gecko Moria was instantly refreshed. He also felt bright about his future in the new world. With so many masters standing behind them, whoever it is, must be very excited. His mouth wide. Ha 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 ha. With your words, I am relieved. However, I think with my ability, I won't get into any trouble soon. Anyway, I will find my Moria's own territory in the new world as soon as possible. Moria is still very confident in her own strength. He believed in himself and was still able to gallop freely in the new world. Chris was still expressionless, nodded at Gecko Moria and said, I believe in myself, I'm not wrong. And your current state is already very good. Although you have been standing still for many years, in this sea, you are still a frightening powerhouse. I look forward to the day when your name will be known in the new world. Chris looked at Gecko Moria with admiration and anticipation. He squinted his eyes, and then said, today you can come to help me attack the kingdom of Putuola. I have written down this affection. If there is a need in the future, I will be there as soon as possible. The most complete Filu novel resource station, supported by Miwench. If you want to join the group, add QQ, 1,934,731,937, she will tell you the group number. 470. Shichibukai arrives, and a banquet is held to celebrate the arrival of victory in advance. This time Gecko Moria took the initiative to come to help out, and Chris was impressed by him. And at the same time, Chris is also very optimistic about the strength of Gecko Moria. With talent like him, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Chris will never let go of such a reliable ally. The eagle-eyed Mahawk on the side also smiled faintly. Moria, this time you have returned to the new world, there are indeed many changes. Perhaps after a lot of experiences, your mood has made a qualitative leap. Now you, finally have the demeanor of a strong man. Eagle-eyed Mahawk's falcon-like eyes brought out a sense of identity. Gecko Moria again did make him a little surprised. Not only amazed at his return to the new world, but more importantly, the change in his whole person. Gecko Moria, who used to gallop in the new world, is powerful, but always gives people a feeling of illusoriness. At that time, Hakai Mahak had a hunch that something serious would happen to Gecko Moria. Sure enough, everything that happened later confirmed the expectations of Hakai Mahak. But this time, Hakai Mahak can clearly feel that Gecko Moria has matured a lot. Only such a person can truly embark on the road of being strong. Recognized by Chris, Hakai Mahak and Jinbei, Gecko Moria was very excited. His subordinate Absalom, Hey Isho, said, "The captain is really amazing, and he has been recognized by the three powerhouses. In the future, we will definitely make a name for ourselves in the new world." Hogbok was also holding a cigar and murmured, "It won't be long before our name will spread in the new world." His Majesty Shichibukai Gecko Moria is back in the new world. This will be news that the whole world will pay attention to. Gecko Moria were suddenly full of confidence at this moment. No longer have any doubts about the future development prospects of their pirate group. It is not something ordinary people can do to be recognized by Chris and Hakai Miho. Lafitte pressed his hat and whispered Isho, "After Gecko came, our ship became lively again. Do the math, we already have 5 Shichibukai on our ship." Bartolomeo couldn't help but sigh. Unconsciously, there are already 5. A year ago, I was fortunate enough to meet Shichibukai, a king, and I'm afraid I couldn't walk with excitement. Now, in front of us, there are 5 Shichibukai under the king. This is an incredible experience. In the world of pirates, King Shichibukai is a mysterious and powerful being. Many pirates may never see these people in their lifetime. Even Bartolomeo and the others are now strong men who are called by name. In front of King Shichibukai, they still feel that they are juniors. Lindbergh wore special glasses and smiled happily. Our Chris Pirates camp is really strong. With 5 kings under Shichibukai, are you still afraid of a Kudora kingdom? Bellamy Gia Isho reminded, "Don't forget, this time the captain's plan is to call the King Shichibukai over. There are 2 Shichibukai under the king, who are on their way. With our lineup, nothing has ever happened in this world. Your Majesty Shichibukai is dispatched, and there is no reason for this Kudola kingdom to continue to exist." With the arrival of Shichibukai, the king, one after another, the entire Chris seemed to be on board immediately. It is star-studded. Such a strong lineup also makes the squad leaders very excited. Chris was also very happy in his heart. He said directly to the crowd, "Everyone, I think we should be able to celebrate in advance now. I propose to hold a banquet on the Chris today to celebrate the victory of the Kudola Kingdom War in advance." Seeing Chris so happy, everyone on the Chris was a little surprised. It's rare for them to see Chris like this. Mandemon Jin raised his eyebrows and said, "It's rare to see the captain so happy. It seems that the captain really regards Jinbei and others as his closest friends." Luo Wei leaned against the railing with Guishu in his arms, and said lightly, "The Shichibukai alliance is something the captain has been planning since he went to sea. Now the arrival of Jinbei and others also means the real success of the Shichibukai alliance. How can the captain be unhappy when such a grand idea is finally realized?" Burgess bumped his fists. Hee Isho, Ha 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 ha. I like the rhythm of a grand banquet before the war. As Chris' order spread, the Chris pirates immediately get busy. Collect, recommend, and share. 471. Banquet, Shichibukai-s conversation, it's fun. Following Chris's order, the entire Chris pirates immediately entered into a state of banquet. Caribou stretched out his tongue. Hee Isho, as expected of the captain, I can still stay relaxed at this time. Holding a banquet before the war, this kind of treatment is really nice. Bartolomeo wore a green coxcomb head and said with a smile, "This is the captain's behavior. If he lifts weight lightly, he can maintain such a light-hearted state at any time. This is also an expression of strength." Tessero raised his eyebrows and smiled lightly. "Anyway, following the captain, you never need to be under too much pressure. No matter how difficult the situation, as long as the captain is there, everything will be easy, very easy." We now just have to enjoy it all. Since joining the Chris Pirates, Tessero quickly understood this truth. As a squad leader, he just does his own thing and obeys Chris's command. As long as he can complete the task Chris sent, that's enough. As for everything else, it's not something he needs to consider. Chris will solve all the tough problems. Except Tessero, the other squad leaders also know the truth. They all knew that Chris was a clear-headed and planned captain. Following Chris, you don't need to spend too much energy at all to think about some things. Apu made a hip-hop gesture and said with a smile, "It's really good. Just arrived on the ship, just in time for such a banquet." Sure enough, joining the Chris Pirates is definitely not wrong. Was because of Chris' name that Apu took the initiative to go to the Alabasta Kingdom branch. And now, he doesn't regret his original choice. Saying that, Apu revealed his big die, and in full view, it instantly turned into a keyboard. Apu's long arms wrapped around the keyboard and played a cheerful tune. At the same time, his abdomen turned into a drum. For a time, the sound of the piano and the drums brought everyone into a very cheerful rhythm. Perona's eyes lit up when she saw this scene. She immediately flew to Apu's side happily, kept wrapping around his head, looking up and down. "Apu," Perona said with a smile, "Apu is really fun. Teeth can be turned into piano keys, and belly can be turned into drums. Other places must also be able to become a variety of musical instruments." As if hearing Perona's expectations, Apu tugged at his ears. In the surprised eyes of Perona and others, his ear turned into a trumpet. Apu picked up the trumpet with a very calm expression, and began to blow it for himself. And Perona and the others couldn't help but tut their tongues in amazement, and let out one after another sigh. Baccarat tucked his hair together and couldn't help laughing. "This Apu is really an interesting guy. It's the first time I've seen such a strange ability of him." Nami also had two small dimples on her face, and she said with a sweet smile, "I didn't expect Apu not only to have outstanding strength, but also to play a first-class musical instrument. We, the Chris Pirates, have another musician." Karina, Hihi Isho, clapped her hands excitedly. "When you're bored in the future, you can let Apu play music for us. He must be able to change all kinds of instruments." With the sound of Apu's music, the atmosphere of the banquet of the Chris Pirates came up immediately. Squad leaders took action one after another, preparing tables, chairs, benches, and various foods. Chef Carmen is even more busy today, cooks by himself and wants to cook all kinds of food for everyone. At the same time, the bartender Meaty is also busy. For Nami and others, for everyone to taste during leisure and entertainment. And Chris has been cultivating on weekdays, and she has no chance at all to mix drinks for Chris. Today, she finally waited for this, a great opportunity to mix drinks for Chris. Seeing that Meaty was mixing drinks, Makino smiled softly. "In addition to special drinks, other fine wines, but it can't be missing." Said, Makino took some people to the wine cellar to take out the fine wine that the Chris Pirates kept. Blink of an eye, the deck of the Chris Pirates was already filled with all kinds of food and wine. A wide variety of desserts are naturally indispensable. Everyone performed their duties, and soon everything needed for the banquet was ready. Gecko Moria was stunned for a moment, then murmured, "This speed is too fast, right? Chris, how many chefs and pastry chefs do you have in stock?" Jinbei has already held up a glass of wine and smiled. "It's really surprising. The most complete Filu novel resource station. Supported by Miwench. If you want to join the group, add QQ, 1,934,731,937, she will tell you the group number. 473. Arrogant Doflamingo, disgusting. The appearance of Gecko Moria is what surprised Doflamingo the most. Although over the years, Doflamingo has also seen Gecko Moria a few times. But Gecko Moria's previous state has already made Doflamingo look down on him. And this time, Gecko Moria is back in the New World, which is unprecedented news. Doflamingo murmured. This guy Gecko Moria has finally gathered up his courage and returned to the New World. It's a pity that the current New World is no longer the New World it used to be. The state of Gecko Moria is probably going to plummet. Doflamingo's tone was full of ridicule and disdain. He then said to himself, the current Gecko Moria, other than the identity of the King Shichibukai, has no merit. I don't know why Chris called him over. Is it possible that he still has the power to fight? Doflamingo is obviously not quite convinced. He has been in contact with many pirates all the year round, and he knows how deep the water in the New World is. It's really hard to get a foothold in the New World without two brushes. Between the Chris pirates and the Pudola Kingdom must be a dialogue between the strong. Doflamingo doesn't think Gecko Moria can do anything. He smiled strangely, but it's really not easy for Chris to call him to the New World. After all, this place is like a purgatory on Earth to Gecko Moria. A cruel smile appeared on Doflamingo's face. He knew that all of Gecko Moria's former friends died in the New World. So Gecko Moria has always been very afraid of the New World. But Chris is still able to let him break through the psychological barrier. Not everyone has such an ability. The appearance of Doflamingo was not only noticed by the Chris pirates. He has always been more arrogant, so he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Among them, of course, also included the soldiers at the port of Pudora Kingdom. But this time, the reaction of these soldiers seemed very numb. Soldier A looked up and said, in a blink of an eye, another one came. Looking at the pink figure, dressed like this, it could only be Doflamingo. Soldier B was expressionless and nodded numbly. This should be here today, the third King Shichibukai. Do the math, and now only Bartholomew Kuma has not come. Soldier Ding smiled casually and said casually, if nothing else happens, Bartholomew Kuma will appear soon. Anyway, Chris this time, is to let all the King Shichibukai, all participate in this war. With his reputation and ability, I believe no one will deny him this face. Soldier A nodded and glanced back at Lavert and Grant's room. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Forget it, there's no need to report anything to the top. Anyway, everything that should have happened has already happened. And the people above must know these things. The constant arrival of reinforcements from the Chris pirates has completely numbed these soldiers. To have accepted this fact. Soldier Ding Bibi sighed and murmured, the strength of the Chris pirates has become stronger and stronger. If Bartholomew Kuma comes again, the lineup of Shichibukai under the whole king is really scary. This kind of Chris pirates, our Pudora Kingdom, can really withstand it. Soldier B also had a worried look on his face, shrugged his shoulders and said, such a terrifying lineup is not just talking about it. All the King Shichibukai shot, that kind of scene, must be a real fairy fight. After this battle, the kingdom of Pudora may really cease to exist. These soldiers felt a lot of pressure from the increasingly strong lineup of the Chris pirates. They couldn't help but be afraid. On the Chris, it was a little quieter at the moment. The banquet just now faded a lot in an instant. In the Chris pirates has a bad impression of Doflamingo. Eagle-eyed Mahawk looked up at Doflamingo who was approaching, and said coldly, this guy really knows how to pick his time. Coming here at this time is such a disappointment. Obviously, for Doflamingo's arrival, Hawkeye Mahawk did not welcome it very much, but rather rejected it. Long time, Mahawk's impression of Doflamingo was not very good. Jinbei also looked up at the sky and couldn't help sighing. This guy, after all, is here. But it's really not easy for Chris to call this alien over here. The most complete Filu novel resource station, supported by Miwench. If you want to join the group, add QQ, 1,934,731,937, she will tell you the group number. 475. Doflamingo dare not speak out, afraid of Chris. The appearance of Doflamingo once again confirmed the power of Chris. This also made Jinbei, Gecko Moria and others feel a little emotional from the bottom of their hearts. Although Chris is strong, they have long since been not clear. But seeing today's scene, they still feel a little incredible. Bakura tucked his hair together and said generously, Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai under the king, is still here. Although this person's character is extremely bad, his personal strength is still very powerful. It is indeed very suitable for dealing with the kingdom of Kudora. Betty flicked the cigarette ash and said lightly, being defeated by Chris several times in a row, he has long been afraid. If he dare not come, Chris can make him disappear from this world in minutes. Doflamingo is still very afraid of Chris' means. Betty let out a breath of smoke and glanced at the pink figure in the air. In her eyes, the current Doflamingo is just a tool in the hands of Chris. Whatever Chris asks him to do, he has to do it, there is absolutely no chance to resist. Alvida, who was on the side, carried a huge mace, smiled disdainfully, and said, he really doesn't need to be respected. When Chris called him over, he never gave him a smile. This guy casually rejected Chris on the surface, but now, isn't he coming over? Chris called all the King Shichibukai the other day, Alvida and the others could hear them clearly. They still remember, Chris told Doflamingo, if you don't come, you will be at your own risk. Nami smiled Isho, shrugged and said, Doflamingo is a bully and a tough guy. He's tough, but he's not stupid. He must know very well that if he does not accept Chris' invitation to come to the kingdom of Kudora, his own fate will be very tragic. Perona flew up and down in the air and said with a smile, he doesn't dare to take any chances with Chris. It's not that he hasn't seen Chris, and it's easy to kill him. Perona and the others knew in their hearts that Doflamingo was not Chris's enemy at all. If Chris wants to kill Doflamingo, it's a no-brainer. And even on the Pudola Kingdom side, the Chris pirates are in crisis. Chris is still able to go to Dressrosa and get rid of Doflamingo without changing his face. And about this, Doflamingo. Naturally, I can think of it. Makino smiled softly and said softly, this is Chris's deterrent power. Even an unscrupulous guy like Doflamingo dare not challenge Chris' bottom line at will. It is impossible for any other person to have such a deterrent. In the eyes of Makino and others, Chris is a special existence in this world. His power can always be reflected anywhere. In another place on the deck of the Chris, the squad leaders also looked up at the sky. Luo Y hugged the ghost and cried, leaned on the railing, and said coldly, Doflamingo, I still know the captain's character very well. He knows what will happen if he doesn't accept the captain's invitation. The captain has never been soft-hearted towards his enemies. Luo looked at Doflamingo who was approaching, and couldn't help but feel some pleasure in his heart. Seeing Doflamingo in front of Chris, like a dog. Luo's heart, not to mention how happy. Like him, of course, there is Tessero. Tessero showed a look of disgust and said disdainfully, looking at Doflamingo, hurry, he really looks like a dog. But it's a blessing for Doflamingo to be the captain's dog. Luo and Tessero suddenly looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Seeing Doflamingo's current situation, they were suddenly in a trance. Luo Vivi narrowed his eyes and murmured, the appearance of the captain has really changed a lot of things. Before the change, I never imagined that Doflamingo would be what it is today. Tessero also smiled proudly, but this guy Doflamingo is still somewhat useful. This time, in the war with Kudora Kingdom, he can come in handy anyway. Luo and Tessero hate Doflamingo very much, they are still able to maintain their sanity. They knew that Chris didn't just call Doflamingo for a show. May not matter to others, but Doflamingo, you must contribute in this war. The most complete Filu novel resource site. Supported by Miwenj. If you want to join the group, add QQ, 1,934,731,937, she will tell you the group number. 476. The strength of the Chris pirates shocked Dover. Chris went to great lengths to call all the King Shichibukai. He did was let the Shichibukai alliance officially appear in front of the world. Moreover, the full appearance of the Shichibukai alliance, to a certain extent, will have a great deterrent effect. At least, on the psychological level, the kingdom of Kudora is already at a disadvantage. No matter what. Whether Shichibukai will contribute, Chris wants them, but they can appear. But, Doflamingo, there will definitely be an exception. Tessero, Hihi Isho, said happily, Doflamingo is such a free-fighting force, you don't need it for nothing. Captain will never let Doflamingo go so easily. Other King Shichibukai can do nothing, but this guy, Doflamingo, doesn't dare to do anything. Luo embraced the ghost crying, and smiled strangely. Perhaps Doflamingo hasn't realized all this yet. I really want to see what kind of expression he will have at that time. Seeing Doflamingo deflated is definitely the happiest thing for me. Luo and Tessero quickly accept the fact that they will fight alongside Doflamingo. But at this moment, their hearts were extremely relaxed. Because of Chris' existence, Doflamingo has become a complete joke. Enel floated cross-legged in the air, tilted his head, and said casually, Doflamingo's strength is still very powerful. Even now, I'm not sure enough to beat him. The last time we played against him, the gap between our strengths was indeed very huge. So the captain called him here. It is a very important supplement to our combat effectiveness. Lafayette squeezed his hat and shook the wine glass in his hand. So, this is where the captain is great. Such a powerful being does not dare to disobey the captain's orders in the slightest. As time goes on, the strength gap between Doflamingo and the captain is getting bigger and bigger. Lafitte took a sip of the red wine and smiled lightly. He recognizes the strength of Doflamingo very much, but doesn't respect much. Burgess bumped his fists and snorted softly. The difference in strength between Doflamingo and the captain was originally huge. The first time the two of them met, the captain scared Doflamingo away without much effort. I remember that the captain didn't exert much effort at that time. Burgess lit up when it came up. It was as if he himself had beaten Doflamingo away. The poison on the side also smiled and added, so the second time we met, Doflamingo didn't even have the courage to fight with the captain. The captain just said a few words, and he ran away in a panic. Really, too weak. Many squad leaders have never seen Chris and Doflamingo fighting with their own eyes. Of them, just know the last time Chris scared off Doflamingo. Hawkins was expressionless, his eyelids drooping and said, listen to what you said, Doflamingo's strength doesn't seem to be particularly strong. Last time Enel had a fight with him, I thought how powerful he was. Lafitte raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. It's not surprising that he can beat Enel. After all, he's a real King Shichibukai. And at the beginning, his fight with the captain was not without any flashpoints. At least, in the face of the captain's terrifying strength, Doflamingo still responded. Luo also suddenly said at this time, it's just that compared to the captain, Doflamingo is indeed much weaker. However, his strength is still at the top level in the whole new world. Otherwise, Enel would not have been defeated by him. Although Luo hates Doflamingo, he still recognizes Doflamingo's strength very much. Under everyone's discussion, Doflamingo finally landed on the Chris. A pink figure appeared in front of everyone. Breakthrough. At the same time, this magical laughter rang out again. Doflamingo's eyes looked around, and he said to himself, Chris pirates, they are really strong. Just relying on these squad leaders, I'm afraid it's enough to conquer the kingdom of Kudora. Not to mention, there are Hakai Mahak and Jinbei and others. Doflamingo turned his head, looked at Chris, and murmured, Chris, I admire your abilities more and more. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful appeal. Collect, recommend, and share. 478. Chris doesn't give Dover face. very hockey. Tessero chose to speak to Doflamingo, always with a gentle smile. He smiled and said, "If it wasn't for you, I probably wouldn't have a chance to join the Chris Pirates. If that's the case, I may regret it for the rest of my life. After all, for a great existence like the Chris Pirates, not all cats and dogs can join. You may never have thought that we can still fight side by side." Tessero's gentle smile, full of disdain and ridicule towards Doflamingo. He just wanted to tell Doflamingo that he was no longer threatening. On the Chris, no one dared to do anything to the members of the Chris Pirates. Doflamingo's face immediately became gloomy, like a dark cloud. Looking at Tessero's provocative eyes, he couldn't give any response. This made Doflamingo feel a little embarrassed. Doflamingo suddenly looked up to the sky and burst into laughter. Buck. Sure enough, Chris's subordinates are all extraordinary. He soon returned to Chris's side, trying to talk to Chris and the others. But the likes of Hawkeye Mahawk and Jinbei did not have a good impression of Doflamingo. So at this moment, Shichibukai, the king, headed by Hawkeye Mahawk, remains indifferent. They don't want to talk to Doflamingo, or say anything about him. And not only Hawkeye Mahawk and others, but also the squad leaders of the Chris Pirates, did not like Doflamingo very much. They haven't said a word since Doflamingo came aboard the Chris. For a time, the atmosphere on the Chris became a little weird. Standing alone in the middle of the deck, Doflamingo seemed out of tune with everything around him. And he himself knew that he was in a very embarrassing situation. This made Doflamingo, who is naturally proud, a great humiliation. Doflamingo clenched his teeth tightly, and a burst of anger was burning. He had never been treated like this before. Chris watched this coldly, not speaking for Doflamingo. Anyway, in his heart, there is no need to have any respect for Doflamingo. Doflamingo's face was sinking. He looked up at Chris, and murmured, "Chris, you asked me to come over, I'm here." "Well, I am not late, am I?" Doflamingo knew that nothing could happen, so he forced himself a step and took the initiative to talk to Chris. Chris said indifferently, "Well, your speed is not slow. It's hard work for you to travel from Dressrosa to Pudora Kingdom." Chris gestured to Doflamingo Vivi with the wine glass in his hand. He then continued, "Since you're here, let's sit down and attend the banquet together. It happens that we are on board, ready to celebrate before the war begins." Chris suddenly changed the conversation and said, "Of course, if you feel a little tired from the long journey. There are many rooms on my Chris. I can arrange a room for you and have a good rest." Was always no change in expression on Chris's face. And his tone was also very flat. Chris treated Doflamingo neither too warmly nor too coldly. After all, in the war with Pudora Kingdom tomorrow, this guy Doflamingo is still a bit valuable. But Doflamingo doesn't seem to be not listening to Chris's words. He waved his hand casually and said with a smile, "Such a distance is nothing. If you're tired because of this, how can you be Shichibukai?" After successfully talking to Chris, Doflamingo's whole person became a lot easier. He continued, "Furthermore, it is very difficult for us, Shichibukai, to gather so many people. Since we finally got together today, naturally we have to sit down and have a good chat." Doflamingo seemed to have forgotten the unpleasantness just now and looked familiar. He immediately found a seat and sat down, and said with a smile, "Now we are all members of the Shichibukai Alliance. The Shichibukai Alliance has just been formally established. I think we need to discuss this matter carefully. The cooperation between the seven of us directly affects how high the Shichibukai Alliance can reach in the end." Between Doflamingo's words, he used the Shichibukai Alliance to threaten Hawkeye Mahawk and others. His overtone is, if the few of us can't work together, the Shichibukai Alliance will fail. And at this moment, there is a sudden sound of breaking in the sky. Philo reminds you. Reading 3 things to favorite, recommend, share. 479. Here comes the big bear, and the last Shichibukai appears. The moment Doflamingo sat down, there was a sound of breaking through the sky above the kriss. With the sound of breaking through the air, a figure said, "Hey." For a moment, immediately, appeared on the deck of the kriss. This sudden figure, immediately, it attracted the attention of the entire kriss pirates. Squad leaders, in particular, were very surprised. They could never have imagined that in today's new world, someone would dare to break into the kriss pirates so blatantly. Everyone looked closely and saw that this figure was a burly figure. His height was only one shorter than Gecko Moria. Just a little bit. This man is tall, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, wearing a long black jacket on the upper body and a pair of gray trousers on the lower body. In his hand, he held a thick Bible. It is worth noting that his clothes are dotted with bear paw prints one after another. After Chris saw this person, a smile finally appeared on his flat face. He smiled faintly, finally here. Who suddenly appeared as naturally the last Shichibukai under the king, Bartholomew Kuma. Bartholomew Kuma is a person with flesh and fruit ability, he can bounce everything through his palm. Therefore, Bartholomew is also a rare pirate with the ability to quickly move through space. Although his speed is a bit slower than Chris's, it is absolutely amazing. So when Bartholomew Kuma appeared on the kriss, Chris was not surprised at all. His speed, as it should be. Seeing Bartholomew Kuma appear, Koala is of course the most excited one. She couldn't help but whispered excitedly, "Master Bear is here too." He's still the same, with a cold look, which is really intimidating. Bakura tucked his hair together and said with a smile, "So, this is the legend, the Tyrant Bear." Looking at his cold appearance, he does look like a tyrant. Ordinary people, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to provoke him easily. However, Koala pouted and smiled, "Don't be fooled by his appearance. Although Mr. Shang looks like strangers should not be approached, and he may kill people at any time. But after you really get to know him, you will find that Mr. Shang is actually a very gentle and warm person." The reason why he is called a tyrant. There seems to be a lot of hidden secrets in it. In the Revolutionary Army, Koala once overheard Long and others talking about it. Although she still doesn't know why Bartholomew Kuma is called tyrant. But she is very sure that Bartholomew Kuma is definitely not a cold-blooded pirate who is addicted to murder. Bonnie also showed a very relieved smile when he saw the appearance of Bartholomew Kuma. She and Bartholomew Kuma haven't seen each other for a long time, but everything is the way she remembers. Bonnie Vivi Isho said softly, "He isn't really a bloodthirsty person. He's the most gentle man I've ever met." Bonnie couldn't help recalling the time when the father and daughter used to live together. But Bonnie is not impulsive, she has been doing her best to suppress her emotions. Like Koala, she did not expose her relationship with Bartholomew Kuma in public. Because on the kriss, there are not only madmen like Doflamingo who can't fully control. There might be Marines or intelligence personnel from other organizations in the vicinity of the kriss. At least for now, Bartholomew Kuma's true identity has not been revealed. He has a biological daughter, and he must not let other people know. Otherwise, all the previous efforts will likely be in vain overnight. Betty casually flicked the ash, and said indifferently, "Bartholomew Kuma is indeed a top-ranked existence among the King Shichibukai." Just standing there, he gave a very strong sense of oppression. We can obviously feel that his whole body is full of endless power. Carrying a huge mace, Alvita murmured, "Many years ago, his bounty was 296 million two Baileys. You know, this was a bounty many years ago. One can imagine how powerful Bartholomew Kuma's personal strength is." Reiju stroked the hair in front of his forehead, Vivi's beautiful eyes flowed, and smiled, "Even today, this is a very high reward. Now the bounty is close to 300 million pirates, every one of them is a captain of a pirate regiment who can act on his own. If Bartholomew hadn't become King Shichibukai, the amount of his bounty would be very likely will surpass the 1 billion mark, or even say, closer to the 1.5 billion mark. 480. Bear's strength is very strong, recognized by Hawkeye. In the entire sea, there are only a handful of people whose bounty exceeds the 1.5 billion Bailey mark. And they are the tigers in the New World, the 4 emperors. Only when the strength reaches their level, can the bounty be able to break through the 1.5 billion Bailey mark. Although what Reiju said was a bit exaggerated, Bartholomew Kuma's strength should not be underestimated. Looking at the whole New World, apart from 4 emperors and Chris and others, no one dared to say that they could stably restrain him. Makino smiled Isho, and said generously, Bartholomew Kuma's strength has always been considered the top 3 among the Shichibukai under the king. But I personally think he is much stronger than Doflamingo's. Perona was flying around in the air, curled her lips and said, I don't know who is stronger between him and Doflamingo. But Bartholomew looks a lot more aggressive than Doflamingo. Is this person really as gentle as Bonnie and the others say? Perona's small face bulged, looking inexplicably aggrieved. Nami looked at Perona, smiled and shook her head, no matter what. What kind of person is Bartholomew Kuma? Anyway, I can see that Chris trusts him very much. Bartholomew Kuma will be one of our most loyal allies. And he has extremely powerful strength, and he must be very reliable. Kaya blinked her big eyes and smiled sweetly. The arrival of Bartholomew Kuma is very important to us. He is not only able to play a very crucial role in the war with Kudora Kingdom. Furthermore, his arrival also officially represents the gathering of all members of the Shichibukai Alliance. The Shichibukai Alliance is what Chris has been trying to accomplish. The smooth arrival of Bartholomew Kuma has a very special meaning for the Chris pirates. Nami and others also know how important the establishment of the Shichibukai Alliance is to Chris. On the other side, the squad leaders looked at this burly figure and praised him. Burgess bumped his fists together with an envious look. He smiled and said, as expected of the rumored Bartholomew Kuma, one of the strongest in the sea. It's quite a figure of this size. It would be great if I could have such a physique. Burgess' figure is quite outstanding among the entire Chris pirates. No matter the size of the body or the size of the muscles, there are really not many people who can compare with him. But after meeting Bartholomew Kuma, Burgess is undoubtedly not enough. Bartholomew Kuma's figure is indeed much better than his. Poisonous hunched over his body, he sneered weakly, if you want to reach that level, I'm afraid it will take decades of experience. Unless, you can practice as hard as the captain. Bartholomew, but the senior on this sea, everything he has is hard-won. Burgess spread his hands helplessly and smiled bitterly, cultivation like a captain. Just spare me. I'd rather spend a lot of time. Not everyone can do what the captain does. Chris Pirates knows how hard Chris cultivated, and no one knows it. But everyone can only express admiration and yearning for that way, because not all of them are Chris. Even if they have strong self-control, it is impossible to have the ability to reject fatigue and hunger. Lafitte pressed his hat, and Isho said indifferently, Bartholomew Kuma's coercion is indeed very heavy. Sure enough, no one who can become King Shichibukai is weak. Looking at Bartholomew Kuma's extraordinary bearing, we know that he has always been a high-ranking person. Only superiors can possess such a special aura. Since Bartholomew Kuma appeared, many squad leaders, including Lafitte, have felt a strong sense of oppression. Natural oppression of the superiors on the inferiors. When the Hawkeye Mahawk appeared, they all had this feeling. Enel's eyes, there is a trace of desire undisguised. He could strongly feel the power of Bartholomew Kuma. Enel licked his lips and murmured, his strength is no worse than Doflamingo. It is even said that he is very likely to be stronger than Doflamingo. Chris is right. In this new world, there will always be Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and the Strong are like forests. Enel was now standing on the ground again, staring at Bartholomew Kuma. I don't know if there is a chance. Collect, recommend, and share. 481. Enel vs. Bear, both of them are very strong. Enel's desire for the strong is unmatched by other squad leaders. He is looking forward to himself very much, being able to fight against different powerhouses. Although he clearly understood that the Bartholomew Kuma in front of him might be stronger than Doflamingo. But Enel, he wouldn't hold back. The golden staff in one hand, Enel murmured, it would be great if we could fight Bartholomew Kuma once. Such a powerful existence cannot be encountered at any time. After the last defeat against Doflamingo, my weaknesses were exposed. My strength has also given me a chance to advance by leaps and bounds. Enel couldn't help laughing, and said lightly, if we can fight Bartholomew Kuma again, it won't matter if we win or lose. I will definitely be able to discover many of my own problems from the battle and improve. I just don't know if there will be such an opportunity. Enel is very good at fighting to support war, and through constant battles, he finds his own shortcomings. After he lost to Chris, his strength improved. After losing to Doflamingo, his strength has been improved again. So now, Enel is no longer afraid of failure. He is eager to fight against the strong, and he doesn't care what the final result is. What he cares about is whether he can gain some experience from the battle with the strong. Your strength will be improved. The crow wore a black mask and said coldly, your strength is already strong enough. If you play Bartholomew Kuma, it's not really sure who wins or loses. Since this time, I think you have been a little different from before. Luo Wai stood aside with Guikuu in his arms, and said lightly, last time, the gap between you and Doflamingo was not too big. After this period of growth, I think you and Doflamingo's strengths are now on a par with each other. So even if you are playing against Baxiang now, it's not necessarily weaker. It's not just the likes of Burgess and Kuro who have improved over this period. Enel's improvement in strength is also in sight. Everyone gets a long day and night, and any change will be easily noticed by the people around. Kuro pushed his glasses slightly and laughed softly. However, recently, I'm afraid you don't have much chance. Before the war with the Kingdom of Kudora, Bartholomew Kuma probably won't discuss anything with you. So if you really want to fight him, you can only wait until after we capture the Kingdom of Kudora. Fanka was carrying a gun, and Isho said, but this day, it won't be too far away. Now that the Shichibukai alliance has gathered and won the Kingdom of Kudora, it is nothing but an easy task. There was not much expression on Enel's face. With a calm look on his face, he said coldly, don't take this matter too seriously. The real strength of Doflamingo and Bartholomew Kuma is not as simple as we see it. My strength, perhaps not at all, is comparable to that of Doflamingo. As soon as this statement came out, the other squad leaders were all surprised by Vivi. They were not surprised by the strength of Doflamingo and Bartholomew Kuma as Enel said. Squad leaders just didn't expect that Enel, who has always been proud, would actually say such a thing. It's a bit equivalent, he was taking the initiative to show his weakness. This is not the one you all know. Enel didn't care too much about the reactions of the squad leaders. That he has a very clear understanding of his own strength. And the one who fought against Doflamingo was himself. So Enel is more aware of how terrifying the strength of Doflamingo is. And Bartholomew Kuma's power, compared with Doflamingo, must be almost the same. Hawkins still looked like a dead man, and said without emotion, if you look at it this way, Bartholomew Kuma's strength is indeed very strong. But now, he's our ally. Anyway, his arrival is a good thing for us. The squad leaders all nodded and welcomed the arrival of Bartholomew Kuma. The reaction of everyone at this time was in stark contrast to when Doflamingo came just now. On the Chris also gradually recovered. Doflamingo also felt very unhappy when he saw such a scene. But he couldn't make it too obvious. He could only let out a piercing laugh. Young. Bartholomew Kuma, this guy is still the same. I'm always willing to put on such a cold attitude and bring a kind of inexplicable pressure to others.